I'm Taylor, this is Rumpus, and I'm going to show you how to start an online teaser business. Let's go. First, go to Shopify.com and start a free trial.
So, big surprise, Guerrilla showed up at Gamescom the FCA and they dropped two big announcements, one of which really caught us by surprise. Because not only do we now know the release date for Horizon Forbidden West, we also have an excuse to return to Zero Dawn as it now runs at 60 FPS on PS5 consoles. We will tell you all about these announcements in this video, so if you like that, a like on the video would really help the channel out, and let's go! So yeah, none of us were really expecting anything Horizon related being shown at Gamescom, and we were all pretty surprised to say the least. Let's go back to that announcement one more time, shall we?
God damn it. God damn it.
Guerrilla, their highly anticipated PlayStation game, Horizon Forbidden West.
Hi everyone.
Hey!
Hope you're enjoying the show so far. My name is Matthijs de Jonge, Game Director on Horizon Forbidden West. I'm here today to share some exciting news on our upcoming sequel. It's been a few months since we at Guerrilla were able to share our first gameplay experience as part of PlayStation State of Play, giving you a glimpse of where Aloy's journey will take her next, and showcasing exciting new elements like swimming, free climbing, expanded melee combat, and more. At that time, Horizon Forbidden West had just passed a major milestone, and we had entered the final stage of development. On track, but a bit uncertain if we would be able to polish the game to the level of quality that we strive for. It's no surprise that our teams were hugely impacted by the global pandemic. We've been adjusting to new workflow and other challenges while keeping our team safe and prioritizing a healthy work-life balance. But today we can finally confirm that our long-awaited sequel will come to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on the
18th February release date.
2022.
Oh my god.
So yes, we now know that Horizon Forbidden West will be releasing on the 18th of February 2022, which means that early reports of the game being delayed to early next year were indeed correct. Which is of course fine, it gives Guerrilla all the time they need to make sure that the game is in the best state possible before launch. Also important to note is that pre-orders will be going live on September 2nd, which is next Thursday, so that's also when we will learn about a potential collector's edition and more. Yeah, that does mean that early 2022 is going to be absolutely packed. The Saints Row reboot, which was also revealed at Gamescom yesterday, is releasing only a week after, and we also have Elden Ring launching before it at the end of January, and of course way more games gunning for that early 2022 window. So I definitely start saving up some time and money for the start of next year, because we're all going to need it. Now unfortunately the release date announcement for Forbidden West didn't come with a new look at the game, but Guerrilla made sure not to leave us empty-handed. Out of pretty much nowhere, they announced that a new patch that went live during the show would enable Horizon Zero Dawn to run at 60 frames per second on PlayStation 5 consoles. So if you've yet to experience the game or you need a refresher before you jump into Forbidden West, now is the perfect time to do that. And unlike some of the other PS4 titles that got a 60 FPS update, like God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, or The Last of Us 2, we already knew how well Horizon would play at 60 FPS thanks to the PC port that was released last year. But it's still really nice to be able to play at a higher frame rate on consoles as well. Now for the final part of this video, I want to pass it to Joyce, as she has a lot more experience with Horizon and went hands-on with the 60 FPS patch to tell you just how much it improves the game. Take it away.
Thank you, Dennis. So the 60 FPS patch for Horizon Zero Dawn is free for all PS5 players and will be automatically updated if you have the game installed. After I booted up the game, the 60 FPS kicked in right away and it plays and feels very smooth. It is a very nice enhancement. Also looking at the talking animations, climbing, and jumping down from high points. To give a good demonstration of the changes between PS4 and PS5, here's an old clip from a Thunderjaw fight on 30 FPS where Jordan tries to fight his way through using the bow and moving around a lot. And now let's look at my footage of the 60 FPS version on PS5 where everything just runs faster, easier, and still looking gorgeous. I mean, the Thunderjaw is, still a tough one to beat, but definitely helps when you can run smoother through the game. If you own a PS5 and haven't played Horizon Zero Dawn yet, now is the perfect time to jump into this amazing adventure before the sequel hits next year. And that's all the new Horizon info we have from Gamescom. We will of course be covering everything Forbidden West here on the channel, so subscribe to miss nothing, and if you want, you can watch our previous Horizon video where we give you some amazing tips for if you just picked up the game. Thanks everyone for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye!
One of the best feelings is taking off your makeup after sitting in the skin all day. I seriously love Burt's Bees Natural Acne Line. I just cleanse, tone, and treat my skin like I don't have to cover up that main problem area. Guys, no joke, Burt's Bees Natural Acne Solutions needs to be on your radar. Shop now.
Show for me and Trey.
That would've been
has
really
been
cool.
done before.
Has it?
I mean, we can do that again soon. But happy birthday to Air Force, 74 years.
74 years.
Great. Probably
Thank you, Carly.
Yeah, that sure is a new wrinkle. And you could say that two people are missing or one is hiding and
Right.
another is missing. But knowing where he is
That
and getting
nigga
to
is
talk,
hiding.
it feels
He
like
not
it's the
missing.
crucial aspect of this case. You can follow cell phone records, which I'm sure they're attempting to
Yeah,
do, names
sure.
and locations. But ultimately, if you're the last person who saw her and you know what that location is, that's something people deserve to know. And I think that's why you see the anger here so much.
Yeah, and the interest is that people have been following this couple. They were Instagramming their trip. A lot of young people are very interested in the people that turn their cars or their vans into mobile, homes and do these travel adventures. And they were posting things along the way. But look, obviously in our country, you're innocent until proven guilty. But if you're the boyfriend or the husband of somebody who's missing, you don't go missing yourself. You're out there trying to find that person. There's nothing that has happened on the part of this boyfriend that indicates that he is concerned about finding her. And now supposedly he's missing, but I think the family, has a right to say what they're saying, which is he's not missing, he's hiding, our daughter's missing, put the attention back on us.
Well, I'd love to know when exactly he went into hiding, when we lost the location of Brian Laundrie. The media and the police seem to have been camped out at his house for quite some time. So when and how and where did he eventually...
That's where the technicalities come into play. I mean, the police are saying, okay, if we're not charging him with anything and he's not yet a person of interest per se, then we don't have... There's no requirement to keep tabs on him per se until there's something more official.
What about his family? Is his family cooperating? It's all very strange.
And a member of Gabby's family actually went to that home as well to try to reach out to her family early on before she was even reported missing.
Right, that's also odd as well. I'm always amazed when I see these stories come out at how calm the family members are. Like, I just could see myself in that situation, like, just freaking out, and I would not be able to keep it together the way they have.
It's got to be underneath.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we move to this story as well. The Arizona Attorney General has condemned the Biden administration for putting a warning label on our nation's founding documents. The National Archives and Records Administration put this warning onto or before any viewing of the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States. It said the following: the catalog and web pages contain some content that may be harmful or difficult to view. NARA's records span the history of the United States, and are charged to preserve and make available these historical documents. As a result, some of the materials presented here may reflect outdated, biased, offensive, and possibly violent views and opinions.
This is absurd on its face. Of course, I'm sure the National Archive has documents that are offensive somewhere in there. But I've gone and looked specifically at the Declaration and the Constitution on the National Archive website. And on each of those specific documents, potentially harmful content is right there on top. So if you're a kid searching this, the first thing you're seeing is beware potential, there it is, harmful language alert for the Declaration of Independence. And this is not a... posting it.
Exactly.
This is the friggin' National Archives.
This poor soul's journey has come to an end. From dust we started, to dust we return.
This is our own government stating that our own founding documents are harmful.
The founding, by the way, the founding documents that the rest of the world admires, that makes everyone want to come to this country. I'm sorry, you guys. I saw this story, and again, we see these things in universities, as you said. We're not surprised by the crazy Marxist, perspectives of these professors and students. but that this coming out of our own government, that our own government is putting.
Well, I kind of agree with some of the harsh language or violent language in the Constitution because you still own slaves at that time. You know, and there had to be several amendments added to where you don't own slaves anymore. And even the 13th Amendment of the Constitution still sounds pretty harsh, where it says you can still be a slave. So I don't know why they're so up in arms about, oh, these documents may contain harsh language, because they do. You know, if you're proven guilty by a jury of your peers, you can still be a slave in this country, says the Constitution. That's pretty harsh language. So, I mean, I get it, what they're saying, but still. It is what it is. The motherfuckers who founded this country were some harsh people. You know? They had some really radical ideas. But, hey, it is what it is. Listening to the news this morning, there's a lot of fucked up shit going on. So the girl who went missing, now the dude is missing, quote unquote. This motherfucker is on a run or some shit. He not missing. Drone strikes killed fucking 7 kids over in Afghanistan from bad intel. And then we have this fucking border crisis with fucking thousands and thousands of Haitians. All these Haitians then cross to Central America, to Mexico. Now these motherfuckers right at the border in Texas and shit, yo. Yo, there's a lot of shit going on. And the Biden administration don't know what the fuck to do. Yo, they don't know what the fuck to do. Kamala Harris is just ghost. The most absentee vice president we've ever seen. That bitch was talking all that good sushi. Yo, Kamala Harris, she was talking all that shit. And now, can't hear nothing from this bitch, yo. No sign of it. Not hide nor hair. Yo, and the images from the border, the fucking Mexican, Haitian refugee camps they're building up down there. Yo, I couldn't even imagine. Are they gonna, I don't know. What are y'all gonna vote Trump back in next election, man?
Warning label says something about where we're at in our freedom history. Arizona AG Attorney General Mark Bronovich, he wrote a letter saying, "This is shameful action from the National Archives and the misguided alert should be taken down immediately. There's nothing harmful about our founding documents. These inspired writings governed the formation of our new country in the late 18th century and provided the roadmap for it to grow into the greatest nation in history." Right on, right, Will?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what an absolutely, I don't know what the right word of condemnation is. We're looking at the greatest nation in the history of the planet, the greatest experiment in human freedom, although imperfect, the greatest experiment in human freedom that has ever been attempted on the face of this planet. And to think that that experiment needs a warning label placed at the top of it is just so...
Well, that's the only thing about the Declaration of Independence and the Founding Fathers. Like, the enslaved people of this country had a more real understanding of that document than the creators of the document did. The creators of the document said that all men are created equal, but they did not treat all men as if they were created equal. That's plain as day. But the enslaved people of this country fought their fucking ass off and protested and marched and voted and circumvented and did everything they could to prove that, yes, all men are created equal. We uphold your document more than you do. We understand your document more than you do. And it took the population of enslaved people to really take that claim to the highest levels, where you had to ratify new amendments to the Constitution. Because the people who wrote the Constitution really didn't believe that shit. That was just fucking political satire is all it was. All men are created equal. No. All white men who own land and property are created equal, is what the document specifically entails. All white men who own property are created equal. Not everybody. And so other groups of people had to really make that establishment claim true. So I hate when motherfuckers defend this Constitution like it was, I don't know, man, the most incredible document ever written. And it's a pretty cool document on how they laid things out. But at the inception and the creation of the Declaration of Independence, like, that shit wasn't meant for everybody. And so, yes, it does have harsh and troubling language within it. And so I would completely disagree with all three of these people on this panel, because they don't see a problem with a warning label on your Constitution that this shit was written by racist, prejudiced, biased, white oligarchs for their benefit. The Constitution was written for their benefit. So that shit wasn't written for everybody, but other people made it for everybody. Oh, that's not harsh language in the Constitution. There's no harsh language in the Constitution. Really? Really? When it says that a person of African descent is only 3/5 of a man. That sounds pretty harsh to me. That sounds like some harsh and troubling language. And they don't necessarily call you a slave, but they distinctly talk about property and ownership. And they talk about the black African as property within this document. So, I mean, I get it. I can see it for both views, but I didn't know that if you go to national websites for the Constitution that they have warning labels, you know, saying that, oh, these documents contain language of such and such descriptions, and it's like, I didn't know that, but that's pretty cool because it's fucking true. Yeah, so, but they don't see a problem with any of the language in the Constitution, none of it.
Greatest nation in history. Right on, right, Will?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what an absolutely, I don't know what the right word of condemnation is. We're looking at the greatest nation on the history of the planet, the greatest experiment in human freedom, although imperfect, the greatest experiment in human freedom that has ever been attempted on the face of this planet. And to think that that experiment needs a warning label placed at the top of it is just so stupid, idiotic, immoral. It's so many different words of condemnation that none of them are sufficient.
Don't forget that we fund the National Archives. I want congressmen and women who are listening to figure out who exactly came up with this idea and who authorized putting a warning label on our wonderful, awesome, admired throughout the world in history founding documents. Somebody should be held accountable for this.
This is the logical end state of exactly how the left operates. First it was critical theory, then it was critical race theory, then you can't call it critical race theory, so instead you call it diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then once you have that environment inside your department, you look at everything that happens there that may have happened during a time frame where not everything was as diverse, equitable, and inclusive as they deem it to be, and therefore you slap warning labels on absolutely everything and say, and that's how they divide us. That's how they indict us. That's how they create the belief that America was poisoned from the beginning. And it's been immensely effective because it's divorced from the theory and it's wrapped up in words like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then we buy it. And now we got a warning label on the Declaration.
Our founders are heroes. Our documents ought to be revered, and this has to change. All right, turning now to your headlines. A 15-year-old girl arrested in a deadly hit and run is accused of doing it on purpose and laughing about it. Police say the teen took her grandmother's Toyota and sped down a Washington State road, hitting and killing Greg Moore. The 53-year-old, second from left in this photo, was on a run. A passenger in the car says the teen saw Moore and said, quote, "I'm going to scare him. I'm going to bump him," then laughed as she drove off. She is now facing several charges. Disgusting. Fencing is going back up around the U.S. Capitol. Authorities say they're ramping up security ahead of today's so-called Justice for Six rally. Organizers of the event say they want to highlight what they consider to be unfair treatment of those charged in the January 6th riot, those political prisoners. Authorities say there's no specific or credible threats and that the fencing is just a precaution.
Or Pelosi, back up.
Right. San Francisco Mayor London Breed is caught maskless at a nightclub. This, despite her city's own health department requiring everyone to wear masks.
A lot about that in there earlier. But still, this is something that the administration has to own, especially if they're selling us that this over-the-horizon capability is going to be enough to deal with Al-Qaeda and ISIS-K, which clearly...
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from boss that you have to finish before the big meetings.
What we hear, and look, there might just be nothing new tonight, but it just feels police have, in the last few days gone into the home. We know the police recovered the van from the home. I don't know if they've been inside the home, but so that's one thing that's going on right now. I believe right now is that police are inside the home of Brian Laundrie. And then another thing, a couple other things going on. The Grand County, Utah Sheriff's Office announced they have determined there is no connection between what happened with Gabby Petito and Brian, whatever happened between them, and the case of the two women from Moab, Utah, who were murdered around the time that Gabby and Brian were in Moab, Utah. So again, the Grand County Sheriff's Office has said the murder of the two women is not related to this case. And one other thing that's been going on, which is kind of weird, is there were some stations and some reporters saying there was supposed to be a press conference late today or tonight from Grand Teton National Park, and then I saw an announcement that that press conference had been canceled. So it was a little odd because you had some reporters and some news stations saying we're going to have this press conference live from Grand Teton National Park, which is the last place that Gabby Petito is believed to have been, or known to have been. So I'm not sure about that, but I know a focus is there because that is, I guess the correct way to say is the last place she's believed to have been is Grand Teton National Park. But that's a place that's being searched. And there was a couple of reporters and news outlets saying there's going to be a press conference, and then I saw an announcement from a news outlet saying the press conference is canceled. So you got all this, it just feels like stuff is going on. When all these things start happening, it feels like stuff is going on. So I'm going to bring you the latest updates here. And I don't know, maybe we'll get no updates the rest of the night. But I did want to come on in the live update because all this stuff is kind of coming out. Oh, look, hear this. Northport community members tell WFLA they saw several law enforcement officers walk inside Brian Laundrie's home moments ago. We'll hopefully post that video shortly. This is from Nico Clemens. Okay?
Somebody over here.
Yeah, it was definitely a prayer meeting for sure.
Somebody opened the door, you said?
Yeah, somebody opened the door before the officer came. First he stopped there, so I'm assuming he called the private family and said, I'm here. Right. They pulled in, officer came out in uniform.
Hopefully they'll start to speak.
And then they all came out of the van
About 5 individuals walked in?
Yeah.
So they say about 5 individuals went inside the house. Now remember also, Brian and Brian's parents have not spoken to law enforcement, have not given them any information from what we've heard. So I don't know what's going on. That's a report from Nico Clemens. I wonder if he's at the scene. He is with WFLA. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm just, we've heard a number of things happening in the last couple hours, a number of updates on this, and it just feels like stuff is developing when you start hearing more and more of these things. Let me see if I can find the thing about the press conference being canceled. See, like this, look at WFLA. This was like a half an hour ago. Officials cancel Wyoming news conference on Gabby Petito. So what was going on? Why was there a news conference that some stations were reporting on? And then it didn't happen. Officials cancel Wyoming news conference on Gabby Petito. This is from News Channel 8.
Regina hides along the coast. She activates super boost and puts on a pair of gray sunglasses.
Gray? I don't think so. If you want to be bold, you have to go off script.
Experience the all-electric Cadillac Lyric.
We turn next year this evening to the growing concern at the southern border. Nearly 13,000 migrants huddling under a bridge in Texas, mostly from Haiti after that devastating earthquake. ABC's Marcus Moore tonight from Texas.
Tonight, city leaders declaring a state of emergency in the small Texas town of Del Rio. Nearly 13,000 men, women, and children have converged on the border town to seek asylum, and they're being held in squalid conditions in this temporary staging area under the Del Rio International Bridge.
What you see behind me are individuals have not even been processed or detained.
The shade under the bridge offering little escape from stifling triple-digit heat, food and clean water becoming scarce.
This is as bad as I've ever seen it.
Governor Greg Abbott ordering state police and National Guard to assist overwhelmed border agents. Sources say the majority of the migrants are from Haiti, the nation still reeling from the assassination of its president and last month's earthquake. More than 208,000 apprehensions were reported at the southern border in August, a 317% increase over the same month last year. Today, DHS Secretary Alexander Mayorkas saying that they are working to address the influx, stating they will employ the use of Title 42, a Trump-era health policy which permitted the expulsion of migrants without allowing them to seek asylum.
We have authorities by reason of that special circumstance, and we will exercise those authorities.
And David, more people could be on the way. Officials anticipate that an additional 8,000 men and women could come here over the next several days. Customs and Border Protection officials trying to get a handle on the situation that seems to be getting worse. David.
Marcus Moore in Del Rio tonight. Marcus, thank you.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Piggy Pig. It's weird when people start asking about my socks, yo. It's kind of weird, but not really, because I do have, like, cool socks. And I like wearing cool socks. But I don't ever really ask people, like, yo, what kind of socks you got on? But for some reason, people like to ask that question. I got on some Nike footies. I don't got cool socks on today, man. I got on some regular white Nike footies, yo. Trying to find something else in the news.
But I'm not. This is actually how it looks. It's made of rubber. And it's quite heavy. Next we have this liquid that actually boils with the temperature of your hand. Now listen to this sound. That's the sound of the teeth clapping together. These are some of the most bizarre items that I own. First off, we have a brick of money that looks like it's out of a video game. Like, look at this thing. It doesn't even look real. This looks like I'm blurring it in real time, but I'm not. This is actually how it looks. It's made of rubber. It's quite heavy. Next, we have this liquid that actually boils with the temperature of your hand. Watch. Here it goes. Lastly, we have the most bizarre coin purse I've ever seen. This feels like real stubble. The skin feels real. This is from a Japanese artist named DJ Do. Teeth look real. You can open the mouth. And so you're supposed to put a chain through here, wear it around your neck, and you can put your change in his mouth. Now listen to this sound. That's the sound of the teeth clapping together.
That is so weird.
This is an invisibility shield. Now, it looks like a piece of plastic that doesn't do much. It basically uses lenticular lenses to bend light around the subject. So, watch me stand behind this and my legs completely disappear. Pretty cool. Alright, I'm gonna call my dog. I'm gonna hide right here to see if he can see me. Obi!
That invisibility shit been around for a minute though.
Friends would walk up to me and just be like, "What the f is in your mug?" And I would just tell them, "It's mud." I was drinking tons of coffee.
Z-Pack, Z-Dog MD, Dr. Vinay Prasad, VP. Pleasure to be back. What is up, son? It's been a while. Listen, just having you here is going to get me canceled on Twitter. I've had doctors. Oh my God! VP blocked me. He said stuff about kids and he's not a pediatrician. Oh boy. Can we cancel The Atlantic for featuring his piece? Well, what even did you talk about in The Atlantic?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of calls to unsubscribe to The Atlantic. They must have lost, I don't know, 10 or 15 readers over this. What did I write? I wrote an article about the case for masking young children. Of course, you know in this country that the AAP and the CDC says mask kids too, and on up. And even though the WHO says don't mask your child under 6. And I wrote an article about what do we know about masking school-age children. And I think people have overstated the evidence. We really don't know a lot. And we don't know if it slows the spread of the virus in schools. And we really don't know what the long-term downsides might be to these kids. And so that was the article. It was written in The Atlantic. People got a little hot under the collar.
It was purely saying we haven't scienced this up.
Correct.
Can we talk about that?
Correct.
It's not saying, oh, don't mask kids or whatever. And, you know, a lot of people reach out and they're like, well, but, you know, does VP know that kids get sick? And he's not a pediatrician, so he doesn't understand that we're seeing these kids in the hospital. And yet these are in areas, like the areas where the most aggressive masking stuff is, where the highest vaccination rates are, where there's already a cocooning effect from adults being vaccinated. But yet that's where, like, the most outrage seems to be.
Yeah, and I think those were two of the points that I heard. One of the point was, there are many kids being hospitalized right now in some states. And my counter-argument to that is, the point I'm making about masking the kids in school is, if we really don't know if that helps, and it turns out that that doesn't help, then you can be spending great deals of political capital getting that to happen, and you will still have the problem of the kids coming in to the hospital. And if you really want to reduce that problem, you've got to do things that work, and not things that merely appear to work, but you don't know for sure they work. And so that's why I'm pushing for cluster randomized trials. The next thing I'd say is, he's not a pediatrician. Well, true. But one can't train in everything. But what is VP's skill set? VP is somebody who studies the evidence and the quality of medical evidence, and empirical appraisals of medical evidence. That's what I've been doing for 10 plus years. And that put me in a very good position to judge the evidence here. And also, many pediatricians agree with me. In fact, probably the majority of pediatricians in Europe agree with me, and that's why the United Kingdom has never masked a child under the age of 12 in their schools as a mandate, ever. Through Delta Wave, through nothing. They've never done it. They've never masked a caregiver
Right, so
taking care of a baby
I
in daycare
actually
in the
need
United
to
Kingdom in the entire pandemic.
I want to
So
keep
our
some of
masking
these
policies
colors
are
on
far
here.
beyond our peer nation, and that is not justified by good evidence. And that's the point of my Atlantic article that, rubs some people the wrong way.
Well, I've lost 3 viewers over this, VP, for having you on.
God.
You know what's funny is kids are smarter than us. I'm just telling you. I mean, they're dummies, Like they do really dumb things, but they're way smarter than adults. Because my 13-year-old son, by the way, finally back in school. Because guess what? She's in public school in the Bay Area, and they've been shut down forever. But guess what? The private schools have been wide open because
always this two-tier system.
It's a two-tier system.
Yeah.
So she comes home after the first week of school, and she's like, Dad, I have a question. So they make us mask in the classes. I have no problem with that. Kid, they honestly, they don't care. Right? They don't care. They want to see their friends. They don't care.
They'd rather be in school than be at home.
Dude, my kids are so happy. It almost brought tears to my eyes. They're like, oh my God. I dropped my 10-year-old off at her elementary school. Again, public, all public. She runs. I see her run to this gaggle of girls, and they're hugging and chest bumping, and I'm like, God, it makes you want to cry.
I gotta say this. I mean, I think that what that shows you is that this last year where it was closed, that was one of the greatest policy failures
of all time.
Of all time. It didn't need to be closed. And what we did to these kids, it serves no purpose. And we can
none of it. So she comes home and she's like, Dad, so I have a question. So they make us mask in class. That's fine. Then for lunch, we take our masks off. We sit like this, like sardines. We're spitting and shouting at each other and sharing food. And the very next period, they send us outdoors at our Olympic-sized track to run a mile with mandatory masks on. And actually, she had to stop and like tripod to catch her breath, so she takes the mask off. PE teacher yelled at her for taking her mask off. But they can shout at each other this close at lunch. So she's like, does this make sense? Is it scientifically valid? And I'm like, what do you think?
I think what you're highlighting is a terrible story, but it reveals the naked contradictions in our policy. I mean, the American Academy of Pediatrics policy masking 2-year-olds is that they wear the mask in daycare, except the 2 hours they take a nap and sleep side by side in a room, often with limited ventilation. So what am I to think? Does the virus take a nap too?
Yeah, definitely got to get more colors on here.
Are people really alleging that everybody in the United Kingdom, they just don't love or care about children? That people in Norway don't care about children? Because these policies are very different in our peer nations. And other nations that, surprise, surprise, they care about children too. The reason there are differences is we have never invested scientific capital in studying to learn which of these policies helps. I think it's fair to say, it's very plausibly the case, that masking outdoors didn't help anybody because outdoor transmission of COVID is so fleetingly rare.
Even Delta.
Even with Delta. Yeah. Outdoor transmission is not the place where it's happening. That's one. Two, children. Children have much lower risk of acquiring the virus and lower risk of bad outcomes. There's an elegant study that Alistair Munro tweeted from the United Kingdom that looked at the risk of hospitalization for COVID based on whether or not you're vaccinated and based on your age. And it really shows that kids under the age of 18 who were unvaccinated, or kids under the age of 12 were unvaccinated, their risk of being hospitalized with COVID is less than a 40-year-old who was vaccinated. So why are we imposing such burdens on them if the 40-year-old would happily go to a bar, happily fly across the country, happily go on vacation to Hawaii or wherever? Why are we imposing such great burdens on children? It's irrational. And I guess that was the thesis of my Atlantic article. Some people were able to process it, but other people revealed, I think, an inability to hear things and see things and read things that conflicted with their pre-existing views. And so just like they canceled their subscription to The Atlantic, I suggested that they really need to cancel their subscription to their eyes and ears, because that's what's going to reveal information to them that they might not like.
That may be contrary.
Maybe contrary.
That may be contrary. Yeah, it's been frustrating because the other criticism I think that you get a lot, I get it sometimes too, is that why are we so contrary? It's like everything we say is contrary to whatever mainstream is saying. Everything we say is contrary to what media is saying. Is it just that we're contrarians? How do you think about that? Because I know how I think about it.
I guess what I would say is that that's if you were to make a map of all the views I hold, you would find the vast majority of those views
are mainstream.
Yeah. Why do we spend time using our talents, if you call them talents, or our skills, focusing on some issues?
I prefer burden.
It's a burden. It's a burden of knowledge. But why do we focus on some issues, not other issues? Well, there's a lot of issues that are irrational views held by irrational people. We could beat our head against the wall on them, but we're not going to change their minds because they are irrational people.
Right.
There are a lot of rational views held by rational people. We could preach to the choir. We could become cheerleaders for those views. But again, we're not going to be changing anyone's mind or pushing any differently, and we'll just be adding to what people already say or believe.
I believe we call that virtue signaling.
Yeah, we call that virtue signaling.
With the irrational, talking about irrationality in irrational people, that's futility.
That's futility.
So what are we doing?
So what we're doing is we're picking issues where rational people who are normally thoughtful, careful, willing to reconsider views, are holding irrational beliefs. And that's why I put my energy, because that's where I feel my talents are best served. And in this case, I think it is not, I don't know how long it's going to take, but very soon people will wake up and they'll say, did you know that for 18 months during this pandemic, we literally masked 2-year-olds in daycare for the majority of the day? And did you know we never ran a cluster randomized trial of masking kids? We actually have no idea if that still is a spread of SARS-CoV-2. Their compliance is quite poor because the compliance of adults in very carefully watched settings, a paper from JAMA that appears about stadium use, shows compliance is 3 out of 4, even when you're watched and you have to do it. What is the compliance with 2-year-olds? What is the benefit of masking when take it off to nap? And where is that magic age? So the other thing I cited in my Atlantic piece was data from Catalan in Spain,
Mike,
where the mask mandate started at 6, and they show the rates of SARS-CoV-2 at every age group. And so 5, they're not doing it, and 6, they are doing it. And you see the line.
What's this? Black, some Prussian blue, some ultramarine blue, some radiant turquoise, some cerulean blue hue, and some titanium white. Then we got some alizarin crimson and some phthalo red. What purple is this? Oxidized or something? Dioxine purple. And then we got, this is some cerulean there too. So I use these reds in this combination to lighten or darken the purple. And so yeah, just some blues and purples up here. And we're going to try to focus on the fabric. It's basically blues and purples in there. And we're gonna like just brighten it up one more layer, add some highlights, and get those, try to get the bright areas brighter and some smoother transitions in some areas. But if we can focus on the very background, which is the fabric, after that we can detail the bottle, the glass, and finish up the movies at the bottom there. And so that's it. We're just gonna kind of focus on this fabric for a little while. I want to tighten up these transitions in there, and like I said, just some of the highlights on the creases to get them to pop a little bit more. But it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Like I said, just one more layer of some highlights and just kind of smoothing it out a little bit more. I think it'll be alright. And underneath here, I definitely want to work on this transition some more from that shadow underneath the cup there to that highlighted spot. Right. Let's see. Now if I can maybe something like that. Alright, this is a work in progress, people. We're getting down to the final few layers. There's, like I said, there's just maybe 1 or 2 more layers to go over this before I can start feeling comfortable with saying it's finished. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I've been working on this piece for a while. I had to put it to the side for a while to work on some commission work. But I recently got invited to do a show at Marquise Art and Frame in Scranton. So, yeah, I just want to have some new stuff. I've been doing so many commissions this year that I've really haven't produced as many personal pieces as I would have liked to. So, like I said, I'll probably just probably fall back from commissions for a minute, and so I can get some of these paintings finished, so that I can have a pretty good show and show my viewers some of these new ideas I've been working on, because I think they're pretty cool. Always trying to put people in my little world, you know what I'm saying, especially when it comes to my reader series. I just really try to bring people into the realm of understanding that I have acquired from reading certain authors and literature, and so I share that as much as I can with the reader series. And fortunately, I have had people say, I did buy a copy of that book because I saw it in your painting. And so now, just to try to bring people into my world again, I figured I would do some still lifes of different things that I'm really interested in. Like some of my favorite anime movies. This was pretty easy pick right here for the movies I wanted to put in this. I've always been thinking about this for a while. Anyway, like, I wonder if anyone would be receptive if I painted like something Ghost in the Shell. And so just trying to do a retake on the classic still life that I think is actually coming out pretty cool right now. So I like it, and as long as I like it, I figure it's at least one or two other people may enjoy it, and that's enough. You know, it just could be the three of us, and we can talk about, you know, Ghost in the Shell or Akira. I actually watched Ghost in the Shell last night again for like the 30,000th time probably. All right, so here, let's let's get these brushes wet.
This is a classic type of design called regression discontinuity, which means that if you image something at an age cutoff, what you should see is a step down. Like there should be a hop hit to the wrist, could be going up, up, up by age, and then you get to 6, it goes down because the masks have an effect, and then it goes up, up again. But what you see is a very straight line, and where you put the masking had nothing to do with the spread of SARS-CoV-2 by age, suggesting that we might be doing this, it might make us feel better, but it might not actually slow the spread of the virus. And so the thing I'll connect it to is if somebody's going to say, you know, VP's message is putting kids at risk, that is contingent on the idea that you know for sure this works. And my whole message is you don't know for sure this works. Do the things that work, and to do the things that work, you have to apply science.
Ah, science? What's that? Yeah. I haven't seen science in a while.
I know what hashtag science is, and I know what hashtag...
Follow the science.
I know what follow the science, I know what hashtag science, I know what science communicators on Twitter are. What I don't know is who's a real scientist left. I don't know who they are.
Yeah. It's very hard to find. Tell me about this Bangladeshi mask study that everyone's talking about.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, it's an impressive effort. A cluster randomized controlled trial, 600 village, 300,000 people, randomized to one of 3 strategies. 1, the usual care strategy, do nothing. 2, cloth masking. And a 3rd strategy of a surgical mask. And what they found was, the primary aim of this study is, if you have symptoms consistent with SARS-CoV-2, you were invited to submit blood, and we checked the blood for antibodies against the virus. Okay, so serology confirmed symptoms. There's a secondary endpoint of just having symptoms, but it turns out that most people who just have symptoms, they actually don't test positive for the virus. So that's not a very useful endpoint. That's just like, do you feel like you have symptoms? Right. The better endpoint is like, do you feel like you have symptoms? And like, did you have COVID? And what they find is that if you have nothing, the rate of SARS-CoV-2 in this community at end of study was 0.75%, 0.76. So 0.75 of 1%. If you wore the cloth mask, it was 0.75 of 1%. It was 0.74. No statistical benefit from cloth masking in this arm, despite a 30 percentage point improvement in masking. Surgical masks was statistically significant. It was 0.67. And so the moment I saw this study, I thought, boy, we screwed up because we have been recommending the wrong mask. And we could have recommended the right mask had we done this study earlier. And the last thing tied to kids, the mask kids wear, guess what mask it is? It's a cloth
mask.
Right. So what people are willing to tell me is, we know for sure that kids benefit from masking, even though they're not just little adults. They're not just mini adults. They are different people with different behavioral patterns. But the mask they're wearing is a mask that didn't even work in adults. It's a bizarre claim.
Wow. You know what's crazy is from the early days when I was quite skeptical of cloth masks, like very overtly skeptical in the very early days of the pandemic, I said, I think cloth masks are garbage. This is all intuition based.
Of course.
I think cloth masks are garbage just because they have wide pores, the virus is small. Surgical masks, that may be a thing, but of course they don't want to spare them from frontline clinicians. So what's the point of even doing anything at that point? And then Monica had the theory that, well, at least you reduce maybe a little bit of this. So maybe you still get infected, but there's an
I got suspicious the moment someone told me I could take a dirty sock and cut the heel off and have masks. That was a clue for me.
It's like, well, so I can basically make my face look like an Ice Cube video from the early 90s, and somehow that's going to prevent the spread of this, right? So again, it's rational people behaving irrationally is where we're pointing out.
And I guess, the Bangladesh study, it can do a lot of things right now. I wrote that article about it, and things like I said is right now the CDC should go to their guidance and do find and replace, and every place that says cloth mask, delete it and put surgical mask.
Yeah.
Because no matter how you feel about this issue, if you're the most ardent mask proponent or even the most vigorous mask skeptic, why would you continue to recommend the mask that was inferior to the other mask? Just at least let's recommend the better mask in this study, right? Can we at least agree on that?
And spin them up production-wise.
Yes.
Right.
Now, I think there are other problems, which is one, this study was adults only, so I don't think it extrapolates to kids, end of story.
Mm-hmm.
Two, this is a study that occurred in a population with a 0% vaccination rate, and probably a baseline seroprevalence, we don't know for sure, but it's probably very close to zero because it was 0.75% of the study, so it's got to be pretty close to zero at the beginning. Does that extrapolate to San Francisco with a 80% first dose vaccination rate? Does it extrapolate to, highly vaccinated states like California?
Right.
I don't know.
Right. It may extrapolate to Alabama, but it won't. Yeah.
And it may extrapolate to Alabama before 30% of them have had COVID already.
Right.
What's their seroprevalence now? I don't know.
It's going to be higher with Delta. Delta's like the great seroprevalence equalizer. Like everybody gets it. Yeah. Well, so here's a question. So apply the same thinking to the new Biden mandate, say, about vaccines. Now, how do you rationally think through the mandate? Because I think about it fairly emotionally, and my emotional thinking is this, and I've done a video on this, which is, why are we giving up on actually having rational conversations with people? Because when you come from the science, you're killing grandma, the shaming and all that, my experience is they actually listen. Like you said, you're never going to convince the irrationally irrational. They're beyond hope. But the rational people that are maybe behaving in a way that isn't in their best interest, according to what we know about vaccines, you can sit down and go, okay, let's align on morality here and belief and come to a decision based on understanding and compassion. I really firmly believe that works because I see it in my email box all the time. What's your rational breakdown of the mandate? Is it a good idea? What's going on?
Yeah, so I guess it's a good question. The way I view it is that what he's doing is he's applying a lot of pressure on people who are unvaccinated to get vaccinated, and he's mostly doing it through employer-based mechanisms, either through OSHA or direct through his federal purview, and the threat is loss of employment. And the way I view it is, you can argue from a legal point of view, you can argue from a rights-based point of view. I just argue from an empirical point of view. Yeah. So I think about how many Americans are there. There's 330 million Americans. How many Americans have already gotten one dose of the vaccine? I think I checked a day ago. It's 209 million Americans. How many Americans have already had SARS-CoV-2? And it's really difficult to get that answer.
Right.
Because we've screwed up, to be honest with you.
We haven't measured it.
What a negligent society, to be honest. I think it's total CDC negligence. They should have been doing serial seroprevalence this whole time, so we should be able to go to a dashboard and find the answer. I looked on their website, and they have a very crude estimate. They say, maybe 20%. There's another paper in JAMA Network Open about Dallas, it's about 18%. So, presumably, ostensibly, maybe, 60, 70 million Americans have already had the virus. Well, there's at least 40-some million cases logged into the database as, like they actually sought medical care, but there's probably this huge bottom part of the iceberg that we don't know. And of that, what's the overlap between people who've had COVID and who've gotten vaccinated? There's some overlap, but there's also some difference because people who may have had natural infection, which, by the way, you've been good about, it's really good, right? Many of them have not been vaccinated. So I will conservatively estimate another 40 million people have natural infection and they have some immunity from that. And then the other thing to point out is that 50 million Americans are under the age of 12, and so they can't be vaccinated no matter what you do.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about 30 million Americans and that's about 9% of the population that the mandate could potentially impact. But there are a few things to discount. One, retirees. You know, if you're retired, you're largely you're not under the thumb of these policies.
You're not mandatable, yeah.
You're not mandatable. Ironically, you're the people who are most at risk of the virus, so that's the population they really need to go after. The next thing is that the curve never plateaued. I mean, it's still going up and up and up. Like, people are, every day, somebody's deciding to be vaccinated. That never stalled. And so the question is, like, how much more will the mandate push beyond the people who would have otherwise gotten it anyway? And so I boil, at the end of this, I come to, what's the maximum upper bound percentage that all these policies can do? What more people are going to get vaccinated? And what about people who are going to quit their job and get pushed out of the workforce? That's the
especially in
negative
healthcare.
side. Especially in healthcare. Some of these places, they can't afford anybody.
Right.
And I say 3 to 7% is my guesstimate for what he might be able to achieve with all this brute force pressure.
Right.
And I don't know about what people will leave the workforce, probably less than 1%. But the bad consequences of those people are going to be tremendously bad consequences. Like, they're going to have they have like a death sentence on their life. Like, you know, where are they going to work? Are they going to be employable? How much unemployment they're going to require? Are we going to give them unemployment? You know, are we going to, what's going to happen to their children and their ability to feed their family, and how, and are going to make them more politically isolated? Who are they going to vote for in the next election cycle? Are they going to be angry? Are they going to lash out? Will there be acts of violence? And all these things are like the negative unintended consequences of this policy. So I put it all together, and I think just as a pure policy analyst, it's not inherently convincing to me that this is a wise strategy. I guess I'm not sold.
As a doctor, I wasn't used to asking for help, especially when it came to subjects outside of medicine.
Yeah. That to me makes a lot of sense, because, and what we don't talk about is the real emotional reactance cost of that action. So we're saying, okay, Biden's gonna go and signal that he follows the science, and and he says literally, we've been patient, we've held your hand, and you refuse to listen. He's telling rational people this as well as irrational people, right? So what happens when they hear that? A concept called emotional reactance that was actually seen in the 1918 pandemic with masking. People, when they're told what to do by someone they don't like or trust, or an authority figure, they can react in a way that's like pushing it right back. And I'm seeing this by people saying, I was going to get the vaccine, and then this guy says, well, you either do it or you do it. And now I'm like, I know it's irrational, but I don't want to do it. Please talk me down from the ledge. You know, it's crazy.
And I guess one thing to point out is, like, you know, you and I have a certain standpoint where we're trying to use reason and explain the risks and benefits and tolerate some differences of opinion.
Right. And tolerate some unvaccinated people.
Yeah.
It's just part of what happens.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, some are just not going to do it no matter what you do.
That's right.
Unless you want to, like, do very horrible things that will hurt society more than it helps.
Exactly right.
And yet we always get emails. Our inboxes are full of people who are like, I got vaccinated because of your mantra.
That's right.
And I think with Biden, one of the things we have to, the truth about it is, like, he is very frustrated. I get it. But why is he frustrated? He's facing inflationary spending that's going to happen. It's about 5% of inflationary spending. He entered the office with this idea that last guy, he didn't follow the science, and that's why this thing has gone on too long. I can end this thing, but now look at it. You know, he hasn't ended it.
It's gotten worse.
It's gotten worse.
Yeah.
So I think from his standpoint as a politician, he feels this. He feels nervous about the situation. And I say this to somebody, you know, I've said this before on the podcast.
You're a progressive.
I'm a progressive. I'm far on the left on most issues. I've written 2 books that are, if you read those books and you put drug policy and a VP's World of Drug Policy went through, that is the most progressive agenda you'll ever hear. So I'm a progressive, and I am sympathetic that government can be used as a force of good. But I do think we cannot discount the fact that the president is under extreme political pressure. And the faster this ends, the better it is for him. But I think that there will be consequences for these actions that may not manifest themselves in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, maybe in 10 years. And that's not good for society.
Oh, and I don't think it's good for the Democrats. Because what's going to happen is all these emotionally reactant people, they're really fired up. I mean, they are pissed.
And what's going to happen if, like, there's a new booster that's a different mRNA construct?
Right.
Let's say, hypothetically, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And are they going to have the political capital to mandate that? No, I think they've just
burned it all. Yeah. And here's the thing. So people will say, well, but we mandate seatbelts, but we mandate childhood vaccines, but we mandate, you know, PPD, healthcare workers, but we mandate, you know, so how do you think about that?
I guess what I would say is like some of the mandates are like occupational mandates where I think that they have, that's one arena. But the other arena that's probably more fitting is like societal mandates, like seatbelts and like childhood vaccines to go to school, etc. Those did work, but they didn't work in 6 weeks. They worked over the course of years. And I remember as a child, we had a policy, and don't go after my mother for this, but our policy was, seatbelts are only necessary in the front seat.
Right.
They weren't necessary in the back seat.
Right.
That was just the attitude.
That's right.
When I grew up.
I bounced around the back in a station wagon, rear facing in a Buick Estate wagon. Bounced around without seatbelts. And only started wearing seatbelts later in life.
I think like some of our seatbelts in the car, like they got stuck in the crevice of the seat. We never found them.
Never found them. And they don't even have a shoulder belt anyway, so they would have bisected you anyway if you got in an accident.
I think we had like a Dodge Caravan that if you got hit, like it'd throw you out the back seat, like it's a street, right?
That's
like
awesome.
one of the classic flaws. But I guess my point here is that yes, it is possible to use these kind of compulsive forces to change behavior, but it doesn't happen overnight, and this needed to happen quick. And sometimes when you need things to happen quick, these brute force things are just not going to do it for you.
Yeah, that's it. Because by the time these things actually were to work, from those incremental, which by the way, I'm not even convinced needs.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Because what's going to happen is people are also naturally going to alter their behavior. Like I think the Delta wave did encourage a lot of vaccination, and then it levels off and so on. And it's natural human behavior. Delta wave will come down, something else will happen or not, right? And this will push its inevitable march to endemicity, where I'm not even sure you would need a vaccine because every child who's born
is going to get it.
Is going to get naturally infected, and they're going to have immunity by the time they're a teen. No one's going to die of it except the rare person that would die of a cold.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that some of the things that are different now in terms of the thinking was like people had this kind of magical idea in January that once we get to 60%, the virus will just go away or something like that. And I think now we are settling in for the realization that whether you've been vaccinated or not, in the course of the next 7 years or 10 years, this virus is going to meet you. You have a date with this virus. Yeah. You can get all the vaccines and boosters you want. You have a date with meeting this virus in the course of your life. That's what an endemic virus means. Now, I'd rather meet the virus when I've been adequately vaccinated, as I have, so I want to meet it on that terms.
Right.
But I'm not going to avoid meeting it. And I guess this blends into like what's going on college campuses and this delusion.
Yeah, tell me about this. What's happening on college campuses? Because I feel like we have again taken rational people and caused them through fear and unreasoning and tribalism to behave irrationally.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't have a good explanation for what's going on because
what is going on? What are they doing?
What is going on? What's going on? Many of these college campuses have required everyone to be vaccinated, everyone to be masked in classes. In fact, I've heard it's so stringent that if you're in a class and you want to take a sip of coffee, you're not even allowed to lower your mask to sip the coffee. You're not allowed to. You have to go in the hallway and sip coffee.
I would quit college. What was college was all about sipping coffee loudly in class.
You need it. I mean, this is one of the most addictive substances on earth. I need it. Okay, to do that.
We need to get a cigarette after this, by the way. Speaking of addictive, you really want to be addicted.
We don't smoke.
We don't. But we want to.
We really don't.
We want to be cool.
I guess, I wish I were cool. I'll never be
So
that.
speaking of cool, back to college.
Back to college. Test weekly. Or some stringent testing of an asymptomatic population. And what they do is when they have test positivity, they're just enacting more and more rules. Brown, you're not allowed to have indoor dining, only takeout dining. You're allowed to hang out with like 2 other people. There's some college in Connecticut that I think is like incredibly draconian. You have to wear a mask outside. You have to Duke, you have a mask outside.
At Duke?
Vaccinated, asymptomatic, masked person outside. What are we doing? And here's the thing. These are pockets where they're doing extreme measures. Then you go off campus.
And everybody's like, in Duke, you think North Carolina? Come on. And here's the funny thing. We think, this is just these, college campuses. Stanford University Medical Center.
Yes.
My wife tells me now that if you have, first of all, you have to be vaccinated.
Of course.
So that's fine, whatever. Second of all, you have to mask. Fine, that's cool, whatever. Surgical mask, hey. Third of all, test every week.
Yeah, I know.
Every week.
And here's what I think people are missing. Something it gives me comfort to know that you're testing negative every week. I'm like, sure, you may feel more comforted by it, but the question is there empirical evidence that as a result of doing this, fewer people are getting sick? And the answer is no. And we have forgotten these companies have hijacked their way into doing this. These companies have bamboozled all these college administrators into paying for this
Antigen testing.
Offering models that suggest it'll make the campus quote unquote more safe, or that if you didn't do it, you have an unmitigated disaster. Parents are buying into it as well. Where is the empirical evidence? Where is the randomized studies that this actually does anything? And some of the people who are vocal proponents for this are consultants for or being paid by these companies. This is the same problem we have in the pharmaceutical industry that I've written about. I don't say this to. I say this because it does. The evidence is frankly lacking. And what is the goal? Like, these college kids are going to encounter the virus over the course of 7 to 10 years. What are you trying to accomplish right now? Somebody says, well, we don't want to exacerbate the Delta wave. The Delta wave is not in liberal Connecticut with a 90% vaccination rate. The Delta wave is not on Stanford campus right now. The Delta wave is in places where they're not going to do this because they don't have the political capital to do this. So the places where they're making your daughter wear a mask running outside aren't places suffering in the throes of a Delta wave. They're not places where the hospitals are at capacity. The places where that's happening, they're not doing those things.
Yeah.
So what is this? What is this schizophrenia we suffer from?
It's all. I really think that so much of it is just tribalism, virtue signaling, trying to show this kind of hygiene theater. We just went downstairs there and we had to put our masks on. We're both vaccinated. People are like all awkward in the elevator. The whole thing is.
Once you get a cup of coffee, how many times did I take my mask on?
Put it on, touching your face, putting the mask on.
Looking for it in my pocket.
But both of us highly vaccinated. It's
with strong immune system, so we probably make really good titers.
Oh man, my antibodies, dude! I could just smear them on the wall. I got so much extra. Speaking of which, tell me about this FDA booster. These two cats at the FDA. So by the way, your YouTube channel, people should check it out. How do you find it?
I don't know. It's Vinay Prasad MD or something like that.
Vinay Prasad. Just search Vinay Prasad.
Something very catchy.
It'll show up. MD, MPA. It's really getting a lot of attention because you talked about these two FDA. They're not just randos at the FDA.
No, they're two people that really matter. They are the head and the deputy head of vaccine research and review, Philip Krause and Marion Gruber, and they both resigned. And it's been reported in multiple news outlets that the reason of the resignation was political pressure by the Biden administration to approve boosters on a very fast timeline, and they felt that was unwarranted. They published in the last week in the Lancet a long and stinging rebuke of the case for boosters. And I guess
across the board, or just with the
they're focusing on healthy people.
Healthy people, right? Yeah.
So far the boosters have an EUA for people who have had solid organ transplant or a quote equivalent immunosuppression.
That's a high level of immunity.
Correct.
That's like no immune system. Yeah.
Yes. It's not somebody with just a touch of asthma.
Right. Or an elderly person even.
It's not. It's not. But I think in medical practice people may be stretching it.
Right.
But it is certainly a very high level of immunosuppression. The immunosuppression that I encounter on bone marrow transplant service around somebody who's gotten B-cell depleting therapy, but not the average person. Now we're talking about boosters for the average person. That's a different ballgame, and I think it's a very important discussion because we're going to be talking about millions and millions of inoculations. There is a potential for benefit. It's theoretically possible a booster will lower the risk of severe disease. It's also possible that that's more likely to happen in an 80-year-old than a 28-year-old. It's also possible that there's going to be some more adverse events you did not anticipate, such as myocarditis might be a little bit higher with dose 3 than dose 2, and it might preferentially affect boys in a certain age group just as it has with dose 2. And I think when you want to approve a booster, you really need to know that the upward benefit exceeds the harm.
Yeah.
And I think the whole point of these articles is that we don't know, and we're basing these kinds of decisions on a lot of fragmented, confounded data that comes out of Israel of vaccine efficacy that has a lot of problems with it.
Yeah, what's wrong with that data? Because Monica was talking a little bit about it. They only use Pfizer. They vaccinated everyone all at once, 3 weeks apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I guess there's so many problems. One problem is we don't vaccinate all people equally. We start with the frailest and oldest and vaccinate other people last. And so if you look at vaccine efficacy at 9 months, who got the vaccine 9 months ago? It wasn't 20-year-old people. It was the oldest people.
I see.
Okay, so that's that one thing. The second thing is the people you're comparing it against, vaccine efficacy is the ratio of rates of infections among those vaccinated against rates of infection among those not vaccinated. But among those not vaccinated, as time goes on, a higher fraction of them have natural immunity, and so they cannot be infected. But the real efficacy of the vaccine is if you have not yet been infected, is it better to be vaccinated or not vaccinated, and what's the probability of benefit? And so they're not always capturing the thing of interest. There's some other confounding. There's the challenge of the other challenge is they're giving boosters. And then they say, well, like, people who got boosters are less likely to be infected than people who didn't get boosters. But who are the people who are eager to get boosters? That's not the average person. It's the person who's the most prudent, meticulous, fearful, reluctant to go out. They have different behavioral patterns. And so this is all really... There's one solution. Oh, sorry, go on. Finish.
No, I was going to say, I can confirm that the people who are interested in boosters are the most anxious, most fearful, most masked up, most living in a bubble.
Most on Twitter.
Most on Twitter. But I will literally get emails that are like, I'm 35. I was vaccinated in January. I've been living in a bubble even with the vaccine. When can I get a booster? Do you think I can get it off label? It's that level of fear.
I mean, I have sympathy for these people because I think...
Well, we've generated a fear contagion.
Yeah, the media's done it.
Yeah.
I think that I wish that like everyone could like see that graph that Alistair Munro tweeted from this UK study of like risk of getting SARS-CoV-2 by vaccination status and by age, because you see this huge gradient by age, and you have to put in perspective like a vaccinated 20-year-old person, a vaccinated 30-year-old person, an unvaccinated child. Your risk is not the same as a vaccinated 80-year-old and unvaccinated 80-year-old. That's a catastrophic risk. You need to seize risk and think about it. In terms of your life and other things, risks you tolerate. Life will never be zero risk. And you can't let the media's sensationalism drive a rational decision that takes away something important to us, social connections and getting outside.
Yeah, which has a huge cost when you take it away. Depression, all these things, they actually manifest physically in the form of health. You had said, okay, we have a solution for this, the way out of this. We talked about the Israeli data. What was that?
I think it's a randomized control trial where you just take a lot of healthy people and you randomize booster, no booster, and you see is there a reduction in hospitalization. But what we learned today was in documentation that's going to be presented this week at the Vaccine Advisory Board that Pfizer is making the case that they are going to try to justify a third dose shot based on an uncontrolled study of boosters in people who've gotten 2 doses using the antibody titer as the endpoint. And it's a non-inferiority study, so they don't have to be better than you were at dose 2. They are just non-inferior to what you were in dose 2, which I think is an incredibly soft endpoint, weak analysis, historical control, just not acceptable in my mind for the widespread vaccination of millions of people. And this is why, and this is not exactly why, but this is the issue over which these 2 people resigned. These are people with 30 years of experience in the FDA.
Kind of looking nice.
When they resign, it's a big deal. If they resign under Donald J. Trump, the internet.
If you want to continue to watch, I am live
there would have been so many tweets and the whole internet would be down.
I've been here for a couple
because
hours.
it's happening in this administration, people are not getting worked up about it, but it's a huge deal. I mean, you cannot run a political system that puts so much pressure on these people if they resign. I just don't think it's acceptable. I think it's a catastrophic error.
I got to the bathroom break.
He says he does not think that it is a good idea that Borla, the CEO of Pfizer, is coming out and saying, yeah, we're planning booster in the absence of FDA.
The timeline was the first thing Borla said it. They got pushback from CDC and Fauci. Then they had the meeting at the White House. Right. Then the Surgeon General came out and said it. Fauci came out and said it. And then the FDA said, hey, easy, Tiger. They walked it back in the New York Times. I mean, it's been quite a roller coaster ride. I mean, this is exactly... We had been worried all this time that the heavy hand of politics is going to weigh on the FDA. This is the moment.
This is the moment.
This is the moment.
This is what's happening.
This is when it's happening.
Right.
This is when it's happening.
It's the equivalent of if Trump had somehow pressured FDA to approve the vaccine before the election.
He wanted
he wanted to, I know. But think of the shit show it would have been, right? Like the left would have lost its mind. And no one on the left would have gotten that vaccine. Not one. They would have been like, well, this is a Trump vaccine. I'm not doing. But now what's happening is the same. Well, no, but we need a third shot. In Israel, they're talking about a 4th shot. And this is all Pfizer, by the way.
Yes, right.
This is all Pfizer. By the way, I'm Team Moderna just because I didn't choose Moderna. Moderna was me. Yeah, I own stock. It's just, NIH, I don't know, or a German company. I'm a jingoist. I'm like, USA, baby. But it is really distasteful what we're seeing. And those 2 resigned because of it. And this was something that you talked about being very eloquent.
I mean, it's been in multiple news outlets. That was at least one of the key reasons. It would be great to have them testify. And then I guess what I would say about this booster is like, this is the threshold. What will be the 4th booster, 5th booster, 6th booster? If the endpoint is non-inferior
antibodies,
then there's no end to it. There'll be 100 boosters.
What do we really care about? We care about people getting sick, hospitalized, dying, even infection. I've said this. I don't care. It's just going to speed it towards endemicity.
And one more point about hospitalizations. Zweig has a nice article in The Atlantic about like the threshold for hospitalization has fallen. Like among hospitalized patients, the percent requiring oxygen has declined over time. Like we're hospitalizing less sick people over time.
Oh,
So
I've
it's-
felt that too in what
Right.
I've heard. Because like everybody seems like, well, I spent a week in the hospital just because, you know, my
Yeah.
stat was 92, and they were like, we want it to be 95.
That's like at least 92 is worse than like some people spend the week in the hospital 96, 97, 98.
Because you know,
Yeah.
science.
Be safe.
Right.
But I guess I think you're hitting on a point. The booster, the colleges, these policies don't make sense if your worldview is we got to live this virus forever.
Right.
It's going to get us in our noses. The best thing you can do is get people some vaccine in them, or some natural immunity, so that they have better fighting chances of when they encounter it again. And again, I want to be clear. I'm not endorsing people like
Go out and have a party with
no,
COVID. Yeah.
that was silly. That would be silly. I'm not endorsing it. What I'm saying is, if they happen to have already acquired it,
Yeah.
you can ease up on the massive vice-like pressure you're placing on them.
The jackbooted thug on your neck. Yeah.
You can maybe settle for one dose, settle for a compromise, make some antibody that you give them some credit. Even Israel allows them to get their pass. If
Right.
they-
Immune passport.
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't have to crush them with this. That's not going to.
And they hate it, by the way.
I know.
Yeah.
And I guess I
You've
do
been
feel
through
bad.
COVID. You've been through COVID. And then they're saying, well, you got to get 2 doses of this thing that's going to make you feel crap.
How does this follow the science? I mean, I really want let's pick like an example. You have a 16-year-old boy. He's had COVID. He recovered from it, and you're going to tell him he needs 2 doses to attend public school, which is what some districts are doing. How is that just? I think that's part of it. That's insane.
And you know what it
It's
does?
just so
It
insane.
drives the most vulnerable people to the disease. Like we're talking about people in the South, high obesity levels, lots of metabolic disease, African Americans, Latinos, these populations that are skeptical of this thing, right? Then they say, well, now you got to get it. What's natural immunity? I don't know what that is, and so on. Follow the science. Well, now they're even driven further away because of the psychological reactance and the distrust, which is actually deserved because these guys aren't following what rational people ought to do in this situation, looking at risk. And you mentioned earlier risk. Nobody looks at risk for themselves accurately. Half the emails I get, people just misapprehend risk. The other half, they're saying, listen, I'm at no risk because I'm 50, I'm ripped. Like I run a mile a day, I do this and that. And I'm like, well, but even that, you got to understand, it's an age gradient.
Yeah.
You can be in the best shape as a 90-year-old and still die of COVID. Right. So we really ought to be spending our time talking about that, educating that compassionately. And the other problem is we're so tribalized. We think our side is good, the other side pure evil. How's that going to function in the world? Because it's not accurate.
Maybe we should talk about that Mandrola, Tracy Howe, Gally Krug paper.
Tell me about this. John Mandrola, really rational cardiologist out of Kentucky.
Genuine good guy.
Genuine good guy.
Genuine good guy.
We followed each other for a long time on Twitter.
Thoughtful guy, super nice guy.
I've actually hit him up for cardiology advice for like my dad who has AFib, and like he's just a really good clinician who's one of those guys who does not do something unless it's indicated.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So these 4 authors were very interested in the rates of myocarditis, particularly for boys, particularly for younger people, and they performed an analysis of the vaccine surveillance database that came out with a rate of myocarditis after dose 2 of 1 in 6,800. That was their rough thing. What they did was they got all the reports. Mandrola, I think as a cardiologist, adjudicated the reports. They're looking for people, the time course fits. These kids had elevations in troponin. They may have had electrocardiogram disturbances. They may have had MRI, but not necessarily because MRIs don't fall from trees. They're not easy to get a cardiac MRI in a child. Okay, so they had their standard, the thing. That one of the authors, I think, made an app where he put all the reports in the app, so you can go and check to see if you like how they code it, or if you don't like it, you can code it however way you want to code it. And they published this preprint, and I think it was a good and noble and well-intended effort to try to estimate this thing. And the end result they get, 1 in 6,800. Well, that's comparable with Science Magazine reported that Israel said the rate was between 1 in 3,000, 1 in 6,000 in months ago. Norway says the rate is about 1 in 10,000. There's a paper out from Ontario government, Ontario province in Canada, that says for a slightly higher age group, the rate was 1 in 3,800. My point is just that their estimate is, more or less in the same ballpark of many other estimates from many other countries with many different authors and many different data sets.
So these are higher estimates, though, than what, say, has been pitched by CDC or whatever, 1 in 30,000.
Yeah, but I think, yes, but I also think, it's been a while since I checked the last CDC on it. but I thought it was like 1 in 14K was like the last.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I guess I would say like it's actually like when you start talking about these kinds of numbers, it's like it's just not like substantively high.
Yeah, these aren't order of magnitude differences.
Right, it's
Yeah.
not a magnitude difference.
Right,
That's
right,
a way to put it. And I guess okay, fine, they have their estimate, and you know, like all these estimates, you know, it's not perfect. And you know what? What like who we should be angry at? How do we live in 2021 and we can't even know this answer? Like we should be able to like actually know this answer, right?
Right.
And like,
Well, it generates distrust because then how do you trust the VAERS database if you can't even figure out how prevalent myocarditis is? How are we missing other side? I don't think we are, but the question is,
people feel that way.
People feel that way.
I mean, we just don't have a great surveillance system. And like one of the limitations of VAERS is that it's easy to attribute things not due to the vaccine to the vaccine.
That's right.
But the thing that they did as a strength was they got this cardiologist to look through the reports, and in his best judgment, does he think it's related? And it turns out that kids don't just have spontaneous troponin leaks all the time.
Right.
So I mean, you know, he's got some things going for him. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the point about the paper. That's not what interests me. What interests me is the response to the paper. You know, it's an estimate in line with other estimates. It draws attention to this fact. This is something that needs to be studied. In fact, there's at least 6 post-marketing commitments, I think, that to study this, including one where they measure random troponins in kids to look for subclinical myocarditis that doesn't even present. This is a big issue. And also the reason it's so important is that the risk of the virus as you go down in age, it falls by like order of magnitude as you go down. It's a log-fold slope. So these small risks really do matter a lot in decision making. Anyway, so they publish the thing, and then the backlash comes on Twitter. You know, they're anti-vax, I've heard them called. Some people said that like if you quote unquote misuse VAERS, which I don't believe that they misuse it, but that you should lose your medical license, that they should lose their medical license, that you know, and then it gets even worse. And then one person was like, I won't even have a beer with John Mandrola. I was like, you won't even have a drink with him, man? God damn.
That's
You hate John
straw.
Mandrola. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess what I think is like I'm really troubled that like these aren't just bots and they aren't just wackadoodles.
No, these are big people on Twitter.
These are like real doctors, real colleagues, and they've lost their shit. Lost it. They're so disinhibited. They're so locked in a worldview that they think this guy should lose his medical license. I mean, we're in a dark place.
They did the same thing to Jay Bhattacharya in the beginning with his seroprevalence study.
I think they're still after him. They should like be banned from Stanford.
And the medical boards are putting out letters to their people at ABIM, which by the way is a corrupt, horrible.
I know. I follow Wes.
Organization. Yeah, Wes and Paul Tierstein, who's been on my show. They're a money-generating entity that's just all pure just corruption as far as I'm concerned. And again, take that with a grain of salt, but I get angry about it.
They don't spread.
They sent out and said you can't spread misinformation. And what does that mean?
I guess you should sell a crystal to ward off COVID. Sure.
Okay.
But can John Mandrola have an intelligent discussion about the rate of myocarditis, even if you disagree with his rate? I think that's fair.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we need more of that. And if you come after this guy's license, if you call him names like, first of all, not a lot of people have as thick a hide as John Mandrola. Let me talk about this guy's hide. I see this dude just get abused on Twitter, and you know what he does? He just says, "Thank you for your feedback." I swear to God, I've never seen
a good guy.
I've never seen someone get beaten so hard and then just smile and thank the person. And you know, that's just how much emotional reserve and how much identity he has, like how comfortable he is in his skin.
Yeah.
But that's not everybody, and there are a lot of people out there, fellows, residents, junior faculty, mid-career faculty, and they don't have a hide like that at all. I mean, you call them one thing, it takes it to heart, and they can't sleep for a week, and they never want to comment again. And we have driven all those people out of the conversation with this lunacy.
Yeah, whatever this med Twitter thing is, which I don't participate in.
And I want to talk about this med Twitter.
Yeah, please. Oh, by the way, one thing. Mandrola versus Mercola. So Joseph Mercola.
He's the crazy guy.
Crazy guy makes no, he's crazy.
Okay.
I'll say it.
I don't know.
He's not crazy. He's actually not crazy. He's very smart. He makes millions selling in the anti-vaccine establishment. He's like one of these cult people, and has made millions. Has hundreds of employees in Florida. Like a city of that has all these employees wouldn't censor him because he's an economic force there. So this guy can say whatever he wants, keeps his medical license, keeps whatever board certification he has. I assume he's board certified. Androla gets threatened by someone like Jen Gunter online and says you should lose your license for doing a study. Does this make any sense? Again, rational people behaving rationally versus irrational. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shortage of people who say things that don't make no sense at all.
Right.
And they're over here. Mandra is a legitimate participant in a legitimate debate about risk-benefit at magnitudes that the human brain, we have to be honest, we're not good at thinking about 1 in 10K risks. We're not good at 1 in 100K risks. We did not evolve to really be adroit at 1 in 100K risks. You have to play this ball game of very rare risks and rare to be good at it. And I think a lot of people who are chiming in, who are throwing stones, who are carrying the pitchforks with the mob, they don't play this game. I'll say one more thing about MedTwitter. I gotta say this: MedTwitter is out of control. I mean, MedTwitter, it was a good force pre-pandemic. Why is MedTwitter good? Like, there was a lot of people who got behind a lot of things that I agree with a lot, which is like our society has to be more fair. It has to be fair to people who are poor and people who are marginalized. The pharmaceutical industry, they have led to notorious excesses. They're taking a lot of money, and vaccines, child immunization is one of the great boons of society, and it's done a lot of good. And so I think those are some core tenets that, like, we all believe in. And so I was like, my book, Any Medical Reversal, is probably like, within the philosophy of #MedTwitter. And, my book, Medical Malignant, is also within the philosophy. And I agree with all these things. But when you're faced with this pandemic, there are a few things that have been turned on its head. The pharmaceutical industry, which was once awful, they came out with this breakthrough mRNA vaccine in a time span you would never have dreamt of. It was amazing.
Yeah.
But now they're trying to push the booster. And, they're trying to take advantage of it, as they do. That's their business. A tiger's a tiger, my friend.
All right.
And vaccination is wonderful. Again, but this time it cuts differently. It's most wonderful in the
Appreciate
oldest
it.
people.
I don't know what's wrong with the stream where it's not showing the people who are in here.
1 to 10 to the power 5.
So I've just been sitting kind of waiting for a comment just in case somebody's actually watching during the live stream. But yeah, I really appreciate the compliment, bro.
Ads thing here, and MedTwitter is falling back to the old algorithm, which is childhood vaccination good, childhood vaccination good. In fact, here's a few ways in which they've been so distorted. I tweeted previously, maybe about a month and a half ago, that people should not vaccinate children off-label while these studies are ongoing with a lower dose. And some people said, what does he know? He's not a pediatrician. What does he know? He's, and then they go on. And then it becomes a referendum on me. They're like, where does he work? What does he do? What does he eat for breakfast? I was like, it's not about me. It's about this issue. Okay. So then they said this. Then a few weeks later, the vaccine got full approval. So now if they wanted to, they could. But then the AAP says don't do it. The FDA says don't do it. And they don't have the wherewithal to recognize that, hey, VP, a guy who studies drug regulation, drug policy, and rare adverse events, and has done a lot of work in this space, he would write about this. Instead, they have some new thing that they're angry with me about. Right. And in 5 years from now, I know what's going to happen with this masking kids issue. We're all going to come out of this thing, and we're going to be like, Jesus Christ.
What do we do?
What do we do? And we didn't even know with masking 2-year-olds. We didn't let babies have caretakers see their face for like 18 months. We never did a study. Like, we really screwed up. That's what I was going to say.
It's what's happened is, again, it's rational people behaving irrationally and not knowing it, not having
seeing it,
not seeing it. And this is the thing. Like I have a little prayer I tell myself, and I'm not a religious person. My prayer is, let me always be uncomfortable when it becomes clear to me that I've deceived myself. Like, that's one thing where I want to just really feel pain. Like, oh my God, I self-deceived on this. Like, I missed something about my own bias that I didn't put out there. That I didn't say, oh, this is my bias, right? And that's not something that's conditioned into us. It's the opposite. It's like we want to self-deceive as much as we can, as long as we fit in the tribe that has the same self-deception. So this vaccine thing is a great example. I was part of this before COVID. I was very much in that, hey, if you're anti-vax for kids' vaccines, you're out of your mind. Like, the data, we have this, come on, you're out of your mind, and I paint it with that brush. Then COVID happens, and I see the same brush being used to paint any subtle questions about that.
All right, let's get back to the
details. On Twitter.
We've all been.
Are you kidding me?
But I guess, I think they're doing a disservice, because if everybody who has any nuanced thinking is an anti-vaxxer, then who you stand Right. I even think they've gotten over their skis on kids 5 to 11. We're running a randomized trial. If you want to approve it now without the randomized trial, just approve it now. We're running a randomized trial for a reason. You have to look at the results of the randomized trial. They've already judged it in the court of public opinion. I've seen it every day. I see people say, when is it coming out? When is it coming out? No, the question is, what are the results? And let's consider the results. That's a scientific point of view. And why are they so eager for vaccines for 5 to 11? The New York Times has some story like parents are desperate for it. They're desperate for it. They're desperate for it because of the New York Times. You're misleading coverage that sensationalizes the risk, and you're doing it because you are benefiting from this. And many of your journalists, for all their talents and their incredible wizardry with words, they're not good. 10 to the power 5, 10 to the power 7, 10 to the power 8 sentences. They're just not good in that ballpark. And so I think it's a huge problem. It's a huge crisis. Like, part of the reason why people are pushed away from mainstream science is this heavy-handedness when it's not appropriate. And I think Mandrilla's treatment, I think, is despicable. I mean, I really do. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed that, I will say I've gotten a bit of it. And one thing I wanted to tell you was about this thing where somebody said, like, it's not just the bots, it's not just random people. A full professor of medicine at the University of Michigan said, like in some tweet thing about me, like, I know what his problem is. He was undergraduate at Michigan State University. And I was like, first of all, I'm proud to have gone to Michigan State University. Yeah, go green. And I had a lot of fun there. Yeah. I enjoyed the bath. And I'm saying, like, you can't, like, why are you mad at me? You're mad at me because you think that we don't need a cluster randomized trial for school-age children. You will be wrong. I promise you that you will be wrong in a few years. I know I'm right. However, you're not taking it out on the issue. You're taking it on, like, my alma mater, which, by the way, a lot of good people went to that school, and they're not going to be too happy with you. And this is a professor at a like, how disinhibited are you? How anxious and broken are you in this moment that you are saying this publicly? Like, that's not good, dude.
Oh, that's just straight insanity, man. Yeah. Wow. I mean, I wouldn't mention ever publicly that Pierre Corey graduated from a Caribbean medical school. Like, that was not something that would even be on my radar to say. Now, listen, though, speaking... Okay, that's insane.
Yes, that's not why he's wrong.
Right.
But, I mean, what is he wrong? I mean, we'll find out. We should do the trials. That's what our position is.
Yeah, let's talk just quickly about what's happened with ivermectin in the sense that, okay, you and I haven't
kept up on a lot.
Neither have I. It's just about that. Yeah. It's more like we're still waiting for these randomized trials, et cetera. That's great.
I think one came out and was negative.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I actually don't think it's going to, I mean, my intuition is that we're not going to see effect. But
I guess that's always a safe bet because, like, most things don't work. That's the thing. Most things don't work.
But here's what's the what I think has gone wrong here. Monica brought this up on the show too, Connie. Yeah, is that... So now what the press does is they've decided, okay, we're going to take this kind of lefty stance because it has gotten politically tribal. Like, it seems like righty people are really big fans of ivermectin and kind of a little against vaccine. Lefty people are like, ivermectin is horse tranquilizer or horse dewormer, and people who take it are idiots and rednecks. In fact, the FDA said, you're not a horse, don't take this. That was like their campaign. Like, this is so shamey and belittling to people. And so they've gone the opposite way. Right? They're shaming people for considering looking at, these sources on the internet that seem credible and considering trying to get ivermectin. Like, this is insane.
It's insane. I mean, ivermectin, there is horse paste.
Yes.
And there's ivermectin, a drug that has helped a lot of people with helminth infections.
And now you're stigmatizing it.
Yeah.
You're actually stigmatizing a drug that saved how many millions of lives around the world.
They're just, I know what they're doing. They're leaning into the culture war.
Yeah.
Like, they're leaning into this culture war, and this culture war is red versus blue. Yeah. They leaned into it on masks. If they hadn't even drawn attention to what Donald J. Trump was in with masks, it wouldn't have lit up on the left and become so and Emma on the right. If they hadn't, they lean into every one of these decisions. Masking school kids. DeSantis is doing something different than other states. He's not mandating it. Right? I don't believe he's prohibiting somebody who chooses to do it. I don't know exactly, but somebody can correct me on that. I don't think he's prohibiting it. He's just not mandating it. He's prohibiting people from mandating it. That's another can of worms. Right. I just like to just leave it all alone.
Yeah.
Leave it all alone. Or do a cluster randomized controlled trial while you're leaving it all alone.
Right.
But they lean into these things, and now they're leaning into it like ivermectin. It's horse paste. What are they going to do what are they going to do if one of these randomized trials is positive?
Oh, man.
It's oh my God.
It's not like they're going to apologize. It's not like they're going to print a retraction.
I don't know what they're going to, but I think the distrust is going to, the one thing that we were talking a little bit before was about, like, the roots of these problems.
That's right. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, like the roots of...
The roots of our sense-making crisis.
Yes.
That's really what it is. We cannot make sense of things anymore.
Yeah, we can't make sense of it. And here are the roots of it, I think. I think there are a lot of people who do science communication on social media who are good, but sometimes, but they're increasingly tribal, and they have difficulty with these new kind of concepts like vaccine with this different age grading, these kinds of things. We've had years of income and wealth stagnation, worsening wealth crisis, a growing group of people who feel like they're being left out of society, and those people are less likely to accept things in the traditional canon like vaccines, and they're drawn to things like ivermectin, and then they feel like they're getting shit on by the media and things like that. I mean, we're just deepening all these things.
There's several roots of this, and I think one of them is the meaning crisis. So we no longer have religion as a source of meaning, really. Most people, are much more flexible with that stuff. So what happens is society then shifts to finding meaning in tribal identification. And the internet then accentuates that by allowing people around the world proximity to each other. You really get annoyed by someone that you would never have even been in contact with before. Because so much stuff is local, right? Like what happens in a local town in Texas, everybody thinks kind of similarly. They're all behaving the same way with masking. But now they're on Twitter next to a guy who's like, wear your damn mask. Or, whatever about abortion, or whatever about whatever. And so these local issues now, good fences make good neighbors. You've torn down the fences. Now you're just pissed at everyone. And then you form into tribes which are rewarded on social media, especially Twitter. So Twitter is now this very lefty tribe of like witch hunting lunatics. Whereas before,
as they see it,
yeah, exactly. And so we find meaning in these tribal identifications. Yeah. And then it's all been weaponized through hacking our innate tribalism that social media does by rewarding our dopamine centers when we get engaged in these things. So you put all that together, you seem to be at a threshold of disaster. But I would say this, I'm actually rather hopeful. And the reason is every time humanity seems to be at the threshold of disaster, we go from a caterpillar that looks like it's eating itself to death, destroying its environment, and is just the worst parasite, to suddenly a phase shift where the next paradigm emerges and it becomes a butterfly, where like the whole tables are turned. It's now pollinating the same thing it was eating. It's like this beautiful thing. We're there because we're seeing the failures of this previous paradigm, this divisive paradigm. And people like yourself, people like Mandrola, who are actually saying, hey, wait. Like, let's forget, okay, we know what's right, people behaving rationally. I'm not going to virtue signal and say the things that are good. Let's look at where we're wrong and try to see if we can right that. And the next way of thinking is much more inclusive, much more whole, much more real, and it will tip a culture change eventually to one of integration instead of division. So that's what I think is going to happen.
Wow, that's, so well put. And I guess I do agree with you that I think like a lot of these tribes are, and even politics is filling that gap in our soul that religion once held. Nice, not to get too into it, but I'm kind of a religious person too. You may be surprised to know because I'm also somebody who's a strict pure scientist.
I'm not actually.
You're not surprised?
I'm not surprised. No. I find the most passionate people have some belief. I don't know what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I guess what I think is, so I agree with you about the problem. I agree with you social media has exploited it, and I think it's making it worse. The only thing I think is, I think it's going to play out differently. So here's my bet. No, I don't know. Here's not my bet. I hope it doesn't happen. I pray it doesn't happen. But I think there's a non-0% chance it'll happen. Here's what I think is going to happen. Like, I think we don't realize that democracy is very fragile. And I'm not talking about like the Capitol riots, because I don't think that's how it's going to play out. If I could guess how it might play out, I think what you see on the left, people whom I used to be, I still am, I'm a progressive left person. We used to be people who like stood for like, I don't agree with what you say, but I will die to defend your right to say it.
Yeah.
And we're not that people anymore. And in fact, a number of surveys show that our ability to tolerate social media censorship has gone through the roof. Like, we're really comfortable. Like, delete that guy's post. That's wrong.
Totally.
That's wrong. Mandrola says 1 in 6,800. Exactly. I saw somebody say that like it was totally wrong because the real rate is 1 in 14,000. I was like, okay, what do you want? You want to hang this guy for 1 in 6,800? You think it's 1 in 14,000? Okay, close enough.
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Okay, so I think like that our tolerance of censorship is higher. I think our tolerance of the brute force of government in times of crisis is higher. And you saw vociferous and passionate the forces of the left saying, we want more lockdown, more restriction, more mask mandate, more of these things. And it was the right that actually went the other way. And actually, it didn't have to be that way. I mean, one could imagine that if Trump announced in March, like, yes, we're going to do shelter in place, and by the way, I'm putting the troops in the streets, then I think the left would have actually, they would have flipped their view.
Revolted,
Yeah, and they would have been the whole time be like, lockdowns are too much and it's too excessive. You know, they literally anchored to, I think, the opposite of what he said.
That right.
So anyway, here's what I think is going to happen. You know,
Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah.
I think
it's a real thing.
And it's still going on.
Yeah, it is.
You don't cure yourself of that. It's a lifelong ailment. It's like herpes.
It gives Trump what he wants most, to be thought about all the time.
Yeah, he's achieved that. Yeah, marvelously.
Yeah.
So what I think is going to happen is, the average flu season is about 40 to 60,000 deaths, roughly 40,000 deaths. There's inevitably going to be a flu season with 80 to 100,000 deaths in the next 15 years. And if you had a politician in office who was unscrupulous, this politician could do the following. They could say, look, by the way, hospitals down there, they're overwhelmed, actually. Some pocket in America is going to have overwhelmed hospitals.
Yeah.
Why? Because ICUs always run at, like, very high capacity, because that's how you keep the profit in nonprofit.
Exactly right.
So they're going to say you have overwhelmed hospitals. And there's some anecdote of a couple of kids who died. And then they're going to say, how many kids have to die? And the answer is, even one kid dying is one too many. It's one too many. It is. That's what people say right now. You have to, do all these things. So they say one kid dying is one too many. Hospitals are overwhelmed. We're announcing. I've called upon the governor to do shelter in place, and either he does it or she does it, or we're going to do it for them, because we can't have this again. We can't have SARS-CoV-2 again. This is a national emergency, and then the government, maybe the government will go along with it, and then they'll say, you know what, you have to install on your phone a tracking software so we know your whereabouts at all time, because we can't have you breaking the rules of shelter in place, right? So you can install it on your phone, and then they say, you know what, cases are still going up. There's still kids not doing well. Still not doing well. How can we live with that? We're going to put the troops in the street. And we're doing this for public health. You asked us to do this last time. We didn't do it. We screwed up. We agree. We're doing it this time. And then they say, like, you go on Twitter and you say, this is too much. This is brute force. I don't even know how many people. What's the denominator? What, how much of a risk is this? Then you know what? Social media is over. You're shutting it down. That's misinformation. You're committing misinformation. You're killing people with your speech. You're dangerous. So your account is deleted. And if they won't comply, we'll storm their offices and we'll take over the social media account. And then the last thing you do is suspend elections, because the Constitution says the presidential election is guaranteed to occur on the date. But I don't think it mandates the path by which states pick the president. And the states can actually come up delegates in other ways than a direct popular vote. And so I guess what I wish to portray in this nightmare scenario is that I don't think it will take that much for people to misuse the excesses of this pandemic to really achieve whatever political dominance you want. And you don't need a bad flu season. You don't need a lot, because as we see, what percentage of the kids who are hospitalized require O2? What percentage of the kids who are hospitalized, these statistics are very difficult to get. So all I need to do is just show you a few videos of a few kids on the vent, and it's over. You have no fighting chance. And you can't even question my facts. You can't question the policy, because you yourself have said, if it's a matter of life or death, I can censor your speech. So I will do so.
This is how so many people actually feel, and mandates have made it worse. They actually feel that this is ultimately a stepwise end of democracy. Now, I actually think we'll wake up that democracy isn't even the right answer. Yeah, I think there's something transcendent of democracy. I don't know what it is yet, or else I would have already been advocating it. But I think that pure democracy in this sense has led us into a system where money determines who gets elected. The elected people are thinking only of their next election. It's a very distant, it's just like our fee-for-service medical system. But one thing, I remember this quote of Princess Padme in Revenge of the Sith, as Palpatine's taking over the Senate. She says, so this is how democracy dies, with applause. Something like that. Yeah. Because people have been so conditioned that at this point, he says, well, we just need to do this for the safety of the empire. And they're all like, yes.
That's well put.
It's,
I just hope that the future autocrat that seizes power, I just hope they like me. And let them talk about Twitter real quick.
Oh yeah, so tell me, what the heck? So many people have hit me up and they're like, if you have VP on your show again, you're basically complicit in, first of all, anti-vaccine sentiment.
That's it.
Yeah. In some kind of right-wing conspiracy.
I'm progressive left.
And I'm also really mad because he blocked me and I did nothing to him. So what's going on, dude?
I guess, wow. I guess, like, it's funny that this is, like, the tactic that people use, which is the new tactic. But I guess, you want me to talk about the block? I guess the blocking is, like, why do I block people? I block people, like, for being rude or insulting. or not just to me, but like if I see somebody else, third party, tweet something, and somebody says something like super personal or caustic and not about germane to the argument, I might just block them because I was like, what if I want to poison this person's dinner party? Yeah. And that's the thing I think we forget. Like, blocking is not censorship. Feel free to go on Twitter and you go on your own feed and you can say whatever you want. And I can say whatever I want. All you're coming over to my dinner party and you're shitting on my dog. I mean, you're coming to my house and you're doing it right on my doorstep. And what I say is, and like, this is a tool that they've given that allows me to say, like, you can do that wherever you want, but not on my doorstep. But then the second thing I would say is, to be honest with you, like, the most number of people, first of all, like, I have thousands of followers, and only like less than 1% are blocked, or less than 2% are blocked. And I would say the other thing is, like, a lot of these people, they're like, why did you block me? And I'm like, dude, I didn't block you. Like, there are a lot of third-party apps that block people, and what you do is, like, if you find a tweet that you find is particularly poisonous for the condition, you can click on that tweet and hit, like, nuke. And what it does is it, like, blocks anyone who supported this very caustic sentiment, whether all the people liked it or retweeted it, etc. And I think it unfollows you if you happen to be following them, or unfollow that. And I guess, I clicked on that button a few times. A lot of people, when you get to a certain number of followers, you look at your feed and it's just a bunch of garbage.
Yeah.
And so what do I think are, like, inappropriate? Like, like people, they quote tweet you just to drag your own little army. They screenshot you and mischaracterize your argument because they don't appear to have understood it. They make it always personal, like, something about you or something,
Right.
And to me, some of these people, like, blocking it does them good. Like you're thinking about me too much, and I'm helping you cure you of your disease.
Cure you of your disease. Your VP derangement syndrome.
VP derangement syndrome.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're suffering from it so bad that you're, like, researching my undergraduate and then disparaging everyone who went to that college.
Right.
Which, by the way, I've done okay for myself since then.
Yeah, man. Mr. UCSF.
Yeah.
Hoity-toity.
Since it was good.
Two books, all your papers.
Yeah. I was like,
that reminds me. So I've noticed a lot of people who attack you, and this, doesn't happen to me as much because I'm an idiot, but you, you write a piece in the Atlantic. Yeah, you've written 2 books. Yeah, you have all these publications about this subject of evidence. Evidence. It's like,
and policy making.
Right.
Yeah, right. That's what I've always done.
They'll bitch and moan at you.
Yes.
But not a one of them has actually done those things. Not only have they not done it, they're incapable of doing it. So you could say, well, you go and write your own Atlantic piece. Yeah. I'm not more connected than you. I'm just better than you at writing and at reason. If you're better than me at that, you can go and publish. I'm sure the Atlantic will publish it.
Yeah,
but sure. They can't. So to some degree, it's pure ego. And listen, I say this as someone who used to be a lot more ego-driven than I am now. I'm still quite ego-driven, but back then I could recognize, oh my God, I'm a horrible person. I just feel it, and I've had to work on it. But you see it play out in this projection on social media.
I think your haters suffer from the same thing, which is this guy goes and he makes a video, and the video runs for 40, 50 minutes, extemporaneous speaking, no notes, eyes on the camera. And I don't think they don't have no clue how difficult that is. It's the same for these TV shows like Bill Maher and Stephen Colbert.
Right.
Like when they interview a guest, people don't realize it's so much talent to get this person to talk when they're supposed to talk and not talk when they're not supposed to talk and be interesting. And what I want to say is, like, if you feel so strongly that we ought to mask all these 2-year-olds, and you know what, I urge you to, like, ask yourself, why are you not going down to 1? Then you write your little essay and you submit it to the Atlantic. And then, you write your weekly column for MedVision. You write your books. And I think you'll find that it's not so easy for you to do these things. It's a lot easier for you to, like, hate on me for doing these things. But if you want to win the battle of ideas, which is what I want to win, I don't just want to win. I'm not, what do I, we all live and die, but I want to win the ideas. And for me, winning the ideas means, I'm going to destroy your arguments, and I'm going to come at you in every which way. If I believe in something, I'm going to write a paper on it, I'm going to publish a peer-reviewed paper, I'm going to do an op-ed on it, I'm going to do a podcast on it, I'm going to do a video on it. I'm coming at you from all angles. And if you want to win the idea,
come back
at me. And I love it. It makes me hungrier.
Oh, that's great. Oh, man. I love that stuff so much. I mean, that's really what it is, Yeah, and you're right. I think there's a component of, like, people. Okay, last thing I really want to say. Now, this is important to me. We don't change systems. We don't get to that next phase shift of turning from caterpillar to butterfly. It's this interesting analogy, but that my friend Daniel Schmachtenberger actually makes. We don't get to that. without waking ourselves up. Like really being able to look inside and go, what does tick? Like how much of this is egoic striving? How much of this is, you mentioned that you're religious. I'm quite spiritual myself. Like I'm trying to wake up as much as I can to what I actually am, which is not this stuff. And so how do you operate in the world in that awakening? That's what transforms systems, because then you have unlimited compassion, unlimited patience, and also unlimited emotional drive to do exactly what you're saying, which is win the battle of ideas when you really feel like this is a hill worth dying on.
And I guess I'm like, why are these the issues that I'm not wasting, but focusing on now? I'm still doing my other stuff, my cancer medicine stuff I'm interested in. Well, why are these the issues? Is like, I don't know. We happen to be alive at this moment.
We're called to do this now.
I think we are. And you know what? Like, I really do think that if we go this whole pandemic and we mask very young children, we never do a cluster randomized trial, we will have done a disservice not only to all these kids, but a disservice to everybody who ever faces a pandemic. I really do think if we go forward with boosters and there's a rare AE and it turns out that some subpopulation probably has a net deleterious effect, we've not just done damage to all those people who suffer the rare AE, we have poisoned the faith in vaccines for a generation. And so I think these issues matter. They matter a great deal more than the usual things I rail about, cancer drugs, which do matter, but to less people. And, we're in this position where we happened to be able to evaluate this evidence and reach our own verdict and I feel like I'm not drawn by any group because I care very little about what other people's opinions are. I know very strongly what my opinion is. I trained for many years to read a big stack of papers and come to my own opinion. I don't think a lot of people have done that. I think they follow what other people do, and that's how they arrive at their opinions. I know which of my opinions are based on bad evidence, and I acknowledge that usually when I talk to people. And so, I feel like, you only get to do this once, and you got to do it. And you'll regret it if you don't speak out on these issues. And I would say, for all the people out there who are quiet and they see John Mandrola get lashed, and they feel like, they agree with John. They think he's a reasonable guy, but they don't want to comment because what's happening to him. I was like, he needs you to comment now more than ever.
This is exactly what happens in witch hunts. Yeah. The people who are on your side become quiet because they're afraid when that lens turns on them. And this is exactly the kind of behavior that Haidt talks about in Coddling of the American Mind, this online witch hunt behavior. Oh, you're a heterodox thinker, you're violating the dogma, and this is exactly, and these are the people who'll be like, oh, look at these two, they think they're so spiritual and all that, they're not real scientists, but they're the ones behaving irrationally, right? Yeah, I love people take a crap on Fran Collins, too, for being an evangelical Christian. And a scientist, and they think the two are so discordant. If they're not, they're really not.
I take a crap on lots of reasons, but that's not the one.
That's not the one.
That's not the one. And I disagree with him. I think that I admire him for that. And I actually admire him for having said that. And I think he shows how you can reconcile those points of view.
Right.
His funding strategies, I disagree with them.
Right. And that's the other thing is like, there's not black and white thinking. Like, you don't love or hate Francis Collins.
I don't have personal feelings.
Yeah, right. It's just, okay, here's the things that I love, here's the things I disagree with, and so on. And that's how we ought to be seeing it. It's kind of true but partial.
The last thing I want to tell you about blocking.
Oh, yeah.
I said a year ago, like, anyone's want to be blocked, they send me a note and explain, like, hey, I'd love to engage with you, or like, I don't know how that happened. And I'll tell you what, ever since I offered that, over the years, 4 people have done it.
Yeah, that's it.
Because, a lot of people just take satisfaction in...
Yeah.
What is the word? What is it? They always say that, like, everyone who is blocked, they feel like the reason they were blocked was their own brilliance.
They always say that.
I was just too brilliant for my time. I was too brilliant.
Handle the truth.
Yeah, he was just looking around on the air. He's like, this random person is so brilliant.
I'm gonna block them. You know what's funny? So now I have my app for blocking is my assistant, who goes through comments, and I've given her criteria. I say, if it's all the same criteria you have, they're vicious, ad hominem attacks, they're attacking other people. They're crapping on my rug, man. Like the Big Lebowski, man. This guy peed on my rug. Rug was like, pull the room together, man. And this guy, rug peers didn't do this, man. So this idea that then you clean up the room so that other people feel like, okay, this is a comfortable room I want to be in. That's the sentiment. I want to set an alt middle tone. People who think integrally can feel comfortable. If it's full of garbage people's let me change that.
The comments.
They're not garbage people. Garbage comments. Yes. People behaving in a garbage way.
But what happens is then your followers end up arguing with these people.
Oh yeah. It's so distracting too.
Again, it's like a dinner party. It's a dinner party analogy. Everyone is to have their own dinner party.
Right.
But you don't have to come to my dinner party.
Right.
And harass my guests.
And by default, because you're an idiot, your dinner party's gonna suck, and there's gonna be 3 people there, and they're all gonna be assholes.
And I was like, yeah. And the reason why you have no followers is your content offers no novelty, no ingenuity. You're not analyze anything interesting,
And you're a terrible communicator.
And a terrible communicator
right,
often. Yeah.
Right. Now again, these are things you can work on.
I know, but they don't want to work on it.
You're not inborn this way. You can change, right?
And the credentialism.
Oh man.
Oh, that's so painful.
Man, I know.
It's not of that. It's none of that.
Every now and again, I'll dip into credentialism in a bad way. Like I find myself.
I mean, we all do because, like, when you're angry and heated.
When you're angry, yeah, and you know the problem is when you're surrounded by highly credentialed people. Like, you know, if we had a party, right, who would show up? All these asshole professors and people with MD PhDs and all these people from these schools. And then we'd sit around, you know, can you believe, like, listening to this clown who, like, you know, trained at X? And that's how people talk because they're, in a way, kind of defensive. They're also kind of sad a little bit that we kind of sacrifice so much to go to these schools and we're just the same as everyone else in the end, right?
Yeah.
Because it's true. And so we have to, again, like I say, my little internal prayer is that I will be very uncomfortable when I do something that I think is probably not right or I self-deceive myself. And that's something I put out there. I have fallen into that occasion. That being said, I think we did a thing here.
That's good.
Man, we kind of ran the whole gamut of everything. We always do that.
Yeah.
Like, if our goal is to be viral, you don't do what we just did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just talk about one thing and you inflame and you make sure you go, I can't believe this is happening. But that's not our game.
My goal is just to have a good in-person conversation, which is very difficult to do these days.
It's almost impossible.
It's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to meet in person, and nobody wants to have a good conversation.
Oh, man, dude, every time I get a text from you, it's like, hey, I'm kind of in your hood. Because that's how these things go down. You want to hang out, have coffee? And I'm like, yeah, and can we do a show too? It's like, yeah. It's like a joy, man, because, again, we're having a conversation. And, you know, you and I even don't agree on everything. We don't have to.
We don't have to.
We understand each other's motives are good. And
like I told you not to get that tattoo, but you had to do it, didn't you?
Listen, a male tramp stamp will be a thing one day. It
Just wait it out.
When I'm 60,
all fashion ebbs and flows.
It
you know?
does.
It all
It
comes
does.
in.
If I'm 60 and people are like, you got a tattoo where? I'm like, yeah, right here where all the kids are getting it right now.
And it's faded.
And it says, you know, follow the science. Could you imagine getting a stupid virtue signaling tattoo like that? Like mask or die or... And then 10 years later when they find the mask...
I bet somebody's gotten a hashtag follow the science.
No doubt.
Tattoo.
No doubt. I would get a tattoo that said follow science. Because that, you know, science, not the science, but science as an approach, I think, is reasonable. But even that, there are trans-rationalist ways to look at science, too, that defy rationality. But that's another conversation. Dude, all right. Okay, we'll go check out your YouTube. Just search Vinay Prasad on YouTube. I'll put a link. I'll put a link up with all the other stuff. I love you guys. Love you, VP. Peace.
What you're saying is he's part of a whole system. It's not just Harvey Weinstein at all. It's like a lot of people are participating in this.
Yeah.
Like everybody.
Yeah. What's it called?
Yeah. Well, that was kind of the point.
Exactly. So
at what point you recognize it's not just this creepy movie mogul. It's like everybody.
Well, very quickly. When I flew home, I didn't go to any of the other premieres I had at Sundance. That time I went home. And I went to the management office of my managers at that time, and that manager, they were very powerful. I said to him, you know, what happened? And I was like, you know, shell-shocked and like, bleh. And the first thing out of his mouth, God damn it, I just had an LA Times expose on him killed. He owes it to me not to do this. Whoa. And then I was like, that's when I started figuring out everybody was in on it.
Wow.
So then I said, I want the LAPD. I want to talk to a criminal attorney. I want somebody to tell me what my rights are here. And of course, you know, at that time, like, if I come out and said in the press, like, please, like, nothing would happen, obviously. It wasn't the time societally. Certainly is not the time there, not that it ever was. And so, my old assistant, like 3 years ago, she's like, she's a lesbian, and the woman that came in that presented as working for the LAPD, in a black suit, like kind of short hair, lesbian woman, she goes, you're an actress, you've done a nude scene, you're done. And she wasn't wrong. I knew she was right. I was like, yeah, you're right. So then I found out quickly that he was offering to anybody he'd done this to $1 million. That was his number. That was his standard offer. And you had to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which means you cannot talk to your therapist, your boyfriend, your mom, anybody in your life for the rest of your life. You cannot tell them this monstrous thing happened to you. Keep it inside. So I was like, I'm gonna trick him. So I played really dumb and requested $100,000 in return for not signing an NDA. So I became very quickly his #1 enemy, because then the movies I had done that had come out yet hit, and I got very famous very quickly. So then I'm dangerous to him. So from that point on, your former guest, Anthony Pellicano, he was hired actually, to work with the Inquirer to keep dossiers on me. He bought off, this has also been exposed by Ronan Farrow, who I have my own quibbles with, maybe we'll get there, he would like say, from anyone from Graydon Carter to somebody, any journalist in America.
Graydon Carter, at the time, was the editor of Vanity Fair. Very
Fair.
powerful. Very powerful.
Scumbag. So all these journalists from both, from anywhere from the New York Times to the Inquirer to People to Us Weekly, any of these kind of things, he would say, he would option one of their stories they'd written and say, I'm going to turn this into a movie. I'm going to win you a lot of Oscars. Oh, by the way, here's my hit list. If this person ever appears like on a red carpet, or there's a paparazzi photo of them, write the most disparaging, disgusting stuff. He had a list. I was #1 on his list of the red lines from my name. And he was not wrong. I am a very formidable enemy.
Yeah, well, you turned out to be. That's for sure.
I mean,
for him.
the thing is like, dude, you built this.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be like this. You think I talk about this stuff? You think this is fun? On what planet is that fun?
Right.
No, but somebody has to do it. And I know, when I was 11, I studied Napoleon, Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great's battle plans. I had like Venn diagrams on my walls and ceilings with threads and pins, like studying.
So it must be kind of weird when all this breaks and all these people are like, oh, I can't believe it. You know, this is like shocking.
And there was a 16-year-old girl from Australia that tweeted at me. She goes, I'm 16 and I work in a coffee shop in Australia. This after he was exposed. And even I knew.
So what do you make of this? Like,
what do you make of it? What are your thoughts on their morals?
I think, I'm not a conspiracy nut. Well, first of all, I'm not sure what to make of some of it. Like the outlines, I don't know enough because I've never lived in that world. I've just brushed up against.
But you know that he was protected by Hillary and Bill Clinton, that he was protected by David Boyce, Uber
100%. David Boyce is a true sleazeball.
I'm suing him in federal court.
You should.
And Black Cubed.
You should.
I
should.
am. So,
but it's like the Epstein
he was protected
thing.
by the Democratic Party.
Yeah, why?
That's what I don't understand. So for me, like, I think my opponents do not understand my motivations at all. They've tried to buy me off everywhere. In fact, Gavin Newsom's ex-wife, before the Weinstein story broke, because they knew I was coming, because I was hitting out for like 3 years at Hollywood, very publicly, in the press.
Yeah.
And so people all of a sudden acted like I just spoke up the first day they read about Weinstein. I'm like, no, I've been rattling their cages because I had to train people in the media to listen to me differently. Because if they just saw me as an actress the first day, this would all not have worked. I had to set up a domino effect worldwide. I wanted to show people that if you fight and are strategic and very smart about it, you can cut off the head of rotten power instead of just biting at the ankles of a picket sign.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Mac 88, what up, man?
שעם שלם הולך אחרינו עד שכן.
האם מנסים להסתיר מאיתנו משהו?
You probably won't be shocked to hear that I had a lot of doubts about my faith when I was a Christian. With most believers, I found questions arising in my mind from time to time, and I tried my hardest to shove them away, at best assigning them pat answers, and stop thinking about them. I tried getting into apologetics as well, but that sure didn't help. But the doubts only festered and grew in the back of my mind, and by the time I was a young adult, they had become so hard to ignore that all I could think to do was dive into Christianity enthusiastically enough to try to drown them out. I mean, going through the motions while falsely professing Christianity? Absolutely not. I sincerely thought, or at least hoped, that if I was faithful to turn my focus ever more intensely to the heart of Christian service in a relationship with God, He would become so real to me that I would have no room for doubt. After all, that's what I thought I saw being modeled by Christians around me, and it seemed like a better route to true belief than the vain intellectual exercise of trying to sort out doubts in my own strength. So it was that for certain periods of time I could maintain an auto-deceptive upswing in belief. Of course, it never lasted forever. Eventually my mind would freely wander, as minds do, and before I could catch myself, the reality of what I truly thought and what I truly doubted was unfolding my conscious thoughts, and I found myself already in the process of introspecting on the mechanics of how I rationalized and ignored issues with my faith. So the moment I realized this, I tried telling myself it wasn't what I thought it was, or that the most undeniable absurdities only apply to this or that specific group of misguided or crazy Christians. Excuses in the world couldn't keep me from, on some level, starting to wonder what I was in relation to Christianity. Times it reached the point that something deep down inside at least suspected I had become a closeted non-believer. A long way down the road. For all that, when I was still a young child, the very first question I seriously wondered about was the classic, what happens to people who have never heard about Jesus? To me in an isolated flash, far ahead of any of the other questions, and before any of the sustained trains of thought that led me to real doubt. Hell, even before I'd been exposed to any skeptical take on Christianity. Why is this? Well, I think it's as simple as the fact that the problem is so obvious. And in fact, the focus of Christian teaching unintentionally does everything it can to shove the dilemma right in your face. The time I understood English, I heard people making it clear that only those who accept Christ are saved, and that's a matter of personal responsibility to believe He exists and ask Him into your heart, accept Him as your Lord and Savior, or make some similar profession. You go to heaven, and if you don't, you go to hell. There are no ifs, ands, and buts about it, and Christianity is very insistent that Jesus is the only way and the path that leads to life is narrow. What's more, because it's so vital for people to hear about Christ and take these steps, evangelism is emphasized as one of the prime responsibilities of faithful believers. After all, as Romans 10 says, how then can they call on the one they have not believed in? And how can they believe in the one of whom they have not heard? Hear without some preaching to them. Of course, this serves a lot of important functions for Christianity. Man's allegiance to the religion, while making the initial price of admission as easy as saying you want in, and the consequence of not doing so as severe as human imagination will allow, not only establishes Christian exclusivity, but makes it urgent, and it creates a sense of duty to go out into the world and spread the religion. Christianity a well-tuned machine for finding and retaining followers. But as useful as these doctrines are, they hinge on the idea that a specific form of belief is necessary, and you need to share it, or they'll go to hell. Pretty awkward, not to mention horrifying, when a loving God is supposed to be in full control of the situation. It didn't take much for the little gears in my head to start turning, and it occurred to me to ask, who never heard? Seems, I once tentatively muttered to a friend, almost unfair. A friend replied, and I quickly agreed that God would never do anything unfair, and we both nodded and went about our business playing with G.I. Joes or whatever. It's a slapdash answer, of course, but it's no exaggeration to say that in all my life since then, I've never seen a pastor or apologist give a much better one. Sure, the reason for this is that there's simply no meaningful answer to this problem, because it represents an irreconcilable dilemma for Christianity. And, The salvation doctrines I mentioned are extremely important to Christians in their particulars. They're not just useful to Christianity, and they're not just teachings they have to contend with from Scripture. The truths that Christians find most important and are most attached to, sway or even alter them, and Christianity does exist in any form they'd recognize. Fudge in the least on the parts about people specifically needing to be taught and respond to Christianity, then you're starting to insinuate that people can get to heaven by following other religions. And they're sure not going to have that. Why, at least in any conversation other than this one, Christians won't even begin to budge on these teachings, and they take any suggestion of compromise on them as an attack on the faith itself. On the other hand, it's obviously horrific when it's through to its logical conclusion, so what do you do with that? Come up with an answer that maintains the integrity of this doctrine while denying the horrors that it depends on. The I've seen apologists take is to just be so vague about it that they literally explain nothing. And they do so using these 5 strategies. Comb through the Bible for examples that they can interpret as unreached people getting saved. Useful because it bypasses actually having to explain anything about the dilemma. The intended audience sees everything in the Bible as established fact. The apologist just has to point to any story that depicts what he's talking about, and that settles the issue with or without explanation. Remain entirely vague about what people who haven't heard the gospel have to know about God to be saved. Same lines. 3. Remain entirely vague about what it looks like for an unevangelized person to get saved. Are extremely important. To be a way for the unreached to get saved, but you can't explain what it is, because the moment you do so, you're undermining Christian theology and in fact providing an alternative to the Christian plan of salvation, which you don't want to go there. In fact, Mike Winger, whom we're using as a case study today, goes so far as to explicitly say this.
You want to say, how little can you know and still be saved? I am not going to answer that question. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry, that's a big I don't know.
So he literally declares he's not going to explain his answer in any detail. Bring up doctrines or analogies that feel like they address the issue but are totally irrelevant. And perhaps more insidiously, 5, claim that people who obviously did not accept Jesus, including anybody who's practicing another religion, knowingly rejected him. Most Christians don't have any way of knowing this, but they simply have to make the assumption. God fairly gives everybody enough to be saved, yet you're not saved. Keep an eye out for how Mike Winger uses these strategies in the following clip.
What happens to the people who have never heard of the gospel?
Yes, I actually struggled with this one myself for a while. I did a teaching on it a few years back, and so I'll put a link to the video down below for the full teaching on this. I actually surveyed through scriptures to try to support each point where I talk about it, so I'll just summarize a few things.
This, I spoke to it at more length elsewhere, is a pretty standard apologetic strategy that burdens you with a chore of wading through extensive material before addressing the argument that's right in front of you. Sense. If your arguments are flawed, they're flawed, regardless of whether you've said other stuff elsewhere. Winger is reasonably justified in this case for a couple reasons. He's answering off the cuff here, so it's better to direct people to his more prepared presentation. And second, this is a situation where a more extensive survey of scripture might shed some light on the subject. I'll refer back to other videos sometimes. I did listen to his full teaching on the topic, which is where I found the clip of him declaring how vague he was going to keep his explanation. It could be just a more drawn-out version of what he's saying here, with no more compelling details or clear biblical answers. If there were clear biblical answers, you wouldn't need a long video to point to them, in the description, so you can go see for yourself.
Where I talk about it, so I'll just summarize a few things. Here's principles to have in mind. Nobody's condemned because they're ignorant of the gospel. Like they've never heard the name of Jesus, now they're condemned. That never happens. That's not a biblical idea.
Notice the vague phrasing, that's not a biblical idea. What does this mean? Clearly speaks out against the idea? That the idea just isn't actively taught in the Bible? Who knows? Fuzzy of declarations, Winger commits to basically nothing while giving himself room to meander to and fro through tentative lines of reasoning and interpretation. The Bible clearly spoke to this problem, which it could have if an all-knowing God wrote and was concerned about addressing the issue, Winger could have just shown us where and been done with it. In fact, he wouldn't have been necessary for answering this question to begin with, because we all would have just been reading in the Bible all along.
They're only judged for what they do know. God judges us based on what we do know. Jesus even talks about this, that being judged according to our knowledge. The judgment for his generation was greater because they had seen him and experienced his miracles, so it was a bigger deal.
How are they going to receive greater judgment? More hell than I am? The real question is, how does this general principle of being held accountable for your level of knowledge clarify anything about people with no explicit knowledge about Christianity?
But they do know stuff. Everybody does know stuff. So they know that God exists. They know that sin is real. They've sinned against God. Okay, this is stuff everyone knows.
Really? Everybody knows this stuff, huh? You propose they know it. If a person knows God exists, how do they figure out it's the God of the Bible and that they need to come to him through Jesus? Obviously, Mike. How this happens without the person having been taught Christian doctrine. Yes, you can get them to a vague feeling that God exists. What do you expect them to do with it? Almost inevitable they'll honestly start to understand it in terms of their culture's religion. Mike seriously thinks that this intuition about God's existence is going to not only give them a gut-level feeling that the religion they're raised in is wrong, but drive them away from it. Then if they did reject their existing religion, or if they were raised in a culture that didn't have one, what would this feeling of God develop into other than some vague sense of spirituality? And do people go to heaven for vague senses of spirituality? Oh, do all well-intentioned spiritual people get to heaven, making Christianity irrelevant? If not, what sort of distinctly Christian practices will they engage in that sets them apart from sincere, vaguely spiritual people, and how do you propose they would come up with them? This is where absolute vagueness is important, because once you even start delving into any details, actually addressing the problem instead of just brushing over it with declarations that everybody knows, you either undermine Christian theology or are forced into absurd answers. The same goes for sin. We have some sense that some of our actions are wrong, but we has made no progress in explaining how, without direct Christian teaching, we come to understand this as sin against God in any way that even begins to align with Christianity.
I say no loosely here because it's stuff everybody is accountable for knowing. That's the real term I should use here. Creation makes it obvious to us, but I can choose to reject that knowledge of God. And so that I may not retain it. I may not currently be I don't think atheists, they really know God exists. They're just lying when they say they're atheists. I'm not saying that. But there's accountability. They should know God exists. And then how they respond to this knowledge is something that they are going to be judged for when they stand before God.
So, of course, creation makes it obvious to us is a pretty standard fallback for Christians. Even if we're supposed to include something about a creator from nature, arguable, how much are we supposed to conclude? If the tree is supposed to lay out enough doctrine for us to get saved? Heard anybody, Winger included, explain any meaningful specifics about how this could possibly work? Vague, comforting fallback. Yet he feels justified making sweeping declarations about what other people should be accountable for knowing without even being able to tell us how they should know it.
So I also know God wants people to be saved, and people can respond to general revelation. And I also know that biblically God responds to people who are seeking him.
Yeah, this is what the Bible declares happens. If you become interested in explaining how this asserted phenomenon works on unreached people, please let me know.
So if someone reaches out to God I know there's a God, I know I've got sin issues, help, and they don't know anything about Jesus, I think there's a chance God reveals more to them and they actually end up being saved.
That's great that you think there's a chance of that, I guess. But this supposition doesn't clarify any of the underlying issues.
And we have Old Testament examples of this, guys like Nathan in 1 Kings 5. He comes to Israel, he does not become a Jew, but he sees that the God of Israel is true, and so he rejects all the pagan gods and decides he's going to only worship Yahweh, but he's not even becoming Jewish, he's not part of the covenant. But it seems as though he's saved.
This is a completely useless illustration. Or maybe Naaman didn't become Jewish, but he still came upon the right religion, then heard about and started worshiping the right God. Having been directly exposed to the teachings of Israel, he's by definition not an unreached person and has nothing to do with the problem we're talking about. One of those comparisons that might feel relevant, but only in a misleading way.
And there's other examples of this, where they have, I'll use the term, they have partial faith or partial knowledge, right? They have actual faith, but it's faith with partial knowledge. Like they know the true God and they're trusting in him for grace, but they don't know all the details about Jesus.
Being exposed to the right religion but not knowing all the details about it does nothing to address the actual topic, which is about, need I keep reminding you, people who were never exposed to Christianity at all.
And I get into this in more detail in my longer study.
I wouldn't call what he did that more detail as such, but he definitely talked longer.
But basically when Jesus shows up, he reveals that how people responded to the things already revealed is how they'll respond when they get more information about Jesus. In John, he's like, hey, if you believe Moses, you would believe me. If you believe the revelation you've already given, you would believe me. So those people like Naaman, who didn't know about Jesus, when they encounter Christ later, they're already trusting in him. They just didn't know his name. They didn't know the details. And so Jesus is the only way to salvation. But for those who've never heard, they're only judged based on the response to what they did hear. And there's a chance that, there's a chance to be saved.
Great, only judged on what they did hear. What about the people who didn't hear anything? Which is supposed to be the point of this question. Here's the Moses for a tribe in the middle of an African jungle. Where did this tribe supposedly receive partial teaching, and what does it look like?
Sadly, it seems like humans generally don't take that route, right? They tend to not turn to God that is revealed in creation.
Flatly assuming he's revealed to them in creation, and the people who do get a feeling of God from nature won't do the most natural thing in the world and interpret it in terms of whatever religion they've already been taught. Why waste time explaining anything when you can just lament what you're assuming happens?
Now, I would say there's a nuance here that I'd like to add for just to make sure that my point I'm not getting misunderstood is that saying that there's a way for people to be saved if they haven't heard Jesus, to be careful here and say it's Jesus, he's the way. Can you access Jesus by responding to partial revelation properly? And the answer I would say is yes, you can, but that doesn't mean it's an automatic pass. I never heard the gospel, I'm saved. That's not the answer I'm giving actually at all. I'm saying there's a potential.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Instead of explaining what partial revelation looks like, what responding to it looks like, in any way that meaningfully chooses Jesus as the way instead of just being vaguely spiritual, and in short, what this way for people to be saved is.
But it seems that people, generally speaking, are into projecting. And when the light of the gospel goes out, that's more light, that's more knowledge, and it's more opportunity for them to receive. So it does increase the number of people who end up being saved. And that people worshiping false gods is evidence that they rejected the revelation of God. So that's a condemning thing, yeah.
So throughout this response, Winger, like all Christians who touch this topic with a 10-foot pole, is in a pinch. An explanation for how unreached people get saved that's general enough that they can do it without the help of a missionary, yet aligns with Christian doctrine closely enough that he doesn't inch toward an all paths lead to heaven answer. And since he doesn't seem to have much of an explanation for this, probably because there isn't one, he needs to remain vague to the point of not actually explaining anything. Of course, one thing he needs to be absolutely clear about is that people who practice other religions aren't saved. Rainforests and mumble prayers might can fuzzy the picture enough to suggest that you might somehow be calling out to Jesus in some undefined way based on some undefined process by which looking at the trees gave you an undefined amount of knowledge about an undefined portion of Christian theology. But the moment you start praying to Allah, you're just plumb out of luck because that's a bridge too far. Not because we have any good reason to suspect some poor kid born in Saudi Arabia is doing anything wrong by interpreting his sense of God's existence in light of the only religion he'd been taught, but because of how Mike Winger feels about the theoretical implications for his own religion. Or problem. Picture of other people's deepest motivations, which he shouldn't be painting anyway, is based not on an assessment of their situation and how it would likely affect their mindset, but on what he needs to assume to make his apologetic work. Most of us look at someone who grew up Muslim in Saudi Arabia and think, of course, he's understandably practicing the religion he'd been raised in, like most people would. Yet Winger looks at the same person and tells himself, he actually knows my God is real, but just wants to reject him. It's disgusting. More, it's perplexing, and has some pretty ugly undertones, to suggest that 90+% of Saudis are Muslim because they knowingly decided to reject Jesus, whereas Americans are apparently the kind of people who accept him at the rate of about 75%. headed down a bad road when you assume that almost an entire population just chooses to be evil. Priorities are so twisted that you start dictating people's deepest motivations on such a grand scale, you've pretty much decided you have no need to engage with them. You're not going to hear them try to tell their own story, because you're already so invested in your story about them. Story of my doubts that I laid at the start of this video. I wasn't choosing to reject God. I wasn't looking away from some knowledge about him I should have been accountable for. I was doing my best to make sense of a religion I was deeply attached to and wanted to follow. Yet my honest doubts eventually compelled me to acknowledge I didn't believe. Based on what he's saying, Mike Weir has no use for a story like this and wouldn't incorporate it into his understanding of me or why atheists in general don't believe. He thinks that his need to reconcile problems with his religion gives him license to make trashy, uninformed assumptions about me. And since this is where things stand in his mind, what could he possibly take from a conversation with me? He has to learn from me, even about my own motivations and internal journey. Set himself up not only as correct on the question of God, but as an authority on my character and my reasons for disagreeing with him. So a conversation between us can only go one of two ways. Either I come around and agree with him, or he preaches at me without hearing a word I say. Actual open conversation with me, or anybody else around the world who happens not to be Christian, will undermine the feeble explanation he's come up with for the problem of unevangelized people. It's clear that his neurosis about the consistency of his religion is more important to him than actually trying to understand others. Other fundamentalists must hunker down and talk to each other about us, or make tentative little forays to talk past us, instead of talking to us. I wonder why conversation with the world gets difficult. Part of the price you pay for being that invested in bad ideas. This program was made possible by a grant from John Adams, Bob Generic, Maggie Danger, S.R. Foxley, A Little Logic, Daniel Bostet, Nidemos, and Q, and by the generous support of viewers like you. If you'd like to join them in pledging to this channel, please find a link to the Prophet of Zod Patreon below. To be honest about something, sometimes I struggle with whether I should respond to a particular video. If an apologist with a small platform is saying something outrageous to provoke us into giving them exposure, I'll generally ignore them. The video we're about to see today clearly fits that category. So should I be doing this? Sure. I've already gotten more exposure than I'm going to give it, and with many times the views of any of the channel's other videos, it has a fair reach. And I think it deserves to be called out for using this reach to encourage a horrible form of bullying packaged as a philosophical proposition. So here we are.
Hello. Today I'm going to give an argument with the conclusion that all atheists should delete their channels and stop criticizing Christianity.
That sounds like about the most Christian thing to want everybody else to do.
Now the point of this video isn't actually to cause it to happen. Rather, I just think that there's actually a strong argument for that conclusion. I'm honestly just curious to see where an atheist would disagree with that argument's train of logic.
And I'm honestly happy to oblige by showing you.
They obviously have to if they're going to keep their channel up.
Whoa, let's slow down and see if your argument's even worth anything before jumping ahead to insinuations that we should need to defend still having channels. Part can sound a little lighthearted, and he said he's not actually trying to get us to take them down. It does feed into an incredibly poisonous attitude Christians have about atheists who express themselves. And in one of my Dumb Things videos, a lot of them think that while we have a right to non-belief, they should to some extent or another be able to demand that we keep it to ourselves. It plays not only into a general disdain for atheists who have the audacity to open their mouths, Christians overtly and repeatedly asking things like why bother talking about a religion I don't believe in, or criticizing me for causing harm, be it in the form of taking away people's hope, undermining their foundation of morality, or as in this case endangering them to hell, just because I honestly articulate my point of view. Nothing more than a crass and honestly appalling form of bullying. And that might sound like overstatement considering the fact that Apologist Squared is not actually trying to make me delete my channel and has no way to pressure me into silence. Suggestion does not exist in a vacuum. Being added to and exacerbating an environment where this form of bullying is carried out by people who can put such pressure on others. I can't tell you how many people write to me saying they're afraid to even reveal themselves as non-believers, much less utter a peep about their opinions, because they're surrounded by people who have the financial leverage, social leverage, or just straight up authority to make their lives hell for it. While I can laugh off people who say, stop talking about atheism because you're taking away people's hope, they don't have that luxury. So I'm going to get really testy when anybody feeds into this culture of bullying people into silence, even if it's done in a lighthearted or naive way. Because regardless of Apologetic Square's intentions, this video will add to the vocabulary and mindset of those who want to and can shut others up. Was he responsible for their actions? No. The serious suggestion he's making is at best not great. I'm not going to say that he shouldn't be able to express his opinion, since one side of the argument suggesting this about the other is already too many, but I am going to push back against it. And somehow find any weaknesses in his argument. For example, if it only takes him 45 seconds to reveal that the entire thing rests on an assertion, I'll be very happy to point it out.
Now let's start by looking at Pascal's wager. We're trying to maximize utility, which means we're trying to see which courses of action maximizes good for us. The decision we're looking at is whether we should wager on Christianity. The amount of utility we get by wagering on Christianity is the product of the probability of Christianity being true and the utility received by being a faithful Christian, which is infinity because a Christian will go to heaven.
Now, did you catch that? Stated as a fact that the utility of being a Christian is infinity because the Christian goes to heaven. Problem. I don't believe it, and he hasn't done anything to demonstrate it. Highly unverified assertion is all he bases his argument on. So if he wants to know where I disagree with him, here it is. That needs to be pointed out. Backing up a bit, there are all kinds of problems with using this multiply far-fetched odds by infinity thing to make a point about utility. Good reasons to choose a safer bet over a long shot with a big payoff, especially, if the long shot doesn't even have established odds and seems implausible. And there are all kinds of issues with trying to use a concept like infinity in mathematical operations. And setting that aside, we haven't as much as established that there's an infinity to multiply his claim by in the first place. What we have to work with are his claims about Christianity and his claim of infinity. You can't multiply by someone's claim of infinity any more than you can add their promise to pay back money they owe you to your bank account. On the table is an assertion, and no matter how you play around with assertions, no matter what mathematical operations you try to do between them, they don't get you anywhere. Build from a verifiable or at least agreed upon premise. And just fix the low odds of a claim by adding an additional claim that believing it has infinite utility. That's exactly what he's trying to do. There's a little trick here, which is that they could counter that if Christianity is true, then you get to go to heaven, makes infinite reward an outcome of the claim being true in the same way that if you draw a royal flush on this hand, win $1 billion, makes $1 billion an outcome of getting the hand. Weigh the odds of the hand against a reward of $1 billion that would result from it, right? You weigh the odds of Christianity against a reward of eternal life that would result from it. Actually a poor comparison, because despite the similarity in phrasing, these are very different statements that are based on and establish totally different things. One references a verified fact that you'll win the prize if you get the hand, and you'd never take the proposition seriously if the terms weren't clearly established. Or at least I'd hope you wouldn't. make a wager, someone would need to demonstrate to your satisfaction that the money existed, that getting a royal flush would obligate them to pay you, and that the mechanics of the game would be clearly understood and fair. It only has meaning because it's describing a verified fact that a certain outcome of the hand will set a certain process into motion. By contrast, the statement, if Christianity is true then you get to go to heaven, does not refer back to such a verifiable process, since nobody can show you heaven or factually verify that being a Christian will get you there. Thus, it's nothing more than a self-referencing description of Christian doctrine. Think about why the statement is true. Because, and only because, Christianity includes the teaching that Christians go to heaven. Literally just saying, if the teaching that Christians go to heaven is true, then it's true that Christians go to heaven. A tautology that pretends to establish infinite utility through nothing more than its own choice of words. Helps to see that there are two things at work in a legitimate bet. In terms of the wager, and two, the thing you're wagering on. For that to make sense, these two need to be totally distinct from each other, with the prize and the rules being guaranteed under certain terms, and all the uncertainty confined to the specific event you're wagering on. Certainty even began bleeding over into the terms of the game, everything would become messy and arguably incoherent. At the very least, the person proposing the bet would be taking advantage of you, and I'll do a real-life example of this later. Someone just tried to assert the existence of the prize in the rules of the game, or say their very existence were conditional on whether you won the game, I'd hope you see them for the sleazy con artists they were. Our problem with Apologetics Squared's proposed wager. He asserts the reward of heaven and the rule of getting there, or at best, and this whole last part was me going out of my way to steelman his argument for him, makes them conditional upon the very wager they're supposed to provide the structure for. There's a lot to say by this point, but everything he says from here rests on this simple assertion, taking the time to drive home how empty his core point is. He's trying to argue that we shouldn't question his religion's claims because of what his religion claims happens when you question it. Keep this in mind as we go on, because no matter what other details he goes into, no matter what objections he covers or rebuts, the whole thing is pointless because it all depends on a single assertion of Christian doctrine.
Plus the product of the probability that Christianity is false and the utility received by being a deluded Christian. That totals to infinity. The amount of utility we get by not wagering on Christianity is the product of the probability of Christianity being true and the utility received by being an incorrect non-Christian, plus the product of the probability that Christianity is false and the utility received by being a correct non-Christian. That totals to negative infinity. So the action which is better for us is obviously to wager on Christianity. That's the argument in a nutshell.
Yeah, great. Since this does nothing but further describe an assertion, let's just move on.
I have severe problems with this argument. Firstly, there are other religions besides Christianity. A Muslim could just as effectively use Pascal's wager to argue for Islam.
So I get this as one way of showing Pascal's wager's futility? I thought it was weird as a major objection. If a guy came to my house and said for $10 I'll sell you this rock that will protect your family from dragons, my objection would not be, well, there's also a guy who wants to sell me a stick that will protect me from wizards, and since I only have $10 I can't secure the utility of both dragon protection and wizard protection. The objection would be that both of these suggestions fly in the face of everything I know about intelligently assessing what kinds of dangers might befall me and how I avoid them. I'm going to give either of them my money just because I can vocalize the possibility of some far-fetched danger and solution. Similarly, I don't reject Pascal's wager because Christianity won't protect me against the silly threats of other religions. I reject it because the mere ability of Christians to vocalize things about infinite utility shouldn't compel me to act on its own silly threats. I blow through the rest of these theoretical objections because they're pretty irrelevant given the fact that the infinite utility of heaven is just an assertion. Why he never foresaw or addressed that objection.
Christianity appears to involve the actual belief that Christianity is true. But whether I like it or not, I am not convinced by the arguments for Christianity. Therefore, it seems that I simply am unable to wager on Christianity. And even if I could, it seems immoral or otherwise impermissible to change my beliefs on the basis of how much it helps me, other than on the basis of evidence. And another point, would God even want me to believe in him purely on the basis of selfish motivations? That seems hardly likely. So Pascal's wager, despite its attempts to push him towards Christianity, ultimately fails. I actually think that those are valid criticisms of Pascal's wager, and I can totally understand why it may fail to push you to Christianity. However, it seems that Pascal's wager can stop an atheist from pulling people out of Christianity.
Why does he think our channels are designed to pull people out of Christianity? Most of my viewers are already non-Christian or doubting, and my goal is to help them assess their experiences and put their existing doubts into words. The argument that I delete my channel is based not only on an assertion of Christian doctrine, but on his own misunderstanding of the point of my channel.
Here's my thinking. How much utility does a Christian have on average? Well, it's the product of the probability that Christianity is true and the infinite reward they would get for being a Christian. Coolio. Now, if they did convert, how much utility do they have now? Well, they do have some utility. I mean, they don't need to get up early on Sunday mornings or anything, but their utility is now merely finite.
I wonder what Jesus would think of his suggestion that taking up your cross is as easy as getting up on Sunday. We all know there's a lot more people are asked to give up. Part of their identities, freedom to ask certain questions, behavior the religion labels as sins, and so on. It's fine to give these things up if Christianity is true. Let's not pretend the stakes are so low that you might as well just do it anyway, even if it's not true. I don't care much that I heard this jab from him. What I care about is, for example, young atheists in the midst of a complicated, painful deconversion process who are being pressured not to be themselves or think for themselves, while being treated like they're just so lazy and stupid they just want to get out of church. A degrading way of approaching people who disagree with you. 2 points to have value as a joke, and it exacerbates situations where vulnerable atheists are being viewed and talked to in very hurtful ways. Apologetics Squared the benefit of assuming he's just naive, but I really hope he grows out of this utterly childish lack of insight into anybody outside his religion.
They lost that on average infinite utility that they previously had. So the transition from Christian to non-Christian has a net utility on average of negative infinity.
Okay, so true story. Years ago, my grandpa was always getting several letters a day from people saying he had won some giant sweepstakes or another. Of course, all he had to do to claim it was send in like $20 to $30 for processing. This might sound sketchy, but when you think about it, the utility of getting the giant prize was higher than the utility of the tiny processing fee, right? Somehow Dad and I kept urging my grandpa not to participate. Weird, huh? I guess maybe we just didn't understand how to maximize utility. Okay, I know this isn't a great analogy yet, because of course long odds can really eat into the utility of a, say, $1 million prize. If the chances of the prize being real are, say, 1 in a trillion, the utility of the $1 million against the odds of winning is far less than a penny, so he's better off keeping his $30. Oh, Guess the problem with people mailing him this trash must be that they aren't offering enough money to make the utility worthwhile. That's got to be the issue. Let's say they caught wind of our objection and sent Grandpa a letter saying he'd won infinity dollars. We plug this scenario into Apologetics Squared's reasoning and see where it gets us.
Here's my thinking. How much utility does a
person who accepts the prize offer
have on average? Well, it's a product of the probability that
the claim they won the prize
is true and the infinite reward they would get for
claiming the prize.
Coolio. Now, if they
reject the prize,
how much utility do they have now? Well, they do have some utility. I mean, they
still have their $30.
But their utility is now merely finite. They lost that on average infinite utility that they previously had. So the transition from
accepting the prize to throwing the envelope in the trash
has a net utility on average of negative infinity.
Of course, I changed some of the words, but the thinking is the same. Except his reasoning, the mere assertion of infinite reward by Christianity makes it the best option regardless of the odds that it's true, then the mere assertion of infinite dollars by people sending my grandpa letters makes sending in $30 the best option. Or at the very least, my dad and I should not have been trying to take away his infinite utility by interfering. We should have just deleted our mouths. You might say, it's not a 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds because the offer in the letter seems implausible. Okay, great. That realization of Christianity, and we're more or less on the same page.
To put that in perspective, torturing someone for 1,000 years has a negative but finite utility. It doesn't even remotely compare to negative infinite utility. So if a YouTube channel tends to cause deconversions, then it promotes negative infinite utility. If I knew my YouTube channel tended to cause people to be tortured for thousands of years, I would delete it right away.
What if you thought your God was causing people to be tortured for thousands of years? Well, of course you couldn't delete him, so can't delete my channel. Yet here you are, speaking out against it because of the negative utility it causes by leading people to be tortured, while remaining fairly silent about the role of the dude who actually engineered the torture. Why is this? So vocal about the channel as someone who might be unintentionally prompting people to make a decision of their own free will will cause God to knowingly send them to hell. If you want to take the God doesn't send them to hell, they choose it themselves route, the choice was theirs, and I would be a non-factor in a decision that was really between them and God. If either you're irrationally zeroing in on the smallest contributor to this problem, or, I don't know, maybe just brazenly contriving an excuse for telling those you disagree with to shut up.
Thus, if a channel tends to cause deconversions, it should be wiped off the internet as soon as possible. That's all very interesting.
No, it's not.
But what about those objections we raised earlier? Will they stop this version of Pascal's wager? Well, no. Let's start with the many gods objection. This doesn't help the atheist out at all, but it can help out other religions, like, say, Islam. Muslims can continue trying to convert Christians just fine. They believe that their religion will lead people to paradise. So Muslims trying to convert Christians, or vice versa, are just individuals who are trying to improve the chances of the other at getting infinite utility. The atheist, on the other hand, is just trying to tear down everyone's chances at infinite utility.
I wonder if he thinks that my dad and I were just trying to tear down my grandpa's chances at infinite money. I wonder if he thinks only people who are offering him infinite cash payouts should have been able to speak to him about the issue. Apparently, a simple assertion of infinite reward should override all other concerns you might have about a situation, and only people who make those assertions should be able to express their opinions.
Now, what about the objection that you can't choose your beliefs? Well, that's obviously not a problem. The Christians who would have otherwise been deconverted already believe in Christianity, so you aren't being forced to choose a belief. What the atheist needs to choose is just clicking the delete channel button. That's totally something you could choose.
It's amazing and creepy how casually a Christian can treat a suggestion that everybody who opposes him should just delete their channels.
Now, what about the objection that wagering is immoral? Modifying it slightly for New Wager, an atheist might say, I'm obligated to tell people what I see as true and to promote truth. Thus my channel, which teaches the truth of atheism, should stay up, no matter what damage it causes.
Does he really think we believe our channels cause the damage he asserts as? It sounds like he just can't, or doesn't want to, imagine anybody not operating according to the premises of his religion. Probably our core problem here.
Now, while it's true that there is a moral obligation to teach the truth, there's also a moral obligation to not decrease other people's utility.
But there's not a moral obligation to live according to every wild assertion about other people's utility that a religion has managed to put down on paper. In fact, I'd say that indiscriminately doing so is pretty irresponsible.
Example of Jim. Jim believes that the millionth digit of pi is 7. That's factually incorrect. But because of aliens or mad scientists or whatever, it turns out that if you correct that belief, he'll be tortured for 1,000 years. In this case, it seems immoral, very immoral actually, to teach Jim the truth. So there are some times when the stakes can be so high that maximizing someone's utility takes precedence over teaching the truth. And the stakes are never higher than when infinite utility is on the line.
Yeah. One simply asserted that correcting the belief about the millionth digit of pi would lead to someone being tortured. He jumps through hoops to adjust math just for that? Well, proving truth is less important than helping people avoid torture. By the way, the mad scientists or aliens are the true villains because they're the ones torturing people. Are you not troubled by where God falls in your analogy? With all that aside, let's make this real, here and now. At this moment, I hereby assert that anybody who does any form of math correctly will be tortured forever by aliens, and who only does incorrect math will be rewarded forever by the aliens. It's by virtue of my assertion, there's no infinite utility for only doing incorrect math, right? But this will make life suck from now on. Engineering is going to go right out the window. Be able to calculate measurements correctly, which means our houses will have to be simple or unstable, and grocery stores won't be able to charge you correct prices or even maintain accurate inventory. Basically, society will melt down. Hey, this is nothing compared to the infinite utility I asserted comes from only doing math wrong. Day, Apologetic Squared, do you not feel like you have an obligation to urge others not to do correct math? After all, that's the more moral choice, right? Since all of society should turn on a dime every time someone says there are infinite consequences or utility to something?
Would God reward wagering? Well, most Christians probably didn't convert under the pretense of a selfish utilization of Pascal's wager, but the broader point is that the atheist isn't the one who's wagering here. It's a Christian. We want to maximize the chance of our fellow human beings getting infinite utility. The atheist's best shot at that is deleting their channels. That's what they should focus on.
And since we're making demands based on assertions, you should focus on making sure you never teach anybody correct math since... Never mind.
Let's throw in one bonus objection. There is some non-zero probability that only atheists will go to heaven because there could be an atheist-loving God or something. So, atheism overall promises infinite utility on average, just like Christianity. So bringing a Christian to atheism doesn't reduce their utility.
So, you'll take atheists seriously, but only if they join you in making wild, unfounded assertion? So this is a silly, contrived justification for telling us to shut up, or you simply lack basic functional adult judgment.
This logic breaks down. The problem is that if you go from a probability P1 of getting some good to a probability of P2 of getting that good, then the difference in utility is the product of P2 minus P1 and the utility of that good. So getting a Christian to become an atheist will still, on average, result in a net loss of infinite utility.
Not sure where he got the values for P1 and P2, or determined there's still a net loss of utility. A little like he just rushed through it and hoped nobody would notice.
There is a way around this, which I'll call the escape. An atheist could maintain that an atheist-loving God, or some such atheist-preferring hypothesis, is actually more probable than Christianity. That's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, because how do you calculate the probability of one totally unfounded paranormal assertion against another?
But would justify not deleting a channel which promotes atheism. Anyways, that's the argument. Here it is more formally, so each step is clearly laid out. If you're an atheist with a channel that criticizes Christianity, then I would love to hear which premise of this argument you dispute.
The one where you assert there's an infinite reward for following Christianity. Almost at the end here, so I'm going to cut off before he goes into his closing, subscribe to my channel script. The actual argument here is really weird. Obvious logical conclusion, it would contend that conversation should be monopolized by whoever can make the most outlandish claims about the consequences of as many actions as possible, with the result being an incomprehensibly chaotic, endlessly shifting public discourse that keeps deferring to whatever newcomer is willing to up the ante by asserting implausibly severe punishments for more behaviors than the last person. No, that's not really what he's going for. Practice, this is just about demanding deference to his religion and silence from non-believers. Eternal assertion about eternal torture over our heads or the heads of others, while going so far as to literally suggest we should avoid getting to the bottom of truth if his religion insinuates truth is dangerous. This is straight up Dark Ages, and I'm glad we live in a secular nation where the only tool he has for prompting us to shut down our channels is empty threats and nonsense arguments. Serious is when his flirtation with theocratic rhetoric gets into the ears of people who are better positioned than he is to bully atheists. This is a real problem that affects real people, many of whom reach out to me in desperation, asking what to do when they get punished, harassed, or ostracized for expressing anything that to any degree runs contrary to Christian teaching. This, unlike hell, is something we know people face, and it's rooted in the demand that everybody act according to the premises of Christianity regardless of whether they believe it, and stay silent if they don't. Squared is directly promoting this entitled dominionist mentality, and in doing so is contributing to the problem. Or offer any suggestion this means he should delete his channel, because that would be a garbage to do, I hope he's ready to shoulder responsibility for how he's encouraging people to see and act toward others. This program was made possible by a grant from John Adams, Bob Generic, Maggie Danger, S.R. Foxley, A Little Logic, Daniel Bostet, Nidemus, and Q, and by the generous support of viewers like you. If you'd like to join them in pledging to this channel, please find a link to the Product of Zod Patreon below.
Alrighty, folks, so you may have noticed that the Biden administration is attempting to cram down a wildly unconstitutional vaccine mandate. What they are basically saying is that if you are a company with over 100 employees, you have to force all of your employees to either get vaccinated or to be tested every single week. There is no constitutional or statutory basis for this, but what does Joe Biden care? After all, he's just a senile old dictator. Here's the thing. We here at Daily Wire, we have well over 100 employees. We are not going to implement this mandate. We are going to
Stephen and crew, would you give your Ben Norm impression on what he would say about California election?
Today, California voters emphatically made their voices heard in rejecting white supremacy. I voted against this guy. Perfect. That was a picture of Larry. We wanted to really do a tribute here to Norm Macdonald, and let me explain to you why. He's been one of the single biggest influences on me professionally, on this show. I've talked about it at length. As a matter of fact, we'll show some clips of how many times I've talked about what my top two guests that I ever wanted to get were Norm Macdonald and Alice Cooper.
Yeah.
And so that's the real tragedy in all of this, is I'll never get to have them on the show.
It's true. Truly.
Yes.
There are other ways not to come on the show, Norm.
You know, that's the thing. You don't know who you hurt, Norm. Yeah.
Well, you better watch out now.
He won't, because his publicist doesn't like me. So we're going to, and not only that, but I think a lot of people now jump on this bandwagon. Look, keep in mind that Norm Macdonald was reviled not very long ago by the Me Too people.
Yeah.
By the, I don't even know what hashtag we're talking about, but people now act as though they appreciated the brilliance that was Norm. People don't realize also what a devout man of faith that he was.
Yeah.
He tried to avoid politics, but it was pretty easy to pick up on where he lined up. So we're going to be talking about that today quite a bit, and I want to paint a more full picture of who the man was, and hopefully there's some people out there who maybe don't know about him too much, haven't appreciated him as much as you should, and really he should go along certainly with the greats. I would put him in funniest man that ever lived. I just want to show you, this must be from somewhere in the 90s, Norm Macdonald and Dennis Miller. This is a joke that may immediately get us banned from YouTube, which again proves my point. But here he is on Dennis Miller saying something you could never say today on air, even on HBO, talking about gay pride.
Have you ever done anything in your long and storied career that you consider specifically to be in bad taste as you look back on it? Maybe at the time you thought it was a good play, but you look back on it and you think that was in bad taste.
Well, sometimes, like in stand-up, I'll do jokes that are, like one time I was doing this thing in San Francisco and they were all gay people.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 3 5G and AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, and secure. It can even flip to flex mode for answering pics, video calls, and group selfies. It's not just a flip phone. It's a statement. The new Samsung. No matter how much money we
Excuse me, what set are you repping?
Sorry?
What set are you repping?
I'm not repping any set.
Well, you're wearing a bandana, so I would assume that you'd be repping a set.
Oh, no.
Well,
Like bandanas.
next time you wear that shit on my turf, you better come with something. Because you know shit about the street life. Now get the fuck out of my library.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
This is a little unreal. What have I done to bother you?
You're ripping a set on my turf.
Dude, I'm just wearing a bandana.
Yeah, well, it's the wrong color.
Gang bang my set on every one of them. Some things, sons, they just won't change. Fools don't respect nothing but the gang bang.
God, it's a buy one, get one in mail ship stores.
Yeah, you.
All right, looking for some different news stories or something, but
They're so even on total strikes at the moment.
One of the most spectacular knockouts we have ever seen. That is real life ninja stuff.
Wow! They're so even on total strikes at the moment.
One of
all right.
They told me. I figured I'd
In
do
San Francisco?
Yeah.
No.
So I figured I'd do stuff about gay people so that they could relate to
Yeah,
it.
it's warm up. They love that.
And so I was talking about, because I went to this gay pride parade, and I
gosh.
saw in it there were these old men and old ladies like with these signs that said, "We are proud of our gay son." You know, and so I was saying that's an odd thing to be proud of, you know, because it's not an achievement, you know, it's not like something you work all your life to be gay or anything like that. And I just wondered, I had a hard time believing that these 50, 60-year-old men are actually bragging, you know, at work like they're, "Hey, Bill, you know, my kid, oh my God, we're proud of him, Johnny. He graduated from Harvard, you know. For his class, you know what I mean? Now he's articling over at a law firm, and oh yeah, he loves cock." He can't get enough cock in his mouth, his ass, his kids always. I got a picture of the boy here sucking another man's cock.
What's so amazing about him is everybody yesterday on Twitter was fighting as usual.
Right.
Just armchair, whatever. And then Norm died, and it just took over.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where even if people may have gone against him, whatever it was just nice to see a minute of unity.
The reason I don't like it is in the old days they go, hey, that old man died. Now they go, hey, he lost his battle.
So how did, I want to know, like, Roaring Pit, what up, bro? I don't really accept friend requests, man. You can follow my PlayStation account or follow me on social media, but I don't know. PlayStation friends, like, if we don't play the same games, I don't see why we are on the friends list together. And I really don't play a lot of games like that anymore. But I want to know, like, how Norm Macdonald died. Norm Macdonald, 61, battled cancer for 9 years and died on the 14th. Even a Norm Macdonald fan, dude was funny. He was just funny as shit. I remember him from Saturday Night Live skits and his stand-up. And I think he had a couple TV shows himself, yo. Like, almost all the good actors from Saturday Night Live wind up going to the big screen or, like, having their own sitcoms.
That's no way to end your life, you know. What a loser that guy was. Last thing he did was lose. He was waging a brave battle, but at the end, I guess he got kind of cowardly was what happened. And then the bowel cancer, it got brave. You got to give it to the bowel cancer. You know, they were in a battle, and then what the sure, I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure if the cancer dies, I mean, if you die, the cancer also dies at exactly the same time. So that, to me, is not a loss, that's a draw. That's a...
What's so great about that bit is you know it offended people, and he had the card to go, well, I have cancer, but he never
played it.
He just believed you could make fun of anything.
Exactly. You may know that he got kicked off of Weekend Update for making O.J. and Michael Jackson jokes. The reason these jokes were the last straw is, yes, because the head of NBC at that time was friends, like, again, the elites with O.J., but also they were concerned about the fact that he was going after Michael Jackson so aggressively and O.J. and it being seen as potentially racist. Again, that's the context you need to understand back then that a lot of people now don't remember. Because now you're looking at it going, well, why did he get in trouble going O.J. and Michael? Like, we all know. No. Back then, there was still a huge contingency of Americans who said going after them was a byproduct of white nationalism. So actually,
that was during the trial too. Not,
right.
Yeah, just that when he was on Weekend Update making those jokes, and like, don't talk about O.J. He's my friend, and boy, did he lean into it until he lost his job.
But it was,
I love that.
and it was right after Rodney King.
Yep.
And it was Mark Furman and Edward. They were trying to turn this all into a racial issue, and NBC wanted to avoid it. And so, here, knowing the context, is a montage. During this time of a racial powder cake, seems like we've had this a lot, Norm Macdonald leaning into it.
And the Pope came out with a book this week, which contains a series of essays examining faith and morality in today's secular world and the changing role of the Catholic Church as it approaches the 21st century. The book is entitled, God Himself Told Me That O.J. is Guilty. In his book, O.J. Simpson says that he would have taken a bullet or stood in front of a train for Nicole. Man, I'm going to tell you, that is some bad luck when the one guy who would have died for you kills you. Judge Ito was interviewed this week by a local TV station in Los Angeles. Asked by the interviewer if it was appropriate for a supposedly impartial judge to be on TV with his case still pending, Ito said, maybe not, but how appropriate is it to kill your ex-wife?
He'd already been told, don't touch this. The racial thing in my
It was revealed today that O.J. Simpson told police that Nicole Brown Simpson used to beat him up. He also claimed that she and Ron Goldman killed him. O.J. Simpson's lawyers have decided to skip hearings on DNA evidence and go right to trial. Asked why they did this, the lawyers replied, "We want to get O.J. acquitted as speedily as possible so he can get back to doing what he does best, killing people."
You know what's coming and it's still
O.J. Simpson's lawyers say they don't want the families of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman in the courtroom during the trial. They're afraid the presence of the family members will just remind O.J. of how much more killing he still has to do.
What I love about Norm on Update was that he's not even doing that well with the audience. And at the time when I was young, I was laughing so hard I never noticed until I was a comic.
Yeah.
And the other joke I love that he did was he said, Lisa Marie Presley and Michael Jackson are getting a divorce. She wishes he was more of a homebody, and he wishes she was a 7-year-old.
Yeah. I remember too. I remember he said the closest thing he read to a perfect joke, and he used it twice. He used it with Christy Brinkley and Billy Joel.
Yeah.
Oh, but he said the most perfect version was Julia Roberts. Was she married to Lyle Lovett?
Lyle Lovett, yeah.
Yeah, and he said the most probably the most perfect joke, is that I've been trying to search for, and he really was serious, trying to search for the perfect joke his whole life. He said, the closest I've come is where the punchline was the same as the setup. I said, Julia Roberts and Lyle Lovett have filed for divorce today, citing the reason that they realized she was Julia Roberts and he was Lyle Lovett. And that was what he said was probably the best joke he'd ever written.
I just love the bravery, right? So his career was on the line. He's being told not to do these things. He'd probably be labeled a racist. Like you said, that was the trend that they were heading into. And he just came out and was just like, I'm absolutely going to double down.
Well, he was.
And it definitely hurt him because he didn't do as many movies as his other co-stars did from SNL. And it's a tragedy because I loved him as the lead in Dirty Work. He was great in that.
Dirty Work is underrated.
I know. I love it.
I love Dirty Work. Dirty Work's original script, though, the R-rated version, you can get online, is like the funniest thing I've ever read. So just imagine how funny the PG-13 is.
Yeah.
But Norm being able to do anything he wants. Like him in prison after they, rape him.
Yes. Yeah.
Somebody's like, you should be ashamed. You know what hurts the most? It's the lack of respect. Well, actually, the anal sex hurt the most.
But right after that. Second most. You know what's funny about this too is, I'll tell you the scene. If you haven't seen Dirty, because you can't show it. But if you've seen Dirty Work, he's sitting there, he's pulling up his pants. He's just been raped in prison. He's like, hurts the most and has a lack of respect. Well, except for the other thing, that hurts the most. But what hurts the second the most is a lack of respect. You boys have a lot of growing up to do. I'll tell you that right now. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. This, I believe, happened. The claim is it was 1991 online. But I think he either retold it or they're wrong and it was 92 or 93 because I know I was there both of those years and watching from the crowd. And I remember hearing Norm Macdonald tell this show. This is not political at all, but I remember as a kid, having really only been allowed to listen to Bill Cosby and like Jerry Seinfeld, not that much at this point. Keep in mind I was 5.
Yeah.
And my parents may not have been super familiar with Norm's stand-up because back then they knew him as the Weekend Update guy, but maybe didn't know a whole bunch about his stand-up. So watched his set live. And he had a joke about a man killing his family because the devil told him to. And it was the first joke that I had heard with the structure that was totally different, and immediately he became one of, if not my favorite comedians. So I was watching this live, little Steven Crowder in 92 or 93, Norm Macdonald tell this joke, clip K.
Man, there's crazy guys everywhere. I was reading about this guy in the paper. Get this, folks. Guy I was reading about, he killed his whole family because the devil told him. Can you believe that? What a dork, huh? That's a headline in the paper. It said, what a dork! But imagine how you kill your whole family just because the devil tells you? Then afterwards you go back to the devil and go, yes, devil, I did as you instructed. I killed my family, slaughtered them as they lay sleeping, and then I chopped them up and put them in a duffel bag. Here they are in a duffel bag. I'll be burying them tonight at the shallow grave by the side of the railroad track, as you have commanded, O Lord host of the hoary netherworld. You know, and then the devil pulls off a mask. It's me, Bob! You go, oh, Bob! Yes, you got me, Bob, you got me. Is my face red or what here? Got my family duffel bag over here. Well, that's one for you there, Bobby. I'm trying to...
That reminds me of one of my favorites is when he's talking about shallow grave.
Yeah, serial killer.
Yeah, serial killers was like, you spend all this time stalking somebody, plotting their murder, eventually finding them, killing them, cutting them up. Then you get to the burial part and you're like, just throw some twigs and leaves.
I forgot to roll clip J where he infused Larry King. And it's not that hard to confuse Larry King, let's be honest. But
he was friends with him, though. Him and Larry King actually had a pretty funny dynamic.
Larry King had zero sense of humor. That's why it was funny.
Yes.
Serious confusing Larry King about his sexual orientation.
Something people don't know about you.
I'm deeply closeted gay guy. It's not coming out though.
Wait a minute. What are you revealing here today?
I'm not revealing anything. I'm saying I'm deeply closeted.
Well, that means you're gay.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Why would I say that? I'm deeply closeted.
That means you're very, very gay, but you don't want to come out. You're so closeted
that I refuse to say I'm gay.
Right.
Exactly.
Doesn't that mean you're gay?
Hey, easy, buddy.
Hey.
Oh, he was the best with people with no sense of humor. That's when he shines. So you were talking about how dangerous that was in the Weekend Update stuff. He was banned from The View. A lot of people know this. He was banned from The View, and I talked about this back in my Grand Rapids studio. These clips were not available for a very long time.
They were hard to find.
They were hard to find.
The first time we tried to pull these clips, they were gone.
So we'll show you, it'll sort of in ascending order, him kind of trolling you a little bit.
Yeah.
Just, basically saying racially tinged things with Star Jones. To outright, basically, when people talk about this now, the Clinton body count.
Yeah.
Bring the Clinton murder conspiracy to The View live on air. That's why he was banned. So it's a longer clip, but you need to see.
I think I remember that episode of. Matter of fact, I think he was like one of the first people I ever heard mention like the Clintons was fucking murdered. Had a lot of people fucking hit off, yo. And I'm like, what? Oh yeah, man, the Clintons had a high body count. Or, I don't know. I can't remember why. It might have been in that book I read, though. I don't know. The first time I realized, like, there's strong allegations that the Clinton family had a couple people killed, yo. Like, 30-something people. They were closely tied to over a couple decades. How y'all know like 30-something people y'all affiliated with and do business with and all this shit, and all these people have like mysterious accidents, falling from windows and car crashes and all this shit. Like, damn, bro, y'all know a lot of dead people. And then when it came out that Clinton was going out there to Epstein Island with him all the fucking time. It's like, whoa, what is all this? Like, them Clintons was fucking crazy, yo. And they said Hillary's family had more power than Clinton's family, the Rodhams. And that's why, their marriage was almost arranged, yo. Just two powerful families coming together, seeking more power.
Well, I did love the pod race. That's the best part. Is this race in the middle of it. I'm a big Star Wars fan because
Billy D. Williams.
Like that.
Yes, with my man Harrison Ford playing Han Solo. Now that was
She's so offended.
I love George Bush, man. He's a good man, decent. None of this. He's not a liar, a crook, murderer, or anything like that. So it'd be good to get the. See, I think we should get the homicide out of the White House. Because we don't want any more murderers.
I think we should just go on to the next question.
Oh, Clinton murdered a guy.
Accusations without
That's a little too far. Let's just go on to the next question.
Yeah.
This is not my week. What can I tell you?
Oh, it's not mine either, and I'm being very nice, okay? Be a good boy. Now, Norm?
And I don't want to hear it, and this is not the place to make those accusations, and you're supposed to be funny.
That was hilarious. I actually remember these clips, yo.
Why so? But you have been properly chastised by Barbara. Now we're going to the next.
I thought it was a matter of record.
It just keeps going.
Well, they keep trying to overpower him, and they can't. He's too funny.
Don't shut up.
All right, manslaughter.
And by the way, the brilliance. Here's the brilliance of that. The last line, manslaughter. Okay, there was no conspiracy or accusation of an accidental death.
No,
right. So in other words, when he says "all right, manslaughter," as though he's being conciliatory there.
Yeah.
No, he's drawing attention to the fact that this obviously could only have been premeditated murder. And this is back. George W. Bush had just won. So it would have been, 2000, maybe 2001.
Yeah, really early.
And
oh my gosh,
no one was talking about it. And I just remember watching it. I must have been homesick that day. I watched it live.
Oh.
And I remember going. At this point, there was a YouTube. I'm like, oh my god, where am I ever going to see this again?
Stephen and crew, would you give your best Norm impression on what he would say about California's election?
Today, California voters emphatically made their voices heard in rejecting white supremacy. I voted against this guy.
Perfect.
That's exactly what I was.
Yep. Because it would always have to be the perfect photo. Yeah, that's exactly it. There's no topping that.
All right, and this is where we get into the part of the portrait that the media will never paint. I would say the funniest man who's ever lived. Certainly, you could argue it.
I would agree.
And like I said, there's objectively funny. You could put at the top, people like the Richard Pryors, the Mount Rush. If you're having a Mount Rushmore, the George Carlin. No one would argue with you if you say, I think Norm Macdonald should be up there. People may disagree, but they won't be like, oh, that's just so out of line.
Yeah.
It's true stand-up, though.
Right.
It's all comedy.
It's all comedy. But he personally was really pretty conservative, and later in life, a devout Christian, and his faith meant a lot to him. And this is someone who struggled. He struggled with, I think it's well-known, gambling. He talked about struggling with addiction issues, and I don't necessarily mean substance addiction issues.
One of my favorite things that he ever said about gambling was, it's a disease, but it's the only disease where you win money.
Although my buddy, I did want to say one thing about my buddy Richie, who has a disease, and but it's an interesting disease he has. He has a disease of alcoholism. And he came to me, and he told me, and I like to look, I'm the kind of guy that likes to look at the bright side of things, So I told him, I said, Richie, it's true that you have a disease and everything, but you got the best one. It's the only disease where you get to drink booze all the time. I haven't looked at every medical journal, but I believe it's the only disease where you constantly drink booze. As a matter of fact, that is the disease. I don't think Richie would think he'd had a disease. I don't think Richie would go to my Uncle Bert and go, hey, I understand you got bowel cancer. Ah, man, I know how you feel. I gotta drink a lot of booze. Those diseases. Accept those diseases, huh, Uncle Bert? Hey, what's your symptoms, Uncle Bert? Well, my bowel, I got blood pouring out of it all the time. I got bowel blood pouring out, gushing out of my bowel, almost nonstop. And I got searing, clawing pains, ripping, tearing, mind-screeching bowel pains, and they're combined with aching, dull, soul-deadening bowel pain. These are basically my symptoms. How about you? I get happy.
And I love that bit just because he's speaking from a point of an addict.
Right.
And just saying how preposterous it kind of is, but at the same time, how, he feels serious about it.
Yeah.
And I love he talks about going to AA, where he's like, so he goes, you go into a church basement and you give everybody your name, which doesn't sound that anonymous. He's like, and you only give them the last letter because you don't want them to know who they are. And then it's just brilliant. I don't want to butcher it, but he's like, then you tell everybody, yeah, you blew a dog for a pint of gin. But he just goes, and who better to trust than a room full of drunks?
And you know what? What's funny is you could this is what, when I talked about this before, Norm is a litmus test because you could be an alcoholic or someone who's an alcoholism advocate and be offended by that.
I'm sure some are.
Yeah, there are plenty of people who have been. Or, like you, and say, that's a brilliant way to turn it into take something painful and turn it into something funny. Norm really tried to push people's buttons. These weren't anti-jokes. People have sort of misrepresented that. They were jokes. They just happened to be jokes that push your buttons, sort of like an Alice Cooper, and that's why I think they're very similar. Al Cooper learned how to push your buttons. And so did Dio. Dio back then talked about imagery. He was like, how do you think that's satanic? How do you know what Satan looks like with that image? And how do you know that priest is the good guy? You're the one who's conferred this sort of this meaning to this imagery. And Norm Macdonald allowed people to copy-paste what they thought onto him, and people would be offended or be brought tremendous joy by the exact same bit. Here he is, taking opportunities to express his faith, and it pissed a lot of people off, not to mention if you actually read his writings.
You get a lot of attention on Twitter sphere for being open about your religious views. What are they?
I'm a Christian. It's not stylish to say now.
No, are you devout?
Yeah.
You believe in the Lord?
Yes, I do.
You think you're going somewhere when it ends?
I don't believe it, but what people don't understand about faith is that you have to choose it. You know what I mean? They think that you believe it, but you have to choose it.
Why a bomber in Boston? Because if there is a God, he's omnipotent.
Yes.
If he's omnipotent, he could prevent it.
Yes.
Why did he prevent it?
I don't know, man, but you gotta stop hanging out in that hot tub with Bill Maher all the time. It sounds like you got a God-shaped hole in your heart.
What are you Turner?
And that just shows someone who doesn't know what he's talking about.
Let me say this emphatically. Norm Macdonald is the most important voice in all of comedy today. Period. Bar none. The reason that hashtag I'm with Norm, which is what I'm calling, is so important, he's not just a comedian. He's a veritable authoritarianism weather stick. He is a comedian with the single most stellar track record for using comedy to shine a light on the real taboos of our time. Because it's really easy to go up and make jokes about Christians in New York. It's really easy to go up and make middle Americans seem stupid. So because no one says what Norm says, it's shocking because all of a sudden being a Christian more right-wing is more taboo. We talked about that in what was edgy in comedy.
In 2018, they tried to cancel Norm. What was that for?
Comedians started calling for his scalp.
Yes.
Louis C.K. And Norm was one of the few people who stood up and defended him, and that's when people came after Norm.
Comedians have gone up against Louis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was talking to some
comedians have said this guy should not be able to ever perform again. But it doesn't mean you can't forgive or it's impossible to forgive. I also don't feel anyone owes me an apology in public, you know. I think personally that you owe an apology to anybody that you did ill to. You owe an apology to people that your actions hurt in a fanatic way or an emotional way. But nobody owes me an apology, you know.
That used to be called. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But he talks about forgiveness too. It's like it seems like that's a concept that we've forgotten in society.
He has been one of the biggest influences on this show, period. I used to tell people, when people used to say, and if you look at some of the jokes that we've written or that we've told on the show, you can clearly see the influence. David Letterman and John Stossel, that's how I used to describe it to people. I would say David Letterman meets kind of John Stossel, And then there's a little bit of early Howard Stern and the sense of humor. Norm Macdonald is always going to think the funniest person ever. The common thread that they all poked their finger in the chest of authority. From David Letterman daring NBC to fire him, or sorry, CBS to fire him, right? Showing up at the GE studios there with fruit baskets and then kicking him out of his own office. Norm Macdonald poking his finger in the chest of NBC. You can't tell Michael Jackson jokes. You can't tell OJ jokes. But I guess you should watch. And then he did it. John Stossel was reviled at ABC. John Stossel went against the grain and went from consumer reporting to reporting on government corruption. And whether you like what we do or not, look, YouTube and Google is the most powerful company that's ever existed. Number 2 through 5 would be Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Twitter, right? So that's the authority. You think that the media is fans of us? We have continued, so there's always been an influence from that, but just always found it funny when someone, the jester, pokes fun at the king. Here's some quotes, though, too, from Norm, defending free speech and criticizing sort of the modern, like you're talking about modern comedians. He says, if you can tell me one funny, socially relevant joke, I'd give you $1 million. Comedians, when they get really good, and nowadays they don't even have to get good, reach a point where they feel they should be philosophers. I've heard it said even that the modern-day philosophers are comedians. I read modern-day philosophers. I'm sure they're insulted when they're compared to people who work in smoky nightclubs and hit on waitresses for a living. If you're watching a comedian on television, he's making a political point, I would say he's gotten too serious. Which is ironic because he would he would do it through comedy.
Yes.
Yeah. In other words, you have to read. He would do it in a way that was funny, as opposed to someone like a Trevor Noah or a Stephen Colbert.
Well, he's saying just making the point.
Yeah, just
not
making the
the joke. Yeah.
Where they decided that is their most important, modus operandi.
That's why I never have a point.
The model used to be admit wrongdoing, show complete contrition, and then we can give you a second chance. Talking about forgiveness. Now it's admit wrongdoing and you're finished. And so the only way to survive is to deny, and that's not healthy. It's not healthy because there's no forgiveness. And that ties up, I think, everything that makes Norm. Right there in that comment, what do you have? You have the point of view of someone who obviously thinks that comedy should be funny, and he thinks that, or at least he uses it to poke fun at authority. And he thinks that he doesn't use the term cancel culture. He's more articulate in saying cancel culture, and he's saying it's wrong to treat people this way. And the reason it's wrong is because we have a society where we're looking for scalps. There's no forgiveness. And where does that stem from? Where does all that stem from? That stems from a worldview of Norm Macdonald that he has a job to do, and his job is not to go out and have a pity party over his cancer. Which I think a lot of us would have liked to know how much time we had left with him. But this is how Norm lived his life. Whether you liked it or not, his job was to be a comedian. You only got to know what he wanted you to know about him. And he wanted you to know that he thought we were heading down the wrong path. In the entertainment industry, in comedy, and a big reason because of that is because we've lost the forgiveness of someone and an influence was very important in his life, of God. That's where that worldview comes from. Without God, the Lord-shaped hole in your heart, Larry King, there can be no forgiveness. I think I speak for all of us here when we say we miss you, and the world lost a good one.
We still don't know the origins of the pandemic more than 1 year after the first COVID case was diagnosed in our country.
There's still more questions than ever. Now a Chinese defector is revealing to reporter Shari Markson what he warned American officials about in 2019 about the virus and what was really happening in Wuhan.
Did you have any sense that the intelligence agencies in the United States in November 2019 were taking this seriously? That there may be a virus spreading in Wuhan?
I felt they were not as concerned as I was, so I tried my best to provide more detail and information. They may not believe a government of a country would do something like that. So I kept repeating myself in an effort. I tried to persuade them
Wei, which politicians do you tell about the new coronavirus in Wuhan?
Great question. Sherry Markson is the author of What Really Happened in Wuhan and investigations reporter at The Australian. She joins us right now from Australia. Sherry, good morning to you. Good evening, actually, out there.
Yeah, it is. It's late at night here. Look, this is a really fascinating thing that's emerged because it wasn't just Chinese defector Wei who was desperately trying to tell the American intelligence agencies that there was a problem. You know about the intelligence that said the Wuhan Institute of Virology workers fell sick with COVID-like symptoms. That was discovered by Pompeo's team in the State Department in late 2020. But in fact, that intelligence also came into the possession of the United States government an entire year earlier in late 2019. So at that point in time, when no one in the world knew that there was a new coronavirus that was about to cause a global pandemic, the US intelligence agencies had two crucial pieces of information that they should have acted on, and serious questions need to be asked about what the intelligence agencies are doing if they're being given this credible intelligence, these serious warnings from highly credible Chinese defectors, and they're not acting on it.
Well, we found out that the first case in China was, I believe, December of 2019, but you're finding people were reporting it spreading in Wuhan much earlier. When are they saying that it started spreading?
Absolutely, and I've looked very closely at this question as part of the investigation for my book, and in my view, based on my entire investigation, people I've interviewed, both Chinese whistleblowers on the ground and also intelligence sources, the virus, I think, broke out in September, at least. Some people in the documentary, and you'll see it when you watch it on Fox Nation on Tuesday, some people suggest it could have even been earlier than that on the record. But in my view, it's September, because the virus database was taken offline in September 2019. There were other things that started happening, unusual activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology from that time frame, which we detail. Then in October, there was a blackout at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is consistent with everyone in there being kicked out so that there could be a mass sterilization. And by November, I detail this very clearly in the book, the virus was spreading throughout the community in Wuhan. There's testimony from doctors who were dealing with a lot of cases, 23 cases a day by November in Wuhan. So really, October was the time frame when it started to spread, and at least September was when the incident occurred.
All right, so next week on Fox Nation, your documentary comes out, and then your brand new, it's all based on your brand new book, What Really Happened in Wuhan. Sherry Markson, thanks so much. So go to Fox Nation and pick up a copy and find out some original interviews.
Thank you so much for your support.
It's a 1-hour documentary. She interviewed a lot of people in the intelligence community and interviewed Donald Trump, and she has some shocking information that she says will come out on Tuesday.
Thank you, Sherry, and good evening to you.
Your art might be more valuable than you think. Earn from your passion with Printful. We'll be your canvas for authentic expression. Don't keep you to yourself.
The president there asking rich Americans to cough up more, and corporations as well, when it comes to taxes, looking to pay that $3.5 billion economic plan that he's got before
Pay their
Congress.
fair share. I wish I would have began counting at the beginning of the speech, because it was many times. I'm sure that Larry Kudlow will dig in on that in just a moment.
He will. In fact, let's bring in special report anchor Brett Baer and Larry Kudlow, host of Kudlow on Business on Fox Business. So, Brett, are tax increases in the offing here, or could a certain senator from West Virginia forestall?
There may be others. Good afternoon. There may be others besides Joe Manchin who stand in the way of this $3.5 trillion plan. They call it human infrastructure. This really big tax and spend plan includes even immigration reform in that plan. It's interesting to hear the president talk about the success he sees in the economy. He said 750,000 new jobs per month, the economy growing faster than any other place on the planet. Yet people are having a hard time paying for things like gas and food and lumber, and that is called inflation. So there are a lot of people, and I'm sure Larry is one of them, who say by infusing the economy with a lot of this, what they're doing on Capitol Hill, only increases possibility that inflation jacks up quickly. And I think that there is going to be pushback, not just from Joe Manchin, but from some other moderate Democrats.
You know, Brett, as you can imagine, Larry was sitting here with me on set in New York, sort of fact-checking Joe Biden in real time, and I will point out one area, Larry, where you specifically did that, when the president said the top 1% get away with paying almost nothing. To that, you know what?
I mean, it's a terrible factual misstatement. I mean, it goes beyond, it just goes beyond cognitive dissonance, all right? I respect the office of the presidency, so I'm not going to really tell you the level that I'd like to pin on this. I'll just say cognitive dissonance. And the numbers are very clear. First of all, the top 1% pay 40% of the income taxes. The bottom 50% or more don't pay income taxes, okay? He doesn't talk about that.
It was even bigger in 2020 COVID year. 61% didn't pay any federal income taxes.
So the spending is going to be, if you do the numbers right over 10-year period, spending will be between roughly $5.5 trillion, plus $1 trillion for the so-called infrastructure bill, which is only a third of that infrastructure. Nobody in their right mind believes that a strong economy with excessive inflation requires about $6 trillion of new federal spending. I mean, seriously, I don't care what Republican, Democrat, wrong side, no one believes that. Furthermore, the idea that corporations don't pay, that you said corporations don't pay, you start seeing record tax revenues from record profits, okay? The Trump tax cuts, if I may, the Trump tax cuts not only succeeded in record unemployment, low unemployment, and low poverty and helping minority groups, but they paid for themselves. It was a $350 billion corporate tax cut that paid for itself in added profits and revenue within 18 months. And Biden's economists, his own Treasury Department, they have a fine career staff who will be happy to supply him with the numbers if he ever wants to look. But let me tell you this, you go after these companies who are so profitable, you will knock down the estimates right now, Dan Clifford, Strategas, and other Walking People tax foundations. You will lose $100 billion in profits next year. Okay.
That affects jobs when we go down the line.
Roughly half of S&P 500 profits will go down from the higher taxes. You know who gets hurt the most by that? Not rich people. Middle income, blue collar, average families. Because there's no profits to pay for wages, business equipment for better productivity, and higher family income. They are the ones who are hurt the most by this. And I want to add one last point. They're going after small businesses. The Ways and Means bill, which wasn't as onerous as the Biden bill, the biggest hurt is on small businesses, which really is the heartbeat of the economy.
And John, we David Asmus sitting in Larry's chair yesterday and read the same warning.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's take a look at the taxes. First of all, the president wants to raise corporate tax to 26.5% from the current 21. There's actually trimmed back by Democrats from the 28 that the president wanted. Individual taxes were rise to 39.6 for the highest income earners. Cap gains go from 20% to 25%. Now, there is some hope, Brett, among some people that if they are going to have an increase in taxes, that they may restore the SALT, the state local tax deductions that got trimmed in the Trump administration. That might soften the pain a little.
We may have to in order to get those votes. Democrats who say they won't vote for this package unless that SALT fix is in there. I will say to Larry that there are, and this is the president's words, 55 of the largest companies in the country that pay zero corporate income tax. Now,
I would debate that.
Yeah, no, that's his stat.
Yeah, that's his stat. And let me just tell you something.
But there are some. You admit that. I pay zero.
There are some because we just came out of a pandemic where businesses were closed all across the country. So, Brett, they didn't make any money.
Right.
They didn't make any money.
But the Amazons of the world are paying zero. It's easy to sell the population. I understand what you're saying. This is the president's pitch, and I'm just giving it to you from that side.
Yeah.
And that is, it's easy for the public to get, hey, wait a second, they're not paying enough that anybody else is paying.
You know, most Americans, there's 155 million working Americans in this country. They work in businesses large and small. They know the source. They don't believe these phony facts because they're men and women in business. I want to tell you, you can go back look at what American companies pay. We have the highest now with this Ways and Means proposal, which will come if you add in the state spread there. This will come to 26.5 plus 4.1%. Just call it 31%. Only Colombia and Portugal, two small countries, have higher tax rates. We will now have the highest of all the big major industrial countries, including China. Is that what we want? In terms of the capital gains tax, we will have a higher capital gains tax for investment than China. Is that what we want? Right. And will somebody look at these profit numbers and tax revenue numbers? Because this is phony. You should be ashamed of themselves for putting this stuff out there.
This is the gamble that they're taking because they have a divided government and they have to sell this to a divided Congress. Elections have consequences, and this is an ideological shift. $78 billion of this plan goes for IRS workers to go after people to pay taxes.
I just want to...
For a non-existent tax gap. I mean, even the CBO scores this as minuscule.
That's true.
They're relying on numbers. They think that attacking pharmaceutical drug companies, okay, with price controls and higher taxes and forcing them to make larger subsidies, they think that that's going to balance the budget. $700 billion. Bull, I'm going to give you breaking news. They'll never see that money. And by the way, I thought we owed the pharmaceutical companies a debt of gratitude for producing these vaccines, which has reopened the economy and kept the vast majority of Americans a lot healthier than they would otherwise be. But instead, we are punishing them. Biden says we're not punishing success. I beg your pardon. We are punishing the most successful companies in this country that have helped save our lives.
All right, keep the fire, Larry. I want to ask you the difference between...
It's not aimed at Brett, by the way.
No, absolutely not. No, Brett's questions are obviously extremely fair, and these are points that
Brett's the best of the lot.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of cognitive dissonance in Washington.
But Larry, people want to know what's the difference between, and I believe he spoke for 22 minutes, the president just now, and I lost count how many times he called on the rich, the wealthy, the big corporations to pay their fair share. Explain the difference between paying your fair share and income redistribution. Here's the president a moment ago saying, I believe, 3 times in a row.
I'm not punishing you. If you make $1 million or $1 billion, that's great. God bless you. All I'm asking is you pay your fair share.
Okay, he went on 2 times to say pay your fair share, but your response, Larry.
Look, this is just a Democrat talking point, which they think polls well. But the fact is, people like me and people all over the country will rebut this by simply saying they already pay the bulk of the taxes. One of the more amusing parts of this debate was the Wall Street Journal editorial a couple of weeks ago. Right. Bernie Sanders is running out of billionaires to tax, right? You can tax them all to death, and there's not going to be enough money. I think they calculated $450 trillion, and that's still not going to be enough compared to the long-term estimates here. No, I think people redistribution and leveling the playing field is much different than opportunity and growth and prosperity. There's a big difference, and Americans know that. My pal Newt Gingrich, he did polling on this. Do you favor big government socialism or free enterprise capitalism?
Let me guess.
Pollster is John McLaughlin, an excellent pollster. Republicans, Democrats, Independents, 75 to 80% favor free enterprise capitalism. They don't want big government socialism. And that's basically what Biden is selling. And I'm just saying, I mean, Brett made the point earlier. You've got a bunch of senators who so far are not buying. And I think there's going to be people in the House that are not going to buy this either, Democrats in the House. And this business about buying them off by raising the SALT deduction ceiling again, which, by the way, only favors the richest among us. You're going to play that game. They're the only ones that benefit from this, not working families. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that goes through.
They're certainly making the ideological argument here, and in some places a fashion statement. If you take a look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is dressed the other night, you know.
Don't tax rich people across her behind. What a lovely idea that was. So, sorry, pardon my French.
Great to have you both here.
Larry, Brett, good to see you.
Thanks, Larry. Thank you, Brett.
See you tonight.
Thank you.
See you this afternoon at 4. All right.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
This story is extraordinary, especially if it's true. And it all started in the desert, just north of Las Vegas.
A local scientist who's worked at Groom Lake
Said to be where top-secret weapon systems have been tested over the years.
He has asked that his identity be shielded.
Exactly what's going on up here?
What's going on up there could be the most important event in history. Physical contact and proof from another system, another planet, another intelligence.
What would happen to you if the government learned that you were giving us this information?
They just wanted to stay alive. Maybe this has been kept from us for a good reason.
Sir, how do we know you are who you say you are?
My name's Bob Lazar. I'm known for working at a classified base and reverse engineered alien spacecraft.
It went all over the world. Even Area 51 on the map. Can we ever be made whole if we're not believed? We can't verify what was going on in his background.
I had no motivation to lie. The science and the technology can change us.
We've always looked to the skies for answers. Instead
Today, Cyberpunk 2077 got yet another update. This one was actually pretty sizable, but not necessarily in the changes it brought to the table, but more so in the download size. For consoles, is about 20 to 25 gigabytes depending on your system, while for PC players, it was typically 1 to 5 gigabytes. For whatever reason, with this patch, it seems like there was an issue with GOG specifically, where some people, including myself, had to re-download a full 50 gigabytes. Not really clear what was going on here, and only seems to have affected a subset of players, but more or less, it's a relatively small patch that was larger in file size because these small individual changes require you re-downloading an entire file. The actual new content is likely closer to 1 gigabyte, but all of those extra files you're re-downloading are how it gets to 20 to 25 gigabytes on consoles. And this did bring to the table some genuine and pretty cool improvements, but unfortunately there's also some bugs in this one. And overall, I would describe this patch as really a response to patch 1.3, which actually came out about a month ago now. We're kind of fixing some of the problems or errors that were made with patch 1.3, and some of those fixes are actually really nice. So first off, we just got a bunch of bug fixes. They actually fixed that weapon reload speed bug. This is a hilarious one where with patch 1.3, if you had certain perks, some of your weapons would reload way slower, like in full-on slow motion, instead of reloading faster. The charge jump height was restored. With patch 1.3, for one reason or another, they made it so the charge jump wasn't actually any higher than double jump, kind of eliminating the whole purpose of the charge jump. Now it is reverted to that original height. So if you use the charge jump, you actually technically go a bit higher than you would when using double jump. They fixed this dupe glitch added in with patch 1.3 where you could upgrade a quest item and then actually just get a free version of that. The old one wasn't removed from your inventory. One of the particularly nice changes they added with this one is around enemy detection. Seems to have been tweaked more. There's supposedly some changes with patch 1.3 around enemy detection, but in my testing, I literally couldn't find much of anything. Supposedly, enemies would detect you faster on higher difficulties. Here's a side-by-side, don't see much. But now, retrying that with patch 1.31, it seems like things are working more appropriately now, trying a very similar test. That's a positive one. Depending on your difficulty now, to a certain degree, enemies are quicker or slower to detect you. And one of the biggest ones, they fixed the issue where roads after rain did not look wet, which is the result of ongoing work on the wet surfaces system. In 1.31, wet surfaces should look more detailed than they did even before the issue occurred, and this definitely seems to be the case. So the problem before was wet roads basically had no reflections. They just looked way worse with patch 1.3, and not only has that now been restored, but if you actually look to some of the older videos from earlier versions of this game, and there's really cool comparisons out there, I'll have links to these down below, you can see it actually got a visual upgrade, almost like things are a bit more reflective, and in some instances it does feel pretty appropriate. In general, people are definitely viewing this as a positive. The reflections on roads with wet spots or water and rain just look better overall. Although it seems like this might be somewhat broken, as with some surfaces, and you can find a few examples of this, in particular when you're just walking around, it's like they're not reflective, and sometimes when you see it, it can be rather jarring, where you have something that's now more reflective, and then something else that's not reflecting anything at all, even though it seemingly should be. It's pretty weird, and it seems like there definitely might be some bugs with this update overall. There's a bunch of quest fixes added with this one, a few quests affected, nothing really game-changing, but a few cool ones. Something that unfortunately wasn't tweaked at all was they actually changed around the descriptions for Short Circuit and Overheat. With 1.3, there were pretty huge nerfs to Contagion and Overheat, and although they changed the descriptions, it doesn't actually seem like those nerfs were reverted, which is pretty disappointing. Quite a bit of a tease going on here. On PlayStation, they did make some GPU memory optimization. This is for PlayStation exclusively, not Xbox or PC. I don't actually have a PlayStation to test this, but reading some of the reports online or even some of the videos you could check out, it doesn't really a huge difference. There are minor improvements, maybe a couple of FPS here or there, but overall things are very similar to how they were with patch 1.3 in general. A couple
So, via Studio. I do like, see this is like, the levels, like all the levels are going to be kind of similar. Oh my god, how did I miss that? They get connected. Please get connected. Come on. Okay, we're good. I was gonna wait for stuff to pop up, but it just didn't make sense. This gun is extremely good. I'm glad I got it early on, too. I would say early on. I don't know how far we are into the game. I also don't know how you technically beat the game other than taking out all the visionaries, which probably is how you do, actually, you know, I guess get the ending. This is actually the exact same. Yo, this is kind of funny. It's actually the exact same level as last time. All right. So far, so good. Playing like Doom right now for some reason. I don't know why I'm running a gun so much. Yeah, see how the enemies are different? Okay, so we came back here last time with Frank. This would be a different part. What is that? There's no turret here this time. How do they see me? I guess the side eye. There we go. But I still need the same thing as last time. So this time, okay, it's actually blocked off. Frank out. So now I don't need that anymore. The only way to get over there, I guess, is to go around this outer portion, which makes sense. This is one of those games I feel like I'm probably gonna keep playing long after I've actually beat the game. Maybe not making videos for it like forever, but like it's such a good game. Definitely fresh, I guess is a good feeling. What is this? Autoless. Think we're alright? Does get progressed time, but it didn't really make sense because if I did that, I would miss out on a full entire day. Touchy of the Stranger. Looks like Galaga, kinda. A little bit. Shadewire. Isn't Bethesda doing something called like Ghostwire or something like that? Young Wolf. I could be wrong. Is it Ghostwire? It might not be called Ghostwire. It might be called something else. I'm assuming it's like Ghost something. But I'm also probably wrong. We'll find out. Oh, this is, hold on, I'm the wrong way. This is like a dead end. How do we get over there? We can't cut through. Maybe there's like another, there's gotta be another way to get over there that's not on this side of the map. Oh, to the tunnel maybe? That's the toxic stuff, right? I don't think I can walk on this.
Sorry guys, I had come to lunch. I blew all my money on this gaming rig.
Did you use honey? You could have saved like so much money. You could have saved like so much money.
That really killed me? That's literally insane. I guess the more you know. That's kind of funny. I actually tried double jumping, but the second jump didn't quite, yeah, this is the right way. I hate how I wasted an entire reprise. That sucks. I gotta be more cautious now. I thought I could just take a little damage over time. Nothing crazy. I'm gonna get spotted here, but it's whatever. It's all gravy. I don't see anybody else.
Don't need it.
So water is instant death. Remember that. Or maybe that was just like the icy water. I don't know. Either way, it's scary. That took all my health, and then I'm just thankful that it put me in a spot where I could actually get back to my body, because that would have been really bad. Okay, I've been here before. Like, I know for a fact I can actually... Hold on, there's... Back over here, maybe? Yeah, here we go. Guess I'm saying her name right, Fia. Appreciate you guys joining me on this. This is the first game of like a lot of games dropping this fall. I don't know what's coming out next. I know we got games like Far Cry 6 dropping. I think Dying Light 2 got delayed. So we got a lot of stuff that is coming out, but also stuff's getting pushed back to like later on as well. So see how it all works. I don't mind being loud and proud if I need to be. Oh my god. Wait, what? They shot the grenade out of hand, I think. I'm not even kidding. That was crazy. I really am about to die. That is not about to happen. Oh, one of the things I have on gives me more health on regeneration. Look at that. I get half my life almost. I probably should just keep progressing. I'll just play it safer, I guess. But there might be some health back here. I'm pretty sure there is at that bar. I think I'll be okay. I just can't aim to save my life on controller sometimes. Especially with these guns with a lot of kick. This one has like no kick, but no range. Kind of the trade-off there, I guess. Go ahead and reload just to be safe, you know? This is the first time I've ever played a game where I'm like questioning in some of my videos, like, am I playing the game right? Like, I don't quite know. But after the last video, I'm like, oh yeah, definitely playing it the right way. Oh, I could have called to the servers. Yeah, there has to be a thing where you can hack further away. Maybe there's like a mod I can get down the road. Because I'll be honest with you, man, like, some of the distances it's asking you. Let me just take it. There we go. Some of the distances it's asking me to go is like kind of crazy. All right, brand new area. Here we go. Don't go loud. Easy does it. Alright, we got enemies everywhere. This is gonna be tough. Like I said, the way this game is set up, it's like the Dishonored Phil, where there's enemies everywhere, you can be quiet. Preferably, I'd just like to get in and get the kill, but that's not gonna just be something I can always do. You die extremely quick in this game, and just gotta be ready. Let's go this way. Person's gonna see me. Let it die back down. There's 2 there now. Okay, that's just good. Very good. Oh no, there's enemies everywhere. Looking, that's actually a good touch. They look down.
I don't like Montague's earlier.
And they didn't see me for a second. Got enemies down there too. This is gonna be tough. I don't have a lot of ammo either. Someone's always watching. Give me back my dreams. Okay.
How far can this topsy-turvy?
The more I play this game, the more I'm impressed by it. Like, maybe when I first saw the 10 out of 10s and 99% and all that, I'm like, hold on now, it's a good game, but I'm not maybe I'm not seeing what everybody else is seeing. Now that I kind of know how it progresses, that mishap, you know, when recording a full video and I'm not going to upload, it's just like, good. Knowing that you can do stuff twice, but there's different storylines, different times of day, different enemies, so it's like the same levels, but not really. And then as I take down bosses, you get some of the better stuff, you know? I love the loot aspect. It's not overdone. It's not even mandatory. She likes us to watch. Okay. Nightmare time. Oh no. I guess I can stand up for a second. It might be safe. I think what I will wind up doing, let's go ahead and read this. What I will wind up doing in my spare time, if I see something I've already done once, and I am just chilling, I might just go farm like a random enemy that I've already taken down, like a visionary. Let's see what we got here. You guys need to read it. Feel free to pause it. This just might give you some intel. I've been reading up. Between last video and this one, I've looked up everything. I'm sending... This is some mini content. Okay. Oh, that's her. That was crazy. What in the world? She was just right there. Not expected, but I'll take it.
Hello?
Yo, that was insane. Get fire not too accurate on that thing. Let me reload this just to kind of top up. She had a lot of stuff I want to pick up. I'm waiting till everybody's out of here.
best days in life are on the water. And doing it all over again tomorrow, that's even better.
I wonder if the higher the rarity gun, the less likely it is to jam as well. You know? I'm gonna wait a second. Guess I can continue to pick up some stuff here. Alright. What is this one? Actually better than the one I currently have, which I'll take. Okay, so what's become Brutality Incarnate, okay? This deal more damage. I don't know what it all said there. I'll have to look at it later on. It's equipped though. Okay, let's see what else we have since we're already here. Let's see what this says. How far away is that? Delivery booth is way in the back. Okay, wait, no, that's that. Delivery booth rest center. I don't think that's anything necessary to the mission. That's just a little side thing. Okay, I think we're good. I'll probably wind up I'll probably infuse this weapon, because right now I have the blue one back here. I have that. And if I die and I lose everything, I still keep that gun. I have it set up to where I still keep the double jump, everything. I did not expect her to just be up there by herself in a room. I thought I could assassinate her at first, but I'm not 100% sure you can do that. Nothing there. Alright, we've already hacked that, we're good. Definitely way easier than the last mission. Like, it literally... That's not what I wanted to do at all. Open and close, let's get it. Alright, so now we just exit the area. I guess I could just cut through the tunnel again. I don't think it really matters too much. That was good. I wasn't sure what I was getting into. I was like, alright, let's go take out the target, but gotta be more cautious with jumping in the water, I think, because that definitely caught me by surprise early on. I just kind of jumped in. I was like, hey, what's this? Game over. Sometimes enemies like, oh my god. You got me. I hit jump. That's a complete loss right there. Okay, I'm officially scared of water in this game. Okay, guys. Oh god. I almost didn't make it. I was so scared. That's the second time. Water, like, of all things. Because here's what happens when you run. There's like a slight delay where you can't jump. And you can double jump, but once you've started kind of going down, it doesn't let you. I'm just going to go to the exit. I can't risk this anymore. Oh, that's a statue. I thought that was a... Yeah, let's just go to the exit. I'm officially terrified now. Some extra stuff here I can get. I didn't mean to pick that bottle up for some reason. Just snatched it up. Who even knows? I don't think there's anybody here. Yeah, it's the delivery booth. Problem is, do I have the code for this? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't have this one. I think that's something I haven't found yet. Once I saw that, I was like, that's definitely what it is. I just know, we got all the main codes, but not that one. This is like my favorite time of year, guys. I don't know why. I look at the window while I'm playing, and I'm like, kind of fall weather, getting cooler. I like it, man. All right, we got the Visionary done. I want to check out some stuff since we're done with the mission. That was a shorter mission than that last one. That last one definitely was tough. All right, I drowned. I had 2 strikes against me. The good thing is we got done. Even if I die, it's all right. We got a lot of trinkets too, which I'm gonna look at all this, kind of show you guys the process of what I do everything. All right, so now we can actually hold on. We got to see.
No, there's a protocol for it. If I get in on the action, I can take them both at once.
What?
All right, guys. So now, Carl's Bay, we can continue the Rambling Frank.
Yeah, I'm like, where's the black part? Oh.
This one is the one that I've already done. Oh, by the way, yeah, that last part, which was supposed to be another video, I took out her again, the second time. But there's nothing here. Actually, that might be a different one. Doesn't have her name on there. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Look my loadout really quick. Alright, so I got a couple of abilities. I would like to infuse this one because I don't like losing these at all. I think it's going to cost all of it though. Let me make sure I don't have... Let me infuse everything. Let's see what I got. I was going to do this, but this one's not as important as, I think, a slab. Or a good character trinket. What does this one say? Juiced up. Maximum power is greatly increased. Maximum power. I have no idea what that even does. Juiced up.
I got some food real quick.
Maximum power is greatly increased. Does that mean I have more damage? Or is that like physical damage? I have no idea. Double air jump. Wait, what's...
I just ate, but I'm about to eat something again.
Oh, I can get rid of one of these. So I can sacrifice this right now.
To the bathroom real quick.
Hey, let's go. Okay. So, okay, that actually makes sense. If I'm worried about dying, no damage increase, no one will share the pain. Last stand, okay. Maximum health is moderately increased. I feel like that's very strong. Extremely strong. Because... I don't actually... Let me cancel that out. Let me do this one. I'll sacrifice this one. And then... Sprinting at enemies. I don't like that one. I'll sacrifice that one too. Take less damage from everything. I've already got these equipped. Let's see. Slow. I don't think that's necessary either. Okay. Sacrifice those. Alright, now, let's go ahead. We'll infuse. I think this one's a good one. We have to have it equipped though. So let's get that one first. We'll then go back. Weapon trinkets. Let me make sure we don't have anything crazy here. The ability is nice. I want to hold on to the ability, the slab. Problem is, it's like, and hitting kick harder. I feel like I should go ahead and use this, just worst case. That way we have to have it, right? Upgrades, still upgrades on this one. Want this one to have anything? No, not yet. Okay. Buttons, we're good. We always have this one, no matter what. We got a few of those, we're good. We got these two saved just in case, doomsday scenario. More total health. That's the one I definitely need to, because I can sacrifice, save these. We're getting more health. I feel like I don't quite need this one. Where's my total health one? Oh, where's that? Here it is. Maximum health is moderately increased. We'll then tie into the other one. So I should definitely infuse that next time I get a chance to. Alright, when we come back next time, I guess I'll go ahead and continue the Rambling Frank lead. Kind of finish out that area. But that should also, what we just did should have unlocked something else. Let me see, this is one we've already done. The power station, we're good there. Space Invader. Yeah. So between Charlie or Fia at noon, we did that. We did that Tracto, Minicom, Charlie's veteran. Okay. Oh, we're getting it all. Okay. Luckily, keeping secrets is one of Charlie's strengths. Got you. Yeah, we'll continue this one. Alright. So you guys, best audience ever. Thank you so much for all the support, all the likes. Greatly appreciated. And I'll catch you guys in the next parts. Take it easy, guys.
Spend so much time hating me. The media has
some exclusive video showing the violent beating of a hostess at a popular restaurant in Manhattan. The attack itself shocking, but what makes this crime even more remarkable is that it may be the first assault carried out in direct response to the city's ignored vaccination mandate. Newsweek's Adam Harding covering this. He brings us a story from the Upper West Side. This is exclusive cell phone video of Thursday's attack outside Carmine's restaurant on the Upper West Side. Watch as the hostess den is nearly tipped over. Tempers flare. At one point, a waiter helps carry someone away from the scene. We showed the wild brawl to customers. They are in utter disbelief, especially since the restaurant says it all started when the 22-year-old hostess simply asked a group from Texas to show proof of a COVID vaccination to dine inside, part of the city's executive order that went into effect this week. Law enforcement sources say the hostess was repeatedly punched in the face
starting, yo.
and sent to the hospital.
COVID passport, nigga. You can't come in here without your COVID passport. Y'all can wait? Texas? Oh no, the whole group. Everybody need to show me a COVID vaccine card or at least a negative COVID test within the last 48 hours. If y'all want to dine inside.
Spokesperson for Carmine says, in part, it is a shocking and tragic situation when one of our valued employees is assaulted for doing their job as required by city policies and trying to make a living. Elijah Jackson was here celebrating his birthday with family.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because, you know, we're trying to get together. We're trying to open the city back up, and the only way we're going to do that is with vaccinations.
Yeah, black man, nerdy guy.
Mandate to get in with the vaccine card. But if that's the reaction, you know, maybe we need to think of something else.
And tonight, the Hospitality Alliance is calling on the city and state to increase penalties for assaulting restaurant workers who are trying to enforce these new COVID rules. Investigators tonight also telling us 3 are now facing charges.
Now tougher laws for assault, so it's not going to be a misdemeanor level 3. It's going to be felony schedule 1. You assaulted a person. Misdemeanor. No, sir, it was a restaurant employee. Oh, you assaulted a restaurant employee? That's a felony. I get it. You shouldn't be assaulting anybody. Right now, they're going to make it harsher if you assault a certain group of people.
Cashier lives matter.
I can't believe I've been watching so much Fox News and shit lately. This shit is saddening. I'm so sad with this fucking country. And ain't shit getting better. And it don't seem to get no better. I mean, fuck. The border crisis, that shit is stupid.
He found me crying. He proved too. We both proved.
It's been extremely busy.
It only takes a few minutes to spot them.
And the craziest thing, everybody at the border is Haitian, not Mexican.
31 right here. 31 in that group. This is this group right here.
Group after group of migrants crossing into the U.S. Seen from above as they ride with troopers from the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Yeah, that's the spooner that got Haiti returning back to Mexico. He's just dropped off, looks like a family unit on the U.S. side.
At times, it's hard to keep count. Pilot Stacey Collins worked with the border for more than 2 decades.
There's 3 children and rest for adults. And you guys are seeing this all day long.
especially hard to watch the women born as babies.
This is the epicenter of the migrant surge. Here in the Rio Grande Valley, Texas DPS says that it's encountered nearly 9,000 migrants in just the last 2 weeks.
As Washington debates how to slow the surge. On this river, troopers are also on the lookout for drug smugglers.
All these migrants come across. It's taking Border Patrol agents offline, and they're having to process.
Hold on, this is an old video.
So in turn, what happens? There's a shortage of manpower. So that's what we come in.
How overwhelming can this be?
This the shit right here from 19 hours ago.
Out to the crisis on the border. Governor Abbott signing a bill he hoped could have an impact.
Yo, this shit look fucking stupid. And I understand, like, that's why we need border control.
Also talk to what's next for
But
the thousands of
I don't know.
migrants
We don't have
out.
any way to enforce that shit right now.
Some are going to Arizona. Others are going to California. Others may be going to Laredo.
They've been trying not to show these fucking pictures.
We know for a fact that is, there's nothing but uncertainty and indecision by the Biden administration about exactly what they're going to do.
The governor adds the U.S. government is responsible
seen it?
for conditions of camp and relocation of
A lot of fucking Haitians.
Hi, Melissa Correa just arrived in Del Rio. She joins us now with more of the large migrant camp. Melissa, good evening.
I said there about 12,000 people down there.
For official confirmation from the Biden administration of what's going to happen to more than 12,000 people who are currently camped out under this international bridge in Del Rio.
In a lot of places, they won't even let you. They won't even show images of this shit. Yo.
And I haven't really seen anything being posted about it either.
They don't want to talk about this shit. Yo, 12,000 people under a bridge. And they've been there for almost a week, and they're starting to make like long-term encampments and shelters, and they're even taking down trees and building makeshift housing.
And it's all Haitians? Mostly Haitians.
Mostly Haitians, because Haiti fucked up after that last hurricane. They say all these motherfuckers came up through Central America, they got to Mexico, and now they're crossing right here in Texas. But they're.
I mean, this is nothing new under the sun for people to cross through to Texas. But honestly, like, as much as we fucked Haiti up and did shit to Haiti, let them people in. I mean, I get it. You can't just like whatever. You gotta pay taxes, blah blah blah. But like,
let them in and send them home.
Right, do something.
The thing is,
I just hope they don't. I'm about to say, I hope they don't end up getting all them people there. None of them are in our system. And then they got people to organ traffic, to rape, to sell off, to whatever.
But that's it, because none of these people, they're not even really talking about this story, yo. They're not, nobody's really talking about this shit and blasting it loud enough. Like I say, these people gonna start disappearing and shit. Because nobody don't care. Mexicans, one thing, that black Haitians from down south, man, they don't.
That was my thing. Why didn't they just stop in Mexico? But Mexico fucked up too, depending on the part. So you got a better chance coming to America to not get slaughtered.
Everybody know. They just like, yo, let's try.
You might get sold into sex trafficking, but it's less likely than in Mexico, where you might get beheaded just for being an outsider.
Damn right. Mexico ain't on play that shit.
Mexico behead you because they want to behead you. They just feel like beheading today.
It's nearly 100 degrees today here in Del Rio.
Well, all of Mexico's not bad.
Leaders are afraid of a stampede or even a potential riot after numbers are expected to soar to 20,000 people within the coming days.
Jesus.
And that's what they're watching the.
Then it gotta be more than that.
Yeah, they're watching the path that the people are coming, and they're like, yo, this shit if they. You look, there are these motherfuckers still coming.
So they didn't put somebody out there to be like, yo, stop. No more people can come.
That's why Trump wanted the wall, man. Trump said he was gonna build a wall. No, don't build no wall. Now we got 12,000 with reportedly another 5,000 or 6,000 coming in the next couple of days.
Plus all the illegals that are here to begin with.
Exactly, and then all the Mexicans who gonna hop on in with that shit too, and everybody else. Like, they walking across the fucking dam.
Yeah, Mexico and Haiti might unite real quick. If they're smart.
Take back southern Texas.
in a confined space under the City of Del Rio International Bridge. This setting the nuclear bomb alarm that this is no longer sustainable. The migrants are getting agitated. That leads to a different set of variables as far as potential stampede, potential chaos, and also, of course, mass casualty potential with any kind of threat variable to those migrants.
Mayor Bruno Lozano says
They say motherfuckers gonna start disappearing,
with
yo.
any kind of variable to those migrants.
Mayor Bruno Lozano says he has not heard anything from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security as to what they're going to do in this area, that city property. But in talking with the U.S. Border Patrol today, I was told that the chief of the Border Patrol, Raul Ortiz himself, is traveling from Washington, D.C. and will visit this site here in Del Rio today.
Wait a minute, Raul Ortiz. If you on the border patrol, what the fuck you doing in Washington? Why you ain't on the border with your Mexican ass?
But as I toss it back to you,
Raul Diaz Ortiz? He's over the border patrol? Where's he at? Oh, he's in DC.
An American border control, and I'm American. That would make me feel so wrong.
Of the Toyota Center. And this is in addition to all of the people who are being smuggled in that Border Patrol is having to deal with as well. Back to you.
Painting a very vivid picture. Melissa Correa live from Del Rio with the latest on the mounting situation there. Thank you.
Hey.
You can make contact with these civilizations.
And I'm mad, like, why is Fox News only people talking about this shit? Yo, what the fuck
Were you
is
done?
up, yo?
Or you wanted that last one?
No, I'm done. That chicken and pasta. Why ain't nobody else talking about this shit, man?
Nobody knows, man.
Everybody worried about that white girl missing in Utah or whatever.
I haven't heard about that either.
Well, the boyfriend gone now. Saying he's missing. The family said, oh, he's missing. That bitch in hide. There's a difference.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
No, I don't think we're in the last days, bro. Like, they could have said that during World War I. They could have said that during the Spanish flu outbreak. They could have said that during World War II in Nazi Germany in the concentration camps. Right then they could have said, this is the end of the fucking world. This is the Antichrist is here. But it wasn't. It just wasn't, you know? It was the end of the world with 9/11 when the terrorists came and knocked down our buildings. This is the end of the world. And they put Barack Obama, the new Antichrist. And it wasn't. And this shit right here is not the end of the world. It's a lot of fucked up shit. Like, shit is always fucked up. Since the beginning of time, there's always been fucked up shit going on.
How do you know Christ was killed? How do we know Christ is even real?
So wait a minute.
And what about the people that were here before Christ?
We've been in the last days for 2,000 years. Wow.
So how is Christ gonna come back this time? Because it's not supposed to be a flood. He's just gonna come back and save some people.
Well, Christ said that the rapture would happen here. He said, "Some of you here today shall not pass before the rapture comes." So you telling me the people he was talking to on the Sermon of the Mount, they should have witnessed the rapture, is what he was saying. And they didn't, because it never fucking happened. And it's not going to happen because they're just stories and fables and allegories and illusions.
Read a book written by who, sir? That's my question. You and you seem like somebody who knows how to think for themselves, but you don't really know how to think for yourself if you're still religious in this day and age. Like, who told you to be religious? And who told them to be religious?
Don't listen to your mammy. She obeyed grandma. Grandma obeyed master.
Right. I mean, like, Christians killed how many people?
Oh, his name is Judah Israel. He's probably Muslim.
Oh, okay.
Allah Akbar and all that crap. You know what I'm saying?
We're Jewish.
Are Jewish.
I'm gonna guess Jewish. 100%.
But the Jews don't even believe that Jesus was the fucking son of God. He was just another messenger. You know what I'm saying? The same like Muhammad was.
I mean, my thing is just why does everybody think that their God is the right God? Why do Christians think that God and Jesus is the person?
Because God and Jesus are American. Jesus was the greatest American ever lived.
And then you got Muslims and there's Allah, but it's like, yo, there's things that are older, religions that are older than Christianity. And I mean, just look at Judaism, Hinduism, Jainism. Like, I'm just saying there was shit that was here before Christianity. So it's like, if you can't really tell me what you know about what was here before your religion, I feel like you don't really know enough to even tell somebody, like, oh, to read a book. Because I don't think you've really read the book. And that's no shade. Like, I'm cool to have conversations, but like, nobody can ever explain anything, and then it's like, oh, it's just a test. Oh, it's this. Take this literally from the Bible. Oh, but no, don't take these parts serious, because we pick and choose when we want to take things literal or not.
And then if it sounds bad, what it was meant to say, what it's trying to say is, but what it means is, you always try to change the words around and
I hope
add
Jesus
a different
speaks to us tonight, and we could just write our own version of the Bible, and people would just believe it just because you King Travis. That's all.
Where the new prophets still writing the Bible? Why did the Bible end? If God is a living God, why did the Bible end?
He was able to talk through so many people, and now he just talks through no one.
Yeah. Where all these miracles that still should be happening? You know what I'm saying? God proving his mighty power and talking to his devout servants, and so they can transmit messages to us. You know?
And if we have free will, then we should always have free will, and then we shouldn't really be punished for anything. You should just let everything do its course.
Just do what it is.
Why were Adam and Eve cursed? Why'd you put that shit there in the first place? Why didn't you make humans perfect in the first place?
Why? How in the fuck you can write on some stone tablets and give it to Moses, but you had to let men write the Bible? Why don't you just write the whole Bible and drop it out the sky and give it to us? But you couldn't do that though. Oh, God, I would read that book. You know what I'm saying? You talking about read a book? I would definitely read that book if you know a stone tablet book fell from the sky and the clouds themselves said, "This is from the Word of God." I'll read that shit.
And this is the thing about religious people too. I'm gonna tell you, look, don't be religious, because we're basing this shit on facts and not having proof that this person exists. But if you want to be religious at the end of the day, that's fine. Just don't worry about what I eat and where I sleep and how I shit. That's how I feel about it. Like, you trying to push the Bible down somebody's throat is not gonna make them convert.
You still don't think we in the last days?
I think we're in the last days because we ain't shit, not because God is just like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna leave y'all here, and oh, at this time I'm gonna come back.
It's been the last days since Jesus was crucified.
Oh, I got a new job. Praise God. Oh, my baby's dying from cancer. Oh, well, it's just a test. Don't let the devil win. Damn, the devil was strong as God? The devil was he was able to break away like that?
The devil was stronger than God.
Okay.
You be alright, Judah. The Lion of Israel.
Judah, yeah, that's the only thing. When you come on here, you gotta talk about shit other than religion, cause we can agree to disagree, but we ain't gonna agree on that.
Yeah, it's about the damn last days. I don't see no last days here, bro.
But if God is real, I hope you pray for us, and I hope He hears that shit.
Yeah. Like Matt said, pray to God to give you a message to tell me so that I can believe, because God would know the exact words it would take for you to convince me to believe in Him. So pray to your God right now and ask Him, what does He want you to tell us?
And while you're at it, go drink the blood of Jesus and eat His flesh.
Eat His flesh, and then put some old lamb blood on your door so that He don't kill your firstborn son. And, you know, do all that good blood magic while you at it. Cause
crickets.
I don't promote cannibalism, but y'all just eat dead bodies and shit symbolically. Eating the dead body, okay.
Now, I can respect most of the 10 commandments. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, obey your parents, blah, 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 blah. I can get with that. I can get with that. Gospel music, cool. You want to collectively go to church and discuss a book, cool. Just don't force that shit down my throat, like I said. Because we go to Bedside Baptist, okay?
Haitians in Mexico.
I want to know what book, though. Because I know you ain't talking about reading the Bible. You got some other books for us to read? Because if you got something, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll even read that shit and let you know what I think.
The 10 Commandments. Here's my problem. Why are there 10? You don't need 10. I think the list of commandments was deliberately and artificially inflated to get it up to 10. It's a padded list. Here's what they did. About 5,000 years ago, a bunch of religious and political hustlers got together to try to figure out how to control people, how to keep them in line. They knew people were basically stupid and would believe anything they were told, so they announced that God had given them some commandments. Up on a mountain, when no one was around, God had given them the 10 Commandments. But let me ask this. When they were sitting around making this shit up, why did they pick 10? Why 10? Why not 9 or 11?
It was 15 to start with, right?
Because 10 sounds official. 10 sounds important. They knew if it was 11,
I never
people
even heard
would
that
take it
before.
seriously. So what are you kidding me?
I've never even heard that before. But like your grandma was like a devout Christian. Like we went to church, but like it was different.
Originally, they get it from the 47 laws of Ma'at. But so in the Bible, it was 15 commandments. Moses went up to the mountain, came down with tablets with 15 commandments. And then he saw them worshiping a different god, and he threw the tablets down, and they shattered. And he broke them. And then so he went back up to talk to God, and God said, "Look, man, just look. They probably can't follow all 10. Just take these 10 commandments down to them." And then he came back with a second set of tablets that contained the 10 commandments. But originally it was God gave him 15. But he broke that shit. And God had to do it all over again. But God couldn't write the Bible though. Why didn't he just give us the whole book instead of giving us the 10 commandments?
And that's my thing. Like I said, I will literally go back and forth with a religious person all day if they're educated and they know the book. Because I don't know the book like that. So you give me some scriptures, I can look that shit up. You do know the book. So win-win. But like, every time you start to hit them with certain stuff that they can't explain, they disappear. Or they don't say anything back. So it's just like... or they say, oh, you just need to believe.
Oh, yeah. It's just fake. Oh, wow, this motherfucker actually knows some shit about the Bible.
Well, then that's my thing. Is like, well, why should I believe that? Then why shouldn't I believe in Allah?
But that's why he keeps coming back here, because he knows I got some kind of arguments. Oh, you don't think it's the last days now? That's still like this, bro.
And when he said that, at first I was like, yeah, I think we're in the end times. And then I didn't realize, like, he meant, like, God coming back and all of that. Like, no, when I mean the end times, I just mean, like, we all wipe each other out or some mass thing happens and we just die. Like, ain't nobody making it into heaven. God's not coming down and saying, oh, you know what? 1/4 of y'all or 1/3 of y'all are going to make it into heaven. Like, no. I would believe that we're clones or robots before I believe that God is coming down to save us. Real shit.
I agree with that.
Or like we're in some type of matrix. Like there's creators, but it's not like a God like that. And that's the thing is, even if we were in some like matrix avatar type thing like some people think, the person that made all of this, I'm not gonna say they're fucked up because we have a different frame of reference and a different perspective and everything else, but motherfucker, you fucked up. You watching this shit happen? Oh, you God? Oh, no. So that's the thing, like, even if there is a God or a creator, it's like, yo, where the fuck you been at, bro? You just created this shit and let it run itself? No, I'm not falling for that.
God, the lettering.
Maybe we're robot aliens from the future. The lettering. Maybe it's just all one big dream and we're gonna wake up.
Yeah.
Like I am Lucy type shit. I am everything. I'm everything. And it was funny to me on that movie. I mean, not I Love Lucy, that's the show, the movie Lucy. It was good, but it wasn't like, why didn't y'all make her look more like the real Lucy from Ethiopia? I don't know, like I feel like that's where they got the name from, right?
I don't know, I've never seen that one.
It was with, I want to say it was Scarlett Johansson. It was definitely like a white chick. And
Lucy, if she played like an advancement, or she had, they upgraded her or something, and it was a black co-star. I think I remember like seeing a preview. I don't think I ever saw it. I think I wanted to see that movie.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
And she's like a super killer or something. I don't know. I may have seen that shit.
Yeah, it was Scarlett Johansson. When a boyfriend tricks Lucy into delivering a briefcase to a supposed business contact, the once carefree student is abducted by thugs who intend to turn her into a drug mule. I remember that. She is surgically implanted with a package containing a powerful chemical, but it leaks into her system, giving her superhuman abilities, including telekinesis and telepathy. With her former captors in pursuit, Lucy seeks out a neurologist, Morgan Freeman, who she hopes will be able to help her. Yeah. Yo, you know, babe, this shit made $463.4 million in the box office.
What year that came out?
July 2014.
14? I think I wanted to
Languages,
see that movie, but
English,
I never
Korean,
did.
and French. It's really good. Like, I highly recommend everybody watch Lucy.
It's
Okay,
like
so
had a
now,
black co-star in it.
now I can say that it's okay that her name is Lucy because it's not like, it's not totally based on like Lucy from the beginning of time, but like Lucy the Pygmy, like kind of how like the idea like she is everything, like we stem from her. If Lucy was the first, then we all stem from her. And it all comes back in the end, and she realizes like she just gets so smart and so powerful. It's like she just like is like on overload, and she's like, I'm everything, I'm everywhere at all times. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. Like that shit was crazy at the ending, and I thought that was like, you know, to Lucy, but now I see like that's just the name they gave her. But yeah, this shit was 2014. It's an hour and 30 minutes long. It's a Universal Pictures movie. Lucy delivers a briefcase to Mr. Jane containing 4 packets of CPH4, a highly valuable synthetic drug. Also, you want a really cool spoiler alert? Or not?
Yeah.
So, in the end, she's like a college student, but in the end, she's able to use 100% of her brain power. And it basically, like, turns her immortal.
I can control the cells in my body, nigga.
Yeah, like, I don't need to physically have a body. Like, I am everywhere. I'm everything at all times now. Like, it was so crazy. Like, it made no sense, but it made all the sense in the world.
So that's like Powder. He gave up his body at the end of the movie.
Who?
Have you watched the movie Powder?
Powder?
Never seen that?
Nope, that's something else to watch. I'm not gonna lie, you've been really good on recommendations lately because I liked Ghost in the Shell a lot.
It's weird to get into it because
It is.
most people have this block against a cartoon.
Yes.
Like to just block it out, like
Yes.
fuck, but just listen to the dialogue. Like this ain't no shit for kids. No kid gonna even understand what the fuck they're talking about.
And that's even me with the cartoons that I do watch. All the cartoons that I do watch, I've watched for the most part, like with the exception of like Bob's Burgers, because that hasn't been out for like a whole 10 years yet, I don't think.
Yeah, Bob's Burgers has this shit.
It has? Okay, so then that's my point. Bob's Burgers, Family Guy, The Simpsons, all of the cartoons that I like have been around since I was like a teenager, or like SpongeBob. So like it's different, like I can watch them as a, like I could sit and watch a whole episode, a whole season of SpongeBob as an adult.
Yeah.
and just watch that shit and enjoy it. Because for me, like, I don't think SpongeBob is for young kids. It's like
It kind of is.
low key.
SpongeBob has a lot of adult jokes in it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not raunchy, but like it's sarcastically inappropriate.
Yeah, and it's so, and they do it so well that
Like the episode where they're cursing and then like it's just a little dolphin noise, but like the motherfuckers are cursing. That's not for little kids. And then like when he's like shaking his butt out and they're like putting the emphasis on his booty and stuff, or like it's definitely some stuff. Or like when Squidward ate all the patties and his butt exploded. Like this shit's hilarious, but it's definitely like. But that's my point, is that watching cartoons now, if I didn't like watch them when I was a teenager, or like, let's just say 20 or 100, more than likely I'm not gonna like it. Cause it's just like, I don't know, it's a cartoon. I like to see people. Although, Ghost in the Shell, and what's the one with the white dad and the Asian mom? The dad's the superhero. Mom is Asian, petite, black hair. They have one son, and the dad is white, and he's a superhero. And he's trying to teach his son to get his powers or whatever, to control his powers. You made me watch it with you. And then he started like tripping out on the crew. Invincible? Yeah, well, that was really good.
Yo, that was,
I watched all of that with
that
him.
was not for kids.
At all.
Crazy.
And so since being with you, I've opened my mind a little bit. Just like as much as I enjoy the Boondocks, and I like the PJs and stuff too, but like the Boondocks, I never realized
That shit
it was
is-
anime.
Yo, that shit is anime for adults. That shit ain't no kid shit, yo. It kind of is
For
kids, but it really
it's for American adults. Like, cause I feel like
And
if
then
you're
you
not
can-
American, you would get it, but you're not gonna relate as much because
Yeah.
like they have like, for example, in Europe, like was R. Kelly as big in Europe as he is for black families here? No,
No.
like every black family played R. Kelly at their cookouts. Who didn't? Step, step, side to side at every wedding, every graduation, every cookout, baby shower, the Cupid Shuffle, R. Kelly. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like cultural shit. So like they talked about R. Kelly so much in that shit. Who else they talk about a lot? I know they talked about that guy, something Johnson, the booty wrangler.
Yeah, the booty wrangler, and then Young Thug.
They talked about Young Thug. But Gangstalicious, wasn't that supposed to be R. Kelly?
No, R. Kelly was R. Kelly, yo.
He was. But who was Gangstalicious? Gangstalicious was just Gangstalicious.
That was I think like a parody on Young Thug, yo.
You think so? Because Gangstalicious looked a lot like, not like R. Kelly, but like R. Kelly with.
No, Gangstalicious, that was voiced by Mos Def, and so he kind of looked like Mos Def a
Mos
little
Def.
bit.
Yeah.
But then he was like.
But I remember when they had him like having the
purse and all
the
that
purse
shit,
and the
that,
skirt.
who did that shit first? Young Thug was like one of the first black dudes to do that shit. yo.
Yeah, straight black dude.
Exactly. And it's like, oh no, these curls,
Except
man. Like, this
Andre did wear like a kilt once, but that was different. He wasn't like in a woman's dress.
No.
But now look, Kid Cudi's wearing dresses. And hey, they each their
But
own.
he just, I noticed he's doing advertisements for Cadillac cars too. So he's shopping himself to a different type of sponsor, and so they might just, you know,
Nail polish and
different,
dresses.
yeah, he got different handlers though.
And that's the sad part. It's just like, yo, you know he's being handled because the old Cudi had, and that's the thing. If Cudi did that in the beginning, nobody would question it. Cudi been in the game for how long and never did shit like that, and then now
Yeah.
all of a sudden,
But at the same time, like, he even left Kanye's label and did his own thing. Like, why would you need Cadillac endorsements or?
that's what I'm saying. He could do his own thing, and that's what it makes you wonder, like, why? And then he dropped that album, and then after that, like, the Kurt Cobain tribute, and then the nail polish. And again, if a man wants to wear a dress, that's his prerogative, or a non-identifying person, or a woman, whoever wants to wear what, that's on you. But I'm just saying, like,
Maybe he's a Bruce Jenner. It just took him, you know, he's at a point in his life where he feels comfortable early days. I mean, Kid Cudi's
It's-
always
I
been
think
different.
some-
Like
I
he's
think-
not that your average dude.
I think some dudes do it for shock value too. Like Russell Westbrook, when he wears all that bullshit, he knows he's about to be trending for the next week for that shit. And it's like, it's not necessarily good publicity, but like we're not gonna stop fucking with them for it, and they're gonna be talked about. So like it's not great publicity, but it's not bad. It's publicity. Just like the whole Kim and Kanye divorcing thing, and I feel like, yeah, they probably did divorce, but they're still gonna be together, and it's always gonna be a topic. There's always something going on. Are Kylie and Travis together? She's pregnant again. Is Chloe gonna get back with this person? He's doing this. Like, there's always something in the industry to keep them relevant. Or you become a Love and Hip Hop ass chick and just make sex tapes and argue, do scripted arguing.
I remember I used to try to watch that, and it's like, it's just so scripted. Like, wow, that's how bad. That's what you guys want to maintain that 15 minutes of fame.
And then the ones that aren't faking it, they're really like really messy in real life.
It's like, whoa.
And I mean, you could actually get on there and make it out. Like Cardi was on Love and Hip Hop, and she was loud, she was ratchet, but she made it out. So you can get on there and mind your business. Like, Mimi, she always stays out the way too, but Mimi took her L because she made that damn sex tape. And that was when I used to watch it. I haven't watched it in years since then. But like, you know, you got people on there that are humble, but if you're not dramatic, they don't bring you back on. And that's the thing, like Santana and Jim Jones, like watching them on that show, it actually make you lose respect for them.
Yeah.
Not because they're on there, but just because it's like, yo, y'all some old clowns with a little bit of money left.
Yeah.
Trying to
bro, you that
front.
desperate, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like y'all got money compared to us, but like y'all trying to compete with people that's
Still relevant, like.
right, and it's like you had your time, like
Not even Tyler the Creator when they get.
right. And even Tyler the Creator is like painting his nails and wearing wigs and stuff, but he's always been weird. Like Tyler's always done shit, so it's respectable when Tyler does shit like that. But you ain't see Tyler in no like straight up skirt and heels, even though I don't put it past him.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him either.
But Cudi was like, yeah, what you doing, bro? But again, if that's what he wants to do, who the fuck am I to judge? I don't care. It's still, there's still an agenda though, for sure.
Like, definitely is. Really trying to go hard the next couple of days with this painting so I can just wrap this shit up and get it done and move on to my next piece because I'm excited about November. Hopefully the university hit me back up and say, oh, we haven't forgot about you. Remember you said you wanted to do a show here in November. And I already have confirmation for another show. Like I said, I just want to have some new shit to show at the show. I don't want to have an exhibit with no new shit. Every time I go somewhere, that's like my thing. People just know, like, yo, Travis gonna have some new paintings. So right now, I only got one painting that hasn't been seen. And that's Totoro Part 2. Has not been out of the house yet, so.
And this.
Huh?
And this one.
Yeah, this ain't done yet, though. I have one completed that hasn't been seen.
So, yeah, my bad.
But, so hopefully if I can get three new paintings for this show, I won't mind having like 5 older, like, kind of known paintings. As long as I got some new material to show. And that motivates other people too, other artists. Like, dang, Charles always working. Like, yeah, just stay out on your craft, bro. And like I say, for years now, literally years, 3 years, something like that, I really don't ask to show my art. I get invites now. And that's because people know ass art to show. So I've been stopped asking people right here. Oh, please, can I show what you got? So I'm past that part, which is a blessing in itself. Now when I do get invites, it's because I know I've where people expect, just, oh, this nigga is there's an art he produces, You want to have a good show at your venue, invite this guy through. He'll come through with all the hot art. Motherfucker start real quick at read a book. Alright, I've been here 5 hours, yo. I haven't been painting the whole time. I've chatted for a while and I've eaten twice. So I'll say like maybe I've done like 2.5, 3 hours of like hard painting. Which isn't bad, especially due to the fact that I've been doing a lot of lettering today. And not like bigger brush strokes. Well, I did work on the fabrics in the background. I still see a place I need to cut it out. But I got a lot of the lettering squared away. I'd say if I'm fucking diligent, I can finish this shit in the next couple days. Maybe 3-4 days. But we shall see. I want to wire this real quick. Since it's, oh yeah, that's a good varnish on there. See that shine on it? That's that protection. Yeah, boy. Now when it get dirty, you can just wash it with soap and water. Like anything else, as long as you got that protective coat on there, good to go.
Sounds important. 10 is the basis for the decimal system. It's a decade. It's a psychologically satisfying number. The top 10, the 10 most wanted, the 10 best dressed. So having 10 commandments was really a marketing decision. To me, it's clearly a bullshit list. It's a political document artificially inflated to sell better. I'm going to show you how you can reduce the number of commandments and come up with a list that's a little more workable and logical. We're going to start with the first 3, and I'll use the Roman Catholic version for those who want I was taught as a little boy. I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt not have strange gods before me. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Thou shalt keep holy the Sabbath. Right off the bat, the first 3, pure bullshit. Sabbath day, Lord's name, strange gods. Spooky language. Spooky language. Designed to scare and control primitive people. In no way does superstitious nonsense like this apply to the lives of intelligent, civilized humans in the 21st century. You throw out the first 3 commandments, you're down to 7. Next, honor thy father and mother. Obedience, respect for authority. Just another name for controlling people. The truth is, obedience and respect should not be automatic. They should be earned. They should be based on the parent's performance. Parent's performance. Some parents deserve respect, most of them don't. Period. you're down to 6. Now, in the interest of logic, something religion is very uncomfortable with, I'm going to jump around the list a little bit. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, stealing and lying. Well, actually, these two both prohibit the same kind of behavior. Dishonesty, stealing, and lying. So you don't need 2 of them. Instead, you combine them and you call it thou shalt not be dishonest. And suddenly, you're down to 5. And as long as we're combining our 2 others that belong together, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Once again, these 2 prohibit the same kind of behavior, in this case, marital infidelity. The difference is coveting takes place in the mind, and I don't think you should outlaw fantasizing about someone else's wife. Otherwise, what's a guy going to think about when he's waxing his carrot? But marital fidelity is a good idea, so we're going to keep the idea and call this one, thou shalt not be unfaithful. And suddenly, we're down to 4. But when you think about it, honesty and fidelity are really part of the same overall value. So in truth, you could combine the 2 honesty commandments with the 2 fidelity commandments and give them simpler language, positive language instead of negative, and call the whole thing, thou shalt always be honest and faithful, and we're down to 3. Thou shalt, they're going away. They're going away fast. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods. This one is just plain fucking stupid. Coveting your neighbor's goods is what keeps the economy going. Am I right? Your neighbor gets a vibrator that plays "Oh Come All Ye Faithful." You want to get one too. Coveting creates jobs. Leave it alone. You throw out coveting, you're down to 2 now. The big honesty and fidelity commandment, and the one we haven't talked about yet, thou shalt not kill. Murder. The 5th commandment. But when you think about it, religion has never really had a big problem with murder. Not really. More people have been killed in the name of God than for any other reason. All you have to do is look at Northern Ireland, the Middle East, Kashmir, the Inquisition, the Crusades, and the World Trade Center to see how seriously the religious folks take thou shalt not kill. The more devout they are, the more they see murder as being negotiable. It's negotiable. You know? It depends. It depends on who's doing the killing and who's getting killed. So, with all of this in mind, I leave you with my revised list of the 2 commandments. Thou shalt always be honest and to the provider a nookie, and thou shalt try real hard not to kill anyone, unless, of course, they pray to a different invisible man from the one you pray to. 2 is all you need. Moses could have carried him down the hill in his fucking pocket. And if they had a list like that, I wouldn't mind those folks in Alabama putting it up on the courthouse wall. As long as they included one additional commandment, thou shalt keep thy religion to thyself.
What's the big deal in the first quarter kickoff? Every day. If you're on FanDuel Sports.
Every day I meet somebody new, you know. This city's great because of the neighborly people, you know.
Maybe 30 more minutes, something like that. I want to work on this cloth a little bit more, and then I'm going to have to wrap the stream up.
Just moved in.
What is it? Do something?
Some always want to meet the neighbors. You like to chat with the neighbors, yeah, because, you know.
All right.
So I went over to the guy, I knocked the door next door to where I live. And I say to the guy, I said, hey, I'm your new neighbor, you know, and I said, good to see you, you know, nice to run into you, you know, welcome to the neighborhood, you know. Mm-hmm. And so the guy, I said, what do you do for a living there, sir, you know, if you don't mind me asking? You know, what do you do for a living? I'm a nightclub comic, I tell the guy. So he says to me, he says, I work down at the University of Science there. He says,
That's a good school, by the way.
I can't remember the exact place.
Sure.
But, he says, I'm a professor of logic. So I says to the guy, he says, logic. Now, what the hell is that? I never heard tell of that. He says, oh, well, he says it's a kind of a pattern of syllogistic Well, he says, it's hard to explain. He says, why don't I give you an example? So I said, fair enough. Why don't you do that? So the guy says, well, he says, let me ask you a question. He says, do you own a doghouse? So I go, yes, I do. He says, well, then that means you probably have a dog. I said, yeah. He says, well, that means you're likely you have a family if you have a dog. I said, yes, I do. He said, well, then that means you got kids, you're married. I said, yes, I am. He says, well, then you're a heterosexual man. I said, yes, sir, I am. He says, well, you see, that's logic there. I asked him, simply from finding out you had a doghouse, I made this series of inferences, and I found that you're a heterosexual man, simply from the fact that you had a doghouse. Well, I said, good God, isn't that something? Okay. So I said, well, I won't wait any more of your time there, neighbor. And I said, I'll see you later. See you around, okay. So I said, come by one day and have a chicken with me. Seconds, I left. So I left. So I go to get a bus, you know, to the bus stop. And I walk down to the bus stop, and I'm still thinking about this thing that happened to me, you know. And I'm standing at the bus, and no bus coming at all, you know. 5 or 6 of us standing around, and one guy lights up a cigarette there. And he goes, as soon as you light up a cigarette, the bus comes. And smokes the whole damn cigarette, no bus comes. So I said to the guy, well, that theory really worked, huh? And the guy goes, well, sometimes it works. Anyways, the guy goes, what's new with you? I go, well, I had an interesting thing happen to me today. I said, I met my neighbor. And he goes, oh, yeah?
Oh, you got that bucket
I
in
go,
your water
yeah,
right
a hell of
there,
an
too.
interesting job. I said, he's a professor of logic down at the University of Science. And so the guy says, is that so? He says, professor of logic. He goes, what the hell is that logic? I said, well, it's a series of something or other. I said, I can't remember exactly, but I said, I'll give you an example if you want to hear an example. So the guy goes, all right, fair enough. So I said, let me ask you this. I said, let me ask you a question. Do you own a doghouse? And the guy goes, no, I don't own a doghouse. I said to the guy, he says, oh, yeah, you're one of them gays.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus team up. Epic stories.
You don't own no doghouse. You
can't sports are better together.
Yeah, well, I went to Vegas a couple weeks ago, and a funny thing happened. And a funny thing happened there in Vegas, right? I go there, you know, to gamble. I meet a couple of midgets, you know?
Wow.
A couple of midgets? Yeah, little people.
This is going to be a weird story already.
I don't think of people as little people.
Hey, your word's better.
Yeah.
Go ahead anyway. You meet a couple of midgets.
A lot of people in show business talk about the little people.
Right.
But I think everybody's the same. The midgets, the regular people.
Okay.
You know? We're all human beings.
We're all human beings. That's good. You're not, that's good. You have a good attitude.
Some of us are, you know, short and have weird big heads. So, anyway, these guys.
My neck went out there for a second, but it's better now.
These two midgets, man, they were the funniest dudes. And one of them was telling me that him and his buddy decided to get a couple of prostitutes, you know, because midgets, they can't have sex very much with the women, you know?
What?
So they say, we'll get a couple of prostitutes.
I didn't know that, but okay.
So they say, let's get a couple of prostitutes, right? So the other midget goes, hey, man, that's great. So,
what are they, Cheech and Chong? Like you're two midgets like, hey, dude. Yeah, man, that sounds heavy.
Well, you know.
All right.
So, the midgets, the one midget, they get their two prostitutes, you know, and they take them up to their room, you know, in the hotel. And so I'm mentioning, he gets in the room with the girl.
They're in separate rooms here?
Yeah, separate rooms, but they're joining.
Right.
So the one bitch, he just, the prostitute, he wants to have sex with her, but he'd been drinking a lot, so he had trouble, like, performing, you know?
Yes, I know.
Right. Nobody knows better than you, man.
He just died, man. The guy telling the story, he dead now. Yeah, he passed away like yesterday or the day before. Like Norman, he was a funny ass dude.
So
Yeah.
then, this is what the guy's telling me. He goes down. Then afterwards, he says, "Okay, get out, you dirty whore," you know? He blames her, you know?
Right, blames her. Okay.
So she leaves, and then he's feeling all bad, so he listens with a glass to the next room where his buddy is with his prostitute.
Right.
And he hears, like, in the next room, he hears, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Right. Stop doing it.
So there goes that dirty midgets having some fun sex over there, you know?
He calls him a midget too? He's a... All right, anyway.
So he feels bad, you know?
Right.
And the next day, man, he meets his buddy midget at the coffee shop. He goes, and the guy goes, "Hey, man, how'd it go last night?" And the one guy goes, "Oh, man, it was horrible, you know? I was too drunk. I couldn't perform with my prostitute." He goes, "But it sounds like you had a good time." And then the other guy, and he goes, "What, are you kidding? I couldn't even get up into the bed."
You ran into those guys because it's such a good story.
I know. What's the happy ending? They did very good at Baccarat.
They were happy. You're in Los Angeles now.
Yeah.
Okay, you're doing this show. Do you like the LA? Do you like it there?
I don't like it that much. No.
Let me get you an
Why
easy.
don't you like it there? It's beautiful.
Hmm?
You know,
I get you an easy.
It's hot, you know? It's really hot. And is that what you're getting to?
I don't know. I thought you had a story about being in LA. You want to talk about midgets some more?
Just listen to the story, man.
You said you were carrying bags of groceries?
Yes, exactly. That's the story. But it started off with it was hot in LA. And this is a bad, lame story.
So let me get this right. You can't remember it. We just revealed that we talked about it in the hallway beforehand. And now you're telling people it sucks. You want to go for it?
Yeah, I'll go.
See, you do it now.
So this
is set up a lot. You're gonna make me cry. I believe this is all spontaneous. Sorry, Junior. You don't like LA because it's hot.
I was talking to Andy before the show, and apparently I made a mistake one time in the show where I intimated that maybe Andy was into gay porno. You know that?
I didn't, but now I do. Yeah.
Which he is not into, and I never meant to intimate that he was gay in any way.
Right.
Just that he had an obsession with watching gay porno.
Here's the difference.
Gay porno.
Right. What's not to like?
So anyway, so I said I'm sorry. He said, you know, I said I'm sorry about that.
Right.
And I said I would never mention again his alleged obsession with gay porno.
Right.
And I won't. But anyway.
We're gonna run that on a loop. Play it over and over again.
He's got a wife.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
What are you talking about?
Hey, have you ever met her?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, she does exist. She does exist.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell the people. I don't want them to think that Andy's into gay. There's nothing wrong with being gay. Unless you're not gay, and then there's something awful wrong.
What?
That's when it goes awry.
And that's when it's the worst thing you can be is gay when you're not gay.
Right. It's all a misunderstanding.
Yeah. I mean, even a lot of gay guys don't want people to know they're gay, let alone straight guys, right?
You lost me there. Yeah. Some guys who are, wait.
They call them secret gay guys.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah. They pretend like they're not gay guys. Who calls them secret gay guys? Look out, there's a secret gay guy down the street. I walk around like that?
The other comedian, Andy, I forgot his last name, but everybody used to say that shit about him all the time. Yeah.
It's not like if you're a midget, you can't pretend you're not a midget. Hey, you know what was beautiful? The way you put it all around again. Yeah, I'll tell you something. When I was a kid, and I'd be hitchhiking. I was hitchhiking home when I was a young kid. And these guys, the young guys that would pick you up to hitchhike were these old secret gay guys. And they'd drive in their station wagons, right? So that you knew they had a family. And then they get in the car, they go, come on in there, buddy. And see, if you do, you just want to go, oh, you weren't going doodly-doo. You just want to get home, and then they throw like subtle hints, you know, like they go, get some beer in the trunk. There you go, no. Bob Dole picked you up. Have a seat there, Rashama. You look beautiful. You look fantastic. Does that hurt what you're wearing right now, or is it just pain? It hurts me. That's the gun, shitty. You know what amazes me? You're a single woman. It's got to be crazy for you when you go places. Aren't guys just all over you? Like,
They're nice.
they're nice? They treat you with respect? What is a guy, I mean, how's a guy, you like people that are sincere.
Yes.
What about gifts? Are gifts a good idea? Is that
Gifts are good. Gifts are really, really nice. But I don't like, I dated a guy once. Well, we dated and we broke up. And to get back together, he gave me like this little G-string outfit. You know, like this little, and I was like, wait a minute. That's for you. That's not for me. So stuff like that is like good. Another guy gave me a keychain, a plastic keychain.
Oh, that guy is a moron. How do I get the supermodel back? Hey, look, $1.99 at the airport. I heart New Jersey. Well, he really gave you a keychain?
I was going to bring it out, but I couldn't get it off of my keys, so I left it in the backstage. But he gave me a keychain.
Why didn't you bring out the G-string? I love that my dirty uncle's here for this tonight. That's what you gotta do. You gotta bring out that G-string.
No, I like guys who appeal to like the, you know.
Wait a minute. Why are you looking at yourself while she's here? Because I'm deathly pale. Look, see? I look like Nosferatu.
I'm pale as shit compared to this beautiful black woman.
You're sitting next to Rashamba, who's wearing that, and you're going. You're writing a book.
Yes.
How to be a model.
Yes. The Complete Idiot's Guide to Getting into Modeling.
So, like, rule number 1, be incredibly beautiful.
This is Tyra.
I mean, what are
That's
the
Tyra.
things you can do?
That's not Tyra.
Oh.
Don't be a
I don't know who that is.
I couldn't see her face. I just was like listening to the voice.
It's like a really good-looking, small person watching the show right now who feels terrible that you just said.
But I just have one question. What is fascination that guys have with prostitutes? That's all I want to know.
What?
Gee, let's think about that.
Wait a minute, what? Where did that question come from? Did your boyfriend leave you for a prostitute, shorty? And you're a supermodel and you're mad because he still wanted a prostitute? And now, like,
Well, let's think about that.
randomly she just asked. This is what I want to know. This is what I want to know. What are those guys' obsessions with prostitutes? Like, where did that question even come from?
She felt some type of way.
Yeah, like, or does she, have you read a news article about one of the guests who slept with a prostitute or something? Like, you trying to throw somebody under the bus real quick? Or? That was crazy.
Instead of going out and spending money on a keychain and a G-string, you spend money on sex.
The keychain and the G-string. I spend money on
it's
sex.
so much more informative with you here. You're getting all this stuff that I wouldn't have the nerve to get out everywhere.
This is an exciting day here at 30 Rock. You know, the Rosie O'Donnell show premiered today. And I was in the tapes at the same floor as Saturday Night Live on 8H. They had flowers sent. There was the whole, it's unbelievable. You know, people must love her. There's flowers all along the entire 8H.
Right.
All flowers. They're sent by, like, there's one from Madonna, one Elizabeth Taylor, Regis and Kathy Lee. I've never seen so many flowers. I didn't even realize you could eat flowers. I didn't even know that.
Oh, because she's so fat, that's why they leave her the flowers. Some food, Joey, bitch.
No.
Hiya, Rosie. I'll be your pal.
I didn't even know you could eat flowers.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he had a heart. You ever hear such a crazy thing?
No, I didn't know they got things like that.
Yeah, they get heart attacks. So I got it off Steve Corrin, this writer up at
Sure,
Saturday
I know
Night.
him, yeah.
Yeah, so he gives me his cat. Turns out it's some kind of a defective cat, you know? So he's a nice cat. Now that I'm getting along with him, I came back to my apartment last week. The cat's like foaming at the mouth. He's shaking like this. He's foam coming out. So I didn't want to get near it. I thought maybe he'd, you know, who knows? He was delirious. Maybe he'd think I'm a mouse. So I said, I don't want to get near him. So I phoned 911, you know. I panicked. I phoned 911.
Right.
Which it turns out it's just for people. I didn't know that.
I didn't know either.
They got mad. They said that they would have me arrested if I phoned them.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, you know, I love this cat. It's a good cat. So I took him down. I got him in a cab, and I took him down to the hospital, the animal hospital.
Uh-huh.
And the guy tells me my cat had a heart attack. He takes him away. He says, oh, yeah, he had cardiac arrest and stuff. And he started asking me questions about, like, he says, I said, what would cause that? He goes, you know, diet, stress.
Stress?
Yeah. No, he had a big promotion coming up. So, and then he let me visit the cat. He says, you can visit cat, you know. There's visiting hours. I go, all right. So you go in this room, and then they bring the cat in a cage. He's all drugged up. And then they put the cat, like, on a bed. And then the guy goes, okay, we'll be back in a half an hour. You have half an hour, you know? So I'm with the cat, like, for half an hour. So after 5 minutes, you know, I figured, I got a life to get back to. So we go out, and so afterwards he told me he had a lot of, he said, okay, he could have an operation, which was like $4,000, which, you know, I could buy like 100 cats for that. And I figured, what the hell would I do with 100?
So
What the fuck I'm doing with 100 cats though? $4,000. I can buy like 100 cats with that shit.
Where I was on medication, you know, and I have my medication. I have this medication, and he said there was some good news and bad news. The bad news was the cat only has like a 20% chance of survival, but he says the good news is it's just a cat.
Oh, yeah. It's a bad doctor. It's a bad doctor, too. Can you hang on 1 second?
Yeah.
You hear that dull thud of, like, skull on skull.
Yeah.
It really...
Yeah, and I don't have like a strong head. I haven't been working out lately. But he has like an athlete's head, you know? But no, beforehand he said, like, I said, hey, don't hit me with your head, or no, don't really hit me. And he goes, no, Ollie. He goes, he had this thing where he was going to put his thumbs, and as soon as he touched my thumbs, I go back, and then he got all excited, headbutted me. So,
So you feel like pull the thumbs back, and then real head was coming at you?
And so I like blacked out for like a minute, and then the next day I had this huge headache, so I thought I was going to die, you know. And so I went to the hospital. I went to I don't want to say the hospital, but I went to this hospital and to emergency, you know, and they're all like, they're the craziest guys in emergency, all like crack. Everybody's on crack. You know? Every emergency, the guy on crack.
Yeah.
So I went in, and they go like, hey, how much crack do you have, you know? I'm not on crack. And they go, what happened? I go, Dennis Rodman headbutted me. On the TV. He headbutted me on the TV. So they go, yeah.
How much crack, huh? So what happened? Anything wrong?
Yeah, I don't know, man. They said, like, you can't tell. They said, like, the only way you can tell is if later on, if you go to sleep and you don't wake up. Yeah.
That's why you didn't mention the name of the hospital.
Yeah, I don't want to mention it. I didn't know this, too. If you go to emergency, you got to pay. They keep sending me bills, like all kinds of bills.
You thought it was free, that you could just go there and...
Yeah, I'm from Canada, it's all free then.
Oh, okay.
Enough to bring a car to bring this old chunk of coal here to the studio.
We send cards for our guests.
Yeah, so I got in it, and I get material that way. So my driver.
I'm from Canada. It's all free up there.
You get in the car at what happens?
My driver tells me to jump.
Whoa, he just played Tormented Souls on PS5? Let me see. No, Rad Brad just uploaded a new game.
Go to every computer in your house. Your mom.
He's been playing like some newer shit lately.
Wait, Mom, before.
I don't know if it's strictly
Alright,
for
so I was kind of just
PS5.
chilling the other day, and I saw that this game called Tormented Souls came out. And I saw some gameplay for it, and I was like, man, I really want to try this out on my channel to see how it goes. But wanted to do one video. I bought it twice. I bought it on Steam, then I bought it on PS5. I didn't know it was on PS5. I was just going to buy it on there. But I'm going to start it up and kind of see what it's all about.
So this isn't like an PS5
The reason it was kind of
exclusive
appealing
then.
to me was it looked just like the old school Resident Evil games, you know? And Silent Hill, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know anything about it. Sort of try it out. Any support you drop is greatly appreciated. I don't have a like goal. I'm honestly just kind of playing this because I was going to play it in my spare time and not actually capture it. But cool thing is, I actually have a sponsor for today's video. Let's roll it, baby. And this video is brought to you by The Walking Dead Survivors.
Really?
I know we got the current season of the show going on. It just released
Yo, everybody get this nigga
this
money,
is a
yo,
new
just to play
mobile
video
strategy
games,
game.
yo.
It features 80 of the original characters, including Rick, Michonne, Ezekiel, Negan, a lot of people from the show. You can join millions of The Walking Dead fans around the globe in the best Walking Dead MMO game. Your story starts here.
That's probably a $10,000
You can build your tower
sponsorship
defense, protect
spot
your
right
camp
there,
from
just
enemies
for
while making
him
friends
saying
along
that
the
shit,
way.
yo.
And if you guys want to play this yourself and test your ability to survive in the post-apocalyptic world of Walking Dead Survivors, I have a link at the very, very top of the description. And they actually gave me a special code for in-game rewards. And the code they gave me is TWD Survivors. I'll put that kind of in text on screen for you guys. Don't lose your chance. And you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for sponsoring this video again. And any support you drop on this video really, really means a lot. All right, guys, let's get it. The fact that it even says that is crazy to me because that's exactly what the Resident Evil 2 games, not Resident Evil 2 games, the Resident Evil games used to say back in the day. So, all right, let me make sure everything is good. Just really quick, not a lot of options. When I saw there was no inverts, which is what I play on, I was kind of nervous, but then I just kind of sorted it up just kind of see what it's like. And it was kind of funny because you don't use the right thumbstick at all. So, here we go.
Yo, these details are kicking my butt
Ghost
right
in
now.
the Shell, the 1995 version, was directed by Mamoru Oshii, the director of the unseen, possibly anime masterpiece, Angel's Egg. If you've never seen that, check it out. It's
Angel's
trippy
Egg?
as hell. This film is based off the manga by Masamune Shirow and takes place in the year 2029 in a world where humans and technology have become sort of mixed. In this somewhat tangible future, your consciousness is known as a ghost, and this ghost can then inhabit a shell or your body. Many people during this time have replaced limbs or even their entire body with cybernetic parts. But as long as you still have your ghost, aka your consciousness, you're still considered yourself. You can also hack into this realm that's known as the net, which is far more advanced and vast than even today's internet, let alone 1995's internet. It's a place where people can actually exist, which is where the Puppet Master comes into play. The Puppet Master is the antagonist of this film. It's a sentient life form that was born in the vast sea of information as it describes itself. And this entity is hacking into things and causing a lot of problems for Section 9, which is a police force of sorts, led by Major Motoko Kusanagi, who is a cyborg herself, but still maintains a ghost of some form of humanity. I believe the first time I ever heard of Ghost in the Shell was actually on Siskel and Ebert.
Japanese animation, or anime, is the fastest growing underground cult in the movie world, even though these sleek and high-tech anime movies from Japan rarely surface in conventional theaters. Every year a few of them break through, however, and the new anime feature making rounds now is Ghost in the Shell.
But this was during what a lot of people call the Japanimation era, and I did an entire video on that era on my Retro Rewind segment. This is when anime
I'm happy I was a part of that shit. Like, I saw a lot of good anime as a kid, yo. I was so happy that they started doing that.
See it in comic book stores, and I would commonly see that exact VHS of Ghost in the Shell at my neighborhood comic store, JC Comics and Cards. And I never got to see this film until I was a little bit older, and I would say it actually took me about 4 or 5 viewings to fully appreciate just how special this film is. And since the new Ghost in the Shell film starring Scarlett Johansson is coming out very soon, I thought it would be a great time to talk about the original film that started it all. This film was highly influential on quite a bit of American entertainment, most notably Dark City, the Alex Proyas film, and The Matrix, the Wachowski film. The
Dark
opening
City, I
titles of
remember
Ghost in the
that
Shell
movie.
used a green font that was very much so recreated in the Matrix code, as well as the
everybody,
idea of hacking into,
I swear, you can
notably
see.
Dark City, the
Watch,
Alex
watch
Proyas
how they
film,
do the
and
side-by-side
Matrix,
sequence
the
right here.
Wachowski's film. The opening titles of
Ghost in the Shell,
used a green font that was very much
Matrix.
so recreated in the Matrix.
It's like, yo,
as well as
Matrix,
the
did I
idea
just
of
do that
hacking
shit?
into
That shit looks
an
a whole
unseen
lot
world
like
that
Ghost,
could
yo.
be accessed and you could actually move around in it as an environment. And in both films, that was done by connecting something to the back of your neck. You can watch this film purely on an entertainment level and enjoy the great animation, which was a seamless blend of cell animation and CG animation. You can enjoy the great action sequences and the amazing score by Kenji Kawai, but there is so much more under the surface of Ghost in the Shell that, as I said, took me about 4 or 5 viewings to truly fully appreciate. And that's some of the stuff I want to talk to you guys about in this video. This film, in such a short runtime, masterfully explores the difference between humanity and technology. What is it that separates the two? What happens when the two begin to merge? Can a sentient life form that is artificial be considered a human? What is it that makes a human being a human being? Can something that was created be considered human? Can something that feels as if it is human be considered human? What is the exact ingredient that makes us people? And this is something that's explored in Ghost in the Shell in such a beautiful and thought-provoking way. We see the character of Motoko Kusanagi being created. We understand that she is fully cybernetic, but her ghost remains. And it's this ghost, this fleeting little aura of humanity that still exists in her that makes her curious. In one beautiful sequence, she gazes out at people who are going shopping, at the city and architecture around her, and she appears overwhelmed by everything. She's clearly very curious about what humanity is and how close to it she is, if she is human or is she not. There are sequences where she tests her limits. She goes swimming one time to see what that feels like, and when Bato, her partner, is like, hey, aren't you worried that you might sink to the bottom or something? She's like, no, because when I'm down there, I feel fear, I feel anxiety, I even feel hope. When she's down there, she feels like she's touching an essence of humanity that she doesn't feel otherwise. So clearly this character is someone who is unsure of herself. Which brings me to another very important aspect of this movie that hasn't been talked about too much, but has been explored in some analyses of Ghost in the Shell, and that is gender identity. Kusanagi clearly does not consider her form from a sexual perspective. She will often disrobe wearing a skin-tight suit that allows her to use thermoptic camouflage, and she'll sometimes be walking around like that without even noticing that others might be looking at her in a sexual way. Bato, her partner, clearly is slightly more human than her because as he looks at her, he feels the need to clothe her instantly. There's even a sequence after she goes swimming where he sees her begin to take off her swimsuit and he feels the need to look away. So does this mean that Bato is more human than Motoko, or simply that Motoko does not identify as a female or even as a human anymore? And what I love the most about Ghost in the Shell is that it does not have a definitive answer for any of these questions. You can watch the film and you can overanalyze it to death, but in the end, a lot of these questions are unanswered. And it leaves you feeling this sense of euphoria because you've just experienced such a thought-provoking.
Well, no matter what the major considers, so Bato clearly,
in animation form,
even after he replaced her body, replaced it with another female body, or you know, so he considers her personality to be female.
That's how it describes itself.
Even though, like he said, she doesn't care about like her other people seeing her full body. It's just a body to her. She's more worried about like what's inside her brain. Is her ghost real?
Inside of their head and essentially recreating their memories and figuring out what exactly makes a person a person. This entity is grappling with what makes a human a human. Is it mortality, the inevitable fact that we will die, or is it that we can reproduce and create life? Because there's a sequence where Kusanagi is like, yeah, but you can copy yourself and create other versions of yourself. And it's like, a copy is just a pale imitation. Reproduction is actually creation. It's all of these philosophical questions combined with the technical prowess on display that make Ghost in the Shell one of the best animated films ever conceived. The animation is stunning, the character models and the way they move is very realistic, the action sequences are enthralling, the musical score, as I already said, is one of the best in anime history. Everything was so meticulously crafted in this film to create such an impactful experience, right down to just Motoko's eyes. They rarely ever blink in this movie, and this wasn't just because of laziness, it was because they really wanted her to seem more like a doll or a cyborg, and it works extremely well because as you watch the film, you genuinely feel a disconnect with her. And it's that disconnect that she feels with society that is so well reflected just through imagery. You don't even necessarily need dialogue of her explaining how she feels to understand that Kusanagi is incredibly unclear about her existence and feels torn between humanity and technology. As already stated, Ghost in the Shell has had a humongous cultural impact that is still being felt today. It's a fantastic animation film. It's one of the best, I think, ever made. It's extremely thought-provoking, but it's also very entertaining on a popcorn level. I'm going to give Ghost in the Shell an A+.
Yes, sir, A+.
The new film has a lot to live up to. Let's hope it's good, because if it's not, we might have another Dragon Ball Evolution on our hands. So since the...
Not another Dragon Ball Revolution. It was 3 o'clock. I need to take a nap.
I'm about to wrap it up.
For what?
Been here for almost 6 hours. Good job.
I need to take a nap, but I still got some schoolwork to get done before 12 o'clock tonight.
All right. Damn, we use a lot of brushes today. Alright. Yeah, I'm really feeling myself on this piece. I don't know what it is.
It's just so much detail. Damn, I'm really feeling myself on this show.
That shit hot. So much detail.
Yo, what? This is a divine original. I gotta put my signature on this. This is my bubble space. I already know if you end up doing one, you're gonna definitely like put mine to shame.
I'm still anxious to do this shit. That's why I'm working so hard. I got here and get this one done too. I want both of these bitches in there.
What? The game one? You want that for the show? And this one? And Tojo. Part 2.
Like I said, if I take a week off of work and just paint like this every day for a week, you ain't no telling what I'll be able to get done. You know, if I paint every day like this, yeah, I have all the artwork done. Alright, I'm the fuck out of here. Peace.